world updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's hope. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
world updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes. That's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape. Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
world updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the APAC qualifiers for the PGS, and as always, it's your boys, Extreme as well as Contra, taking you through the journey of all of our top teams that will be performing here in Asia Pacific. But Extreme, we've got a whole lot to unfold, but how have you been so far?
Yeah, I've been great. I've been looking forward to these qualifiers. It's kind of the last qualifiers. Well, but the last important qualifiers, I suppose, as we head into the second half of the year. I mean, the qualifiers for these events, or this qualifier, sorry, happened months ago. They happened in June, and so obviously PGS 5 and 6 is the last globals we're going to get, other than PGC. But obviously you're fighting for PGC points as we head into this. You're fighting for PGS 5 and 6 as we head into these games. So very, very, very important set of qualifiers. And yeah, I can't wait to get started.
That's right. With that being said, we'll give you all the lowdown and details that you have to know about the APAC qualifiers, as we will have all the participating teams right on your screen, and we will have back-to-back 3 days of action throughout the playing stage as they will look to qualify into the final stage where another 8 teams awaits them. So there's only going to be 8 spots in total throughout the play-in stage. So if they snooze, they absolutely lose.
Yeah, they do. And when you look at that lineup of participating teams in this play-in stage, it's still like absolutely no joke. The top 8 teams that have already qualified, that have already gone through to that next stage, they're obviously also no joke as well, but it's still a very stacked 16-team lobby to get through. And then, of course, the final stage starting September 25th, 4 days of play, 1 day break in between. And then, of course, the top 4 from that go straight through to PGS 5 and PGS 6.
And it's just so crucial for all these teams to be making it on board, for them to get as much of these PGC points necessary to qualify for the global stage. So therefore, anyone that drops from the play-ins might not even make the cut, even despite accumulating plenty of points throughout the year. So of course, that being said, this will be our schedule for this week as we start off with the play-ins from Thursday till Saturday, and then on the final stage there will be a break in between on the 27th of September. But of course, 4 days of action in total. That's plenty of games to be played out. So I hope that these teams have been battle ready. It's been what, weeks and months of screams that you've been talking about. The qualifiers being months away. I wonder, what do they have to offer for today?
Yeah, well, a lot of the teams that qualified through to here, again, the top teams from the previous set of qualifiers that automatically got invited to this, those qualifiers happened months ago. So plenty of scrim time, but I'm sure we'll talk about that a bunch as we go throughout this tournament. This is the prize pool, and if you look on the right-hand side, we've got some very interesting individual prizes as well. $1,000 for MVP, Eagle Eye's longest possible shot, Grenade Master. You can deduct what that one's going to be about. Field Medic, best voted moment. I mean, there's a ton of individual stuff to go for, as well as a very generous $80,000 prize pool for every team involved. Just by getting here, you've got yourself $600, but that first place $25,000, that is, I mean, look, that's a very decent chunk of money, and it's definitely something that they're going to be very, very hard fighting for. These are the participating teams. As I said, the final stage, the ones that already qualified through to that final 16-team lobby, no joke. You look at those names and you go, yep, that looks like the top teams in APAC. And then you look at this play-in, and again, you've got incredibly insane teams. Names that if you've been watching APAC for a long time, you're going to recognize. Buriram, Arena, who just went overseas and performed exceptionally well in both PGS 3 and 4 and did quite decently in a couple other instances as well. So, I mean, look, this entire lobby is just stacked to the gills.
It's just fully stacked, and I'm just going to be pretty sad for some of the teams that don't make the cut into the finals even. So we'll really have to see if there's going to be any form of upset, because we also do have a lot of new names involved with teams qualifying for Vietnam as well as Indonesia and many, many more. So with that being said, this will be our scheduled matches for the evening as we begin our 2 rounds in Erangel. And for the mid-break, we'll have Rondo as well as Taego, and to wrap it all up, we'll go to the Dusty Dunes of Miramar to end the night. And of course, that being said, there's also so many changes when it comes down to rosters and such. So I guess we'll slowly get to all these stories in a quick bit. But I'm excited. I'm pretty sure you are as well, Extreme. But is there any form of expectations coming into such an important event throughout the span of 2 weeks?
Any like my own personal expectations? I mean, I'm sure there'll be some upsets. You know, as I said, you look at those 24 teams and they're all quite competitive. They've all played with each other for ages. Even some of the teams that on paper you would put towards the bottom of the APAC ladder, they can still come out and perform very, very, very well. Yesterday when we were talking, we were looking at E36, and I was saying about how, yeah, they come from a weaker region on paper, but when they get into these lobbies, they always seem to put on a show most of the time. They seem to have it in them to perform quite well. You're obviously just going up against other teams that are incredibly, incredibly good. And as we go throughout this event, my expectations are that the teams that are in this lobby will be able to compete with every other team that they're fighting with, but some of them are obviously going to fall short. I hope it's not the teams that we usually see fall short. I hope that some of the weaker regions on paper actually come out and do really, really, really well. We have that Malaysia PGC slot that we're obviously going to be keeping an eye on. There's 2 Malaysian teams in this lobby, and only one of them can go through to the wildcard slot for PGC. It'll be the highest placing team or one of the Malaysian teams that just goes straight through into the top 4. If we get to that point, there's a ton of interesting fights. My expectations are all over the place. I know what should happen realistically. I'm almost certain that my expectations are going to be turned straight upside down as soon as we hit the halfway point. I'm sure there'll be some crazy things already happening.
Yeah, I do hope that at least half of it will be met according to what you would expect hitting into all of this. But, you know, when we take a look at all these teams that are fielded here through the play-ins, my, like, even with all these new names like Rustral Esports, which wasn't exactly present coming into the past phase 1 of the APAC rounds, they have definitely shown a lot of strength as we were having some dry runs, rehearsals, where we see good gameplays coming in from all these teams who are dark horses of the tournament. So names like Dongchi Esports, X Stadium to do definitely will be giving us probably a couple of surprises out there. Meanwhile, of course, the Titans of Thailand, with E-Arena coming into this play-in stage, I feel like they are definitely one of the top dogs that are hot favorites to actually at least be moving into the finals. But who knows? Anybody could actually have some bad days hitting to tournaments like this. So it's really for us to find out in moments' time. But going back to that story, PMA as well as SGD fighting for that one confirmed spot to the PGC. I feel like this is definitely going to be pretty dramatic on how this could potentially end up. But if neither of them make it into the finals, then I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I'm almost certain that it is just the highest placing team will make it through. The highest placing Malaysian team within the qualifiers will make it through to PGC. So it doesn't really matter if neither of them make it through to the next stage. Right. One of them just has to perform better than the other. Which is very interesting. I mean, they're both in this initial lobby, and so if neither of them are in the top 8, we still have a storyline to look at. We still have something interesting to talk about. But I mean, that said, SGD, I mean, yeah, they were rehearsal games yesterday, but we saw them perform really well. I mean, you look at that SGD roster, and I feel like, again, maybe I'm being very generous when it comes to teams like E36, SGD, even PMA, but I feel like you put them up in a 4v4 against even the best that Thailand has to offer, even the best that Vietnam has to offer, and they are still very formidable. You know, it's still a 4v4 that any of the teams on the bottom of that ladder can absolutely win. And so, yeah, SGD is one of those teams. Again, rehearsal games, but they were looking very, very, very sharp. It was very good to see that even in those games where they don't really matter, they're just to practice, to warm up, to make sure your drop spots are finalized. It was very good to see that even then those teams are coming out to play and put on a show.
Yeah, and also we are looking at a lot of all these big names from Thailand once again, which are making their sweet return heading into this phase of APAC. So, and of course, I'll get to that in a moment's time, as we'll be going on for a short break before we begin our first run. So stick around, and of course, don't go anywhere.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project 𝐿𝐼𝐿 was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes. That's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape. Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's hope. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape, Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego. Some quality of life improvements for training mode. and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape, Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
world updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes. That's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape. Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back to the PGS APAC Qualifiers 2024 Phase 2. And of course, that was a little bit of a long break, but we're finally back here for all the action of 6 back-to-back matches that we're getting for the evening. Now, of course, Extreme, from where we left off, we're going to talk about all these teams that are playing throughout this very important event. Not only are they fighting for that $80,000 of a prize pool, but whoever qualifies or basically wins out this tournament will get that direct access to not only PGS 5 as well as 6. Potentially, they would be able to secure their spot into the PGC.
Yeah, and that's a very important point, and something that we will keep track of throughout these games is those PGC points. I'm going to be honest with you, it might be a little bit difficult to keep track of all of the PGC points in that kind of situation, but I'm going to do my absolute best to do so, especially as we approach the end of the tournament, because as well as, like you said, qualifying for PGS 5 and 6, the PGC points are also massive. You know, there might be a team that, while they may not make it to PGS 5 and 6, they actually score themselves enough PGC points to get to PGC, right? That could happen, and so we have to keep an eye on that. We absolutely, well, I mean, I'll do my best to keep everyone updated as this tournament progresses. But
Likewise.
yeah, but the immediate thing that we have to keep track of in this lobby at least is top 8. So as we go throughout these next 3 days, just keep an eye on that top 8. Those are the 8 teams that will be making it through to the final stage of these qualifiers. And I mean, look, top 8 it usually means that, you know, by the time we come to day 3, spots, you know, 6, 7, and 8, they're often actually up for contention, and there's usually actually something to get excited about. I think there's probably going to be a few teams that run away with it. Maybe eArena runs away with it. There's definitely going to be multiple other teams that run away with it. You can see Buriram running away with it as well. But those 6, 7, 8 slots, usually those are the ones that are up for contention. So yeah, I'm keen to get into it. This is Erangel, game 1.
That's right, as we will dive right into our very first match. We'll have to see how things are gonna go. Is there gonna be any form of hot drops in the opening run? Because as much as they've already had...
No!
I guess we just got bamboozled right here.
We got bamboozled. Oh, yeah.
We'll just have to talk through some of the things that could potentially happen here. eArena, they've definitely had plenty of points that has been acquired back in the first phase of the APAC run. Now sitting at 4th position, they could also look to overtake the Esports. And of course, some people might be wondering, where exactly is Armory Gaming? Through the qualifiers in the recent run, they did not manage to qualify into this current APAC round, and therefore we won't be seeing them for the rest of the year in some of these majors, unfortunately. But hey, the show goes on for even plenty of chances for names like Team Blizz, Unicorn Cyber, Savage Men. The list goes on. So, yep, there's a whole lot that will be slowly covering throughout the course of the matchup. But hey, the time is off again, so we'll just continue on with a little bit of the Extreme Contra podcast while we're at it.
I mean, it's good that you mentioned Armory, because if you look back at the first half of the year, there were multiple instances in which Armory was doing very, very, very well, and they were one of the Thailand teams to watch. You had that duo of Dynasty and Riz that just seemed unstoppable. Unfortunately, when it came to Armory's performance at PGS 3 and 4, it was very lackluster, and they couldn't really show up on that international stage. And yeah, like you said, they're not here in these qualifiers, but there is one player from Armory here in these qualifiers. About just over 2 weeks ago, Dynasty joined Buriram, and so part of that dynamic duo of Dynasty and Riz has now separated from Armory and joined Buriram in place of Noadra. I mean, I'm not the biggest expert to be able to tell you whether that's a flat upgrade or not. I know that Dynasty has insane fragging potential, and maybe that's what Buriram was looking for. Maybe that's why they picked up Dynasty. I'm excited to see how that works in Buriram. There's obviously a lot of nostalgia for me when it comes to Buriram and their performances in 2021, I believe it was. They hit that international stage running and showed a lot of what the APAC region was capable of. And maybe this move getting Dynasty is what Buriram and the rest of that kind of region needs to really show up again.
Yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to what form of potential could they offer as in these matches with those form changes and 2 weeks notice. It's actually a really short time. So how will the dynamics play out for the side of Buriram United? Speaking of which, they got themselves an early drop into Milta Power, where we have gotten all these teams to be moving into their respective territories, so we probably won't see any form of early scuffle at the meantime. But I'm looking at Milta, though, as well as Farm, QC, as well as another Thai squad being around the vicinity, so we might still see small little duels happen from the first stage of the tournament. So let's check out Reluctant Squad, a team that we've been able to spot back in Phase 1. Now back in action once more, and a million looking to shred members of the 𝐏𝐿𝐋𝐁, and just like that, UpChen Savior, they're down and out.
I mean, fighting back though is Leo, but he's only got a pistol. Van Nye has to do a lot here, but he gets taken down. Trades back and forth. We enter a 2 versus 2. 𝐷𝐿𝐋 have lost 2 members, fully flushed out. Reluctant Squad have a couple members that they could res, but they need to finish this fight very, very cleanly. No way Leo's fighting back with a pistol. What a knock from him. It's looking definitely in the favor of Reluctant Squad. They just can't lose their heads as they get kind of stuck and surrounded in this flat top here. As long as they take these fights together, which they didn't do in that instance. Down goes Zayu. DZX look like they're in control of this now. The downed players will be passing across information. Both players in that bottom floor now. He still has a pistol as well. Absolutely, he is going to be the bait. He runs in first. Oh, I mean, not in that instance, but I guess they know they're rezzing on the roof. Leo looking for a gun elsewhere, desperately trying to find something better than a pistol.
My. And what a turnaround of events. Despite him not having the best start possible, or should I even say the entire squad of DZX, were still scavenging for weapons. And even with that hit start, it seems like a Reluctant squad, they're unable to go through with these revives. And it's still down to a 2 versus 2 at the moment. There's a shadow being spotted out by Bohang, though. So he's definitely got great ideas of how to approach this. But doing this all alone is definitely going to be a daunting task. So really down to how this plays out. And look at those shots! Wong with the opener, and he will shut down the entirety of DZX. That was not even close.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it got close to maybe losing out on Jun and Van Nye. They almost... I mean, I think it was well played from Reluctant Squad, realizing that both of their players that were downed were getting very low HP, and so if they wanted to save both of those players and keep 4 up, they needed to take that fight. Reluctant Squad could have sat on that roof and waited for DZX to make a move, but they didn't. They recognized that if they wanted to save those downed players, they needed to be the ones to make a move, and Hwang just hit some insane shots. A bit of a fadeaway on that window, and then just straight through the door. Pure confidence into that top floor. Beautiful stuff from Reluctant Squad to start out Game 1.
Yeah, and that is how we start off our show. I'm not complaining at all.
And here we
Give
go,
us
another
more
fight.
and more of these kind of fights, and speaking of which, comes the push as they immediately spotted out 6-9. Pain just makes it swift. They also do manage to at least get a trade going on, so Mingzi will eventually need to at least acquire a little bit of assistance. But 𝐏𝐿𝐿, they're also sending it all the way to the lighthouse while Pain tries to tap him out. Bring him down to 40% of HP, but it's not going to be all too easy to do so. There's still a member of SGD in the form of MML trying to go up close and personal. There's barely enough space for him to actually go for a fight, but only with the MP5K in hand, he's got to at least get a little bit closer. And speaking of which, nades are now passed right in. MML, gotta look out. Tries to pry open the door. What a position being held by UNC at the moment as Destroy picks up Jervis.
Oh, traded though quickly by MML. I'm loving this all-or-nothing playstyle. You could see the members of Unicorn Cyber sending it straight up to Lighthouse to try and flush out Mings, and then MML was like literally driving behind that Unicorn player to make sure that that flush couldn't come out. Unfortunately, they lose Jervis. He came up to help as well, but maybe a lack of communication and not knowing where Destroy was. Unfortunately, Jervis loses his life, but SGD saving their teammates at no matter what the cost right now. Unicorn Cyber on the back foot, coming in, diving straight at the single player. They've isolated Pain. They have to be able to take him out if they want any chance at fighting back in this, what is it now, a 2v3.
Storming right through, but Long X coming into the corner, finds Mingzi trying to join in the fight. Arms now spotted out, quick taps coming from Pain, but that's not enough. SGD goes out with an early exit. Though despite them securing that one-pointer, it could have been much more for them.
Damn. Again, that all-or-nothing playstyle from SGD. They were chasing Unicorn Cyber everywhere they went. Up to Lighthouse, back down to Glass. It just ended in their demise this time round. Having to be the ones that entered onto Glass was... I mean, it just wasn't in their favor. Unicorn Cyber were ready for it. It's a nice turnaround from Pain. He almost hit that 90-degree flick, but just not enough. And now Reluctant Squad, off the back of their win in Ferry Pier, are straight over here, recognizing that Unicorn Cyber is now a very weakened team. Reluctant Squad could go straight up to 7 kills here. And with Hwang at that Wizard Tower as well, it's not going to be easy for Unicorn Cyber to cross that bridge. He's got the muzzle brake on the AK as well, so if you were questioning whether or not Hwang is going to be able to hit a spray onto a car here, then that muzzle brake should give you a little bit more confidence that it mightn't be that difficult. 6, 7, 8, 9 going straight up to Lighthouse? No, rotating back. Maybe trying to get some sort of scout off up to Lighthouse is probably the smart play. Make sure that no one across on military is already camping you. But Unicorn Cyber have absolutely no idea that Reluctant Squad is here. They should have an idea. Considering Reluctant Squad were fighting in Ferry Pier, if Unicorn Cyber knew where that drop was, where those two teams were going to fight, then they should have a decent idea that an approach like this could be possible.
True enough. Meanwhile, Long X going for a reload in a very tough position as well. Thankfully, he's not being spotted out. And Unicorn Cyber, since they're taking this form of compound, they should be expecting visitors. But Reluctant Squad, they're just being absolutely silent for the moment. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Now that Long X is on wheels, we're going to move into a different site as Lock You Up will try to get past this bridge. Seemingly enough, we're getting ourselves a southern ending, I suppose, with only a side of the circumference of the circle appearing by base 1. So, majority of these teams will be looking to move into the islands while Reluctant Squad finally go in for the pickup, knocking down not only a member, but also taking down 6 to 9.
Yeah, so, I mean, that confirms that Unicorn Cyber were not aware that Reluctant Squad could be in this area, which makes me think that they genuinely had no idea where Reluctant Squad and DZX fought off the bat. So certainly a lesson for Unicorn Cyber. To be fair as well, they were totally engaged in their own fight with SGD, so... Oi, 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 okay! A quick switch and QC has 4 kills like that. Lock You Up. Welcome to the lobby. Down and out. They do knock one off the back of a run over, but it's not enough to get any sort of kills. A very clean start from a couple different teams here. Reluctant Squad, Q confirm. Unicorn Cyber, decent fight onto SGD, but now it's looking desperate for them. 1 player up, and he's got 4 members of Reluctant Squad to deal with. They'll have Fort information. He's on fire, up on the top floor. It's an easy kill for Van Nye. Unicorn Cyber go out, and we are at 8 minutes or 9 minutes in. We've already lost 4 teams. If this is going to be the pace of this play-in lobby, then yeah, just give me this all day.
Yeah, it could even get rowdier as the game goes by. This is just phase 1, ladies and gents, and Reluctant Squad is absolutely popping off right now with those 7 points acquired. But QC, that moment by the bridge, we only got a glimpse of it on how they've been able to set up that camp over onto the eastern side of the bridge, and yeah, they just absolutely got that full clear going for them. So perfect start, as if they really want to hold on to that same location as well, they could absolutely do so with plenty more teams yet to move into the island at the moment. Speaking of which, Eagle 36 is going to take the long way route, but are they going to be safe enough though? I really want to take a look at the mini-map to really gauge what else would potentially happen in moments time. But for now, this is what we've got so far. 12 teams remaining, and there we go. Oh, wow.
All right.
Okay, Sonoska Island it is.
Yeah, first time we've seen the circle, but that's not an easy one to navigate. Reluctant Squad should have a decently easy time across that bridge. PMA aren't close enough to camp. They're sitting inside those yellows for the most part. TMP is too far down, so Reluctant Squad just have to make sure they're careful enough, make sure they're grouped, and they should get across that bridge pretty easily. They've certainly earned it, taking all those fights on that northern side. They've earned at least a free bridge cross, but there's already a very solid amount of teams down here on Sosnovka. E-Arena, one of them, very nicely spread on the south, controlling not only the military base, but also the road just below it. TMP, they got here early. They're controlling that iconic compound just to the north of E-Arena, in between all those hills. They're actually going to spot Reluctant Squad crossing that bridge. I said they had to stay grouped. They are quite grouped, maybe one a little bit far ahead, but as they cross this bridge, are they aware of where PMA reside? Absolutely not. You can see off there in the distance, one of the Reluctant Squad members copped a headshot. Unsure whether he got knocked, but they certainly are getting knocked now. Hoang fighting back. PMA have a little bit of trouble at the Yellow's compound. Only
Van Nye now being knocked down, but it's still going to be pretty much an even fight for the side of Reluctant Squad. They did manage to secure one of the members of PMA at the moment. Wrong now, looking for that pickup, but they're doing it right across PMA. While Shushu managed to spot out Jun's approach with the flank. Flank now being denied, but Shushu does get himself a lot more space to work with. That being confirmed, Van Nye will really have to look out. This is how currently happening through his book as they battle their way through. 21, Soki too much! As that will be long to eventually bring him down on his knees. While Ziyu looking for a push. Such a tough space to play out, and mind you, there's going to be plenty more teams that might arrive from the mainland if they take this fight for way too long. So they really got to settle the scores real quick.
Yeah, you're dead on. They have to... I mean, both teams have to finish this relatively quickly. Lunlun stuck inside this building. Reluctant Squad completely surrounding it. That's all 3 members of Reluctant Squad. And so even though PMA were here first, Reluctant Squad have come out on top of this fight so far. Not ideal, and maybe they could have avoided this if they had scouted, but that said, maybe PMA were being very silent. Maybe they were being hidden. And so Reluctant Squad would have had no idea either way. Dashushu trying to help out his teammate who can hear all of the footsteps around him. Out the window, he does get that knock onto Van Nuys. Van Nuys put down very low. A desperate res attempt, but it just doesn't land. Lun Lun turns this into a 2v2. Huang stays on the roof. Probably got the biggest job right now. I suppose they're all taking their own 1v1s, and there's that third party that you mentioned. There's that all-important... I mean, it's over. All-important third party. Forest get involved. They take out Reluctant Squad with the help of PMA. PMA will be happy that Forest showed up. But Forest will also now know that PMA is weak. If they've been counting their kill feed correctly, they'll know PMA are down to 2, and this makes that... Well, that makes this, sorry, a very realistic breach.
True enough, Forest definitely keeping their eyes peeled onto that specific compound, but they're also sending a few members to overlook the bridge as well, just in case if there's going to be any teams who are looking to pass. But for now, PMA gets that full reset. They also get a couple of supplies, but only down to 2 members. I'm not too sure if it will be wise of PMA to still stay in that very same spot, because there's still a lot more space somewhere towards the north side of the island that can be occupied if they would really like to take a little bit more of that open area just for a safety measure. But if they want to stay around, they can actually look for a direct commit against the rest of Forest later on. Now, with a little bit more of a tap coming from Pet Dread, we'll be giving some info back towards Eagle 36, but they're definitely not looking to fully commit to this fight because you can only do a little bit of wear and tear through helmets as well as vests. Not too much more other than that. So for now, teams that are already well sorted into the island, they're going to be happy with what they've got. But I'm thinking about maybe late emergency pickups for certain teams who are still maybe somewhere on the mainland or so to be able to at least get a whole lot more of a better space to play with.
E36 in a interesting spot. I'd like to see... I suppose I'd like to see them spread out a little bit more, but they are totally justified sitting a couple members inside this compound. There's just so many hills around them that they could fully utilize. And here's Forest continuing to at least gather some information on PMA. If they can knock one at PMA, then it's almost a guaranteed breach. You take that any day of the week. You're going to clear a side. This is basically where you want to enter the next zone from anyway. We're going to move over to the west, though. X Stadium up against RTL. Ninja 2K stuck in the blue. Almost needs to get this knock if he wants to help not only himself, but his team as well. You can see X Stadium remaining pretty steadfast in holding that valley. They couldn't get that knock. There's also an X Stadium member who just got a res inside the blue. So this is RTL mostly surrounded by X Stadium. As long as these X Stadium members don't get knocked, it's going to be very difficult for Rusreal to navigate this fight.
Yeah, 𝐿 has to just run right through. Meanwhile, the other members are still tagging out the blue zone. They can't stay for far too long. Space 4 onwards is absolutely going to hurt, but that blue makes it hurt even much more so. Beautiful headshot coming from that blue. Now the push comes into effect with Metal D pushing up ahead. They should be able to at least catch a glimpse of 𝐿 the further he extends this breach, while Long K will eventually go for some confirmation out there. 3 points already for X Stadium right now. Titus finds another one on the block as well.
This is well handled from X Stadium. This could fall apart really easily. Being stuck in the blue like this, taking close-range AR fights, it could easily fall apart. DCE crossed the bridge straight into Forest line of sight, but pretty sure Forest are mostly trying to deal with PMA and trying to keep information up on them, so they weren't fully prepped for a bridge cross. They get nothing out of that. Forest now quickly turn their attention towards PMA, but they've also got to stay focused on DCE, as they're going to be an absolute threat. PMA down. No, sorry, that's Rusreal down and out. PMA in the kill feed because DCE has done a full 180 straight into that compound that PMA owns. Forest is like, yeah, okay, we'll take this. This is an easier third party for us. Now we don't have to deal with PMA. Now we've got a few more kills to get.
There's plenty more, and it seems like every action is actually happening here over on the northwestern end, where Forest just taking a little bit more of a slow approach, understanding that there might just be more than just one squad being around this vicinity. DCE just marking that territory. But it's definitely going to be very difficult for the Thai squad of Forest to make their run out of this area. But instead of committing into the compound, they are driving further into the southern end, perhaps giving themselves a little bit more access into the circle. Whereas, just going for a drive-by, spots out key members of XS, and that will be a perfect spray down over on the Metal D.
I'd be very surprised if Forest kind of get out of this without taking any losses. Not only have they had to deal with PMA, all of a sudden DCE got into the mix. Now 𝐾𝐿 tried to make it across from the west into Forest's territory, essentially. But Forest have dealt with them. 𝐾𝐿 go out in the kill feed. They may lose Olympus here. Nice shooting by 𝐷. It does go down. Lun as well. PMA eliminated. DCE have managed to survive that bridge cross as 4. They breach that compound. They take out PMA. Maybe they'll lose one member here. Okay, they will, but to be honest with you, to come across to military that late and still survive with 3 up is a feat on its own. Forest now the ones looking worse for wear. They have to get that res up because DCE is about to make this push.
Yeah, it was just absolutely impressive that Forest Natural Gaming still managed to navigate their way out of that danger zone, just considering the fact that there's already 2 to 3 teams prior overlooking onto that facility, especially DCE being the absolute threat. Now they're holding themselves back, just understanding that running out in the open will be pretty much tough for them, as the rest of Forest Natural Gaming are just overlooking the hills at the moment. So very careful approaches coming in from the Vietnamese squad. So far, accruing a total of 4 pointers out there. A very decent start on their debut here in Phase 2. But any further they go up north, they're still Eagle 36, but that's not going to be much of a concern for now. Whereas BRU, they got themselves directly in the center of the play area. So not going to be contested at the moment. We probably might see BRU having a very comfortable access heading into a potential top 5.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be able to sit pretty inside that compound for, I mean, a decent while now, and that's almost an ideal circle for them. They're just going to be able to hold out their edge really, really, really well. You can see QC and eArena might even get into a fight that Buriram could third party. So, I mean, they're destined to have a decent game here. They just kind of can't lose themselves as they spread out of that compound. It's very easy to get knocked. The tree line is deceivingly bad. And there's a lot of angles that you could get knocked from. So as long as Buriram are careful, I think they're strapped in for a decent game. QC, eArena, they've got to take some fights. QC already copping some knocks from Enterforce 36 on the northern edge, who actually are quite set up very nicely. I mean, staggering the blue with a couple players is incredibly powerful. You can see they're already keeping their eyes on Q-Confirm and making life difficult for them. They're going to get information on DCE here, and they've got a couple members already with a foothold inside the zone. So good macro play so far from E36.
Yeah, I got to really commend on their absolute effort to just navigate their way through. Now they would have a clear idea of how to exactly breach into Phase 5 as well as potentially even 6. There is still a lot of open spacing, which they will have to drive safely across if it closes directly into the center. Meanwhile, FWE Esports spots the members of TMP rotating up the hills, and they will be sending it straight for Scappy to just pick up the mega loss. Whereas Banana One tries to go in for the spray down with the AUG, not really landing the perfect shot. Scappy does eliminate one of the members of TMP. So they're not really finding the right spacing. They're just diving directly to the meat grinder. 3 teams directly to the west. We're going to see some big battles happening real soon.
This should be, I don't want to say a cleanup for FW, but it's certainly going to be a lot easier and made easier even now by taking down Scappy. They've got the high ground here. Forest, KM99 stuck in that ditch. DCE very constricted on that northwestern edge of the zone. FW, all the high ground in the world to be able to take down DCE, and I feel like it's unrealistic to expect any other team to peek over from that high ground to that northeast. FW should have most of this ground for free and a lot of freedom. I mean, you can see no one's at the peak of that hill right now, so FW controlling DCE. They've just got to deal with KM99. KM99 could be a problem for either team, but FW take him out. Another kill added to their tally. And a lot of stress removed. Now they can purely focus on the only other threat that's really close to them. You can see E36, they could extend to the top of that hill, but I think that would be a disaster for E36. They might just lose too many members, as they kind of already have, actually. The 2 members, I think, were staggering the blue go down. That's all of E36 down. As they enter into the circle, that foothold was not exactly as solid as we might have thought it was. And so that opens up even more room now for FW. The peak of that hill is theirs.
My, Q confirmed. They're just looking absolutely explosive from that bridge setup all the way down to spotting out the entirety of E36. They just have all these swift battles, and right now taking place is 𝐸 going up against the entirety of E-Arena as they manage to knock both these members down. And just like that,
damn.
Even the civil rivalry between these two tied teams are drawing to a close, with Khan having the absolute beautiful angles popping out the tower, but he's absolutely low. Has to pull back. He is coming back in with the shots as they will eliminate all 4 members of E-Arena in just a swift moment in time. Now, only 5 teams remaining. And just like that, instant response comes out from the side of FW Esports.
I mean, their first 4v4 that we see Buriram take, and it's pretty swift. Khan, he does get knocked, but he will get res. That's what I was saying. You've got to be careful extending outside of those... sorry, I can't even speak. Outside of that compound, because there are just angles that you may not expect to be exposed to, but as greedy as you can be while in that compound, you also got to make sure that you're safe. Latte from TMP, taken down. That nade was a slam dunk through the door. Nothing that he could do to avoid that. We enter into our top 4. QC, Buriram, FW, DCE. 3 of what you might consider the top teams, and maybe a dark horse in Dongchi Esports. Banana 1. I mean, this is not pretty from DCE, but I don't think they're going to necessarily go out here. They've got... I feel like the angles are okay for them to just be able to survive. QC might be the biggest issue for them, but if they can avoid losing members to QC, then DCE could make it through to a top 3 here.
True enough. Meanwhile, there's still Buriram just taking the firm control over onto the far eastern corner of the map, so there will still be pressure being applied to the members of QC at the very same time. Perhaps there are moments where DCE could still opt for a push, but Noara gets a quick tap over onto 𝐸, bringing down Naxi is also FW, so these fights are coming in from multiple angles. From now loses Chiz King, while Buriram is already down and out. These teams are absolutely relentless right now. Q confirm. As much as they like to take more of that space over on the southern side, FW is just in full control over on the hills.
This is where Nawadra ended up as well. Buriram essentially swapping Dynasty for Nawadra. Nawadra over to Q confirm, and in the first game, QC have bested their... Oh my... Okay, Raze. Yeah. Alright, no worries. Mark 14 straight to the dome of Petret. Maybe a little bit more difficult for QC to make this work than we thought, but they're still fighting back. They're hitting such sharp shots right now. They've just got to be careful of DCE on the flank. They are. He does get knocked to the blue. Nawadra knocked in turn. This is turning into an absolute mess, and a mess that FW are going to look to clean up nicely. FW fully taking advantage of all of the third parties around them, fully taking advantage of all of the weak teams in this zone. It's just 1 member of DCE remaining. FW have played this almost to perfection. They do lose 1 knock, but they'll clean it up in the end. It's a 9-kill win from FW.
What a dominant performance, getting themselves that chicken dinner here in Game 1 as they set themselves up for success throughout the play-ins. It was a really good start where we see a whole lot of rupture fights from the get-go all the way till the very final phase. And my, I'm pleasantly surprised that FW, they just held through these high grounds, and they just had all these corners covered through. Putting that pressure onto QC was the best move. The moment that DCE was also setting up for that ambush, so that was perfectly played out on the right moment in the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, this was game 1, and game 1 had an insane amount of early action. DZX losing it almost immediately. Reluctant Squad went on to have a 9-kill game from this moment. They then went over to the bridge and racked up even more kills. So I mean, this was a very telling game one, and even throughout that mid game, even into that that late game, we were getting 4v4s, we were getting team fights across the board. FW maybe one of the only teams in that game that was more inclined to take on the third party rather than anything else. SGD putting up a very valiant effort to try and save multiple members. I mean, look at MML driving in right behind Destroy here. It's just unfortunate that Jervis rocks up at the wrong time. MML not able to trade it until just that moment. But yeah, I mean, the early game of this game was very unstable.
Yeah, it was bonkers, I tell you that. Where the fights really was just a hair strand close for SGD to actually finish up with great numbers up ahead, but Unicorn Cyber, they were pretty much well prepared as well. We finally actually get that perfect glimpse of this moment. And look at Petrat though.
Yeah.
My, that spray down was just phenomenal.
Very clean. I mean, that's almost as clean as you'd want a bridge camp to go, especially when all of the members are in 4 different cars. It can be quite difficult, but didn't look very difficult for QC. And I mean, as we go into this late game here during the highlights, I think it's a very commendable job by QC altogether. I mean, being able to survive on that edge, rack up 11 to 12 kills or something like that, and only fall because they had multiple different teams to deal with. It's a very, very, very commendable effort from them, and I mean, it's a good sign for QC for the rest of this lobby. That Noadra pickup might just be what they needed.
Yeah, I do, of course, know that Noadra can actually provide a whole lot more for the team. So perhaps things will be a lot better heading into our second match of Wrangle. But for Natural Gaming, I thought that they would have actually gotten a lot of advantages because they put themselves into a tough spot from the get-go where they were part of those 4 teams that were cutting across from bridge. They did manage to take a decent position, but there was still a little bit more of that pressure applied from the side of FW that sees them lose out a couple of members. And up to that point, there's only Cam99 sandwiched in between VCE, E-Arena in the mix as well. And
yeah,
it was just absolutely tough where we saw BRU looking to have a really good position. They only managed to take down E-Arena, and after that, they also got pretty much ambushed from multiple corners of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still a decent showing for Buriram. Just kind of difficult to leave the valley that they were in and push up towards QC. Certainly doable, but not enough freedom for them to actually make that happen. A very decent showing by a lot of teams in that game one. I'm very positive on the outlook going into the rest of this lobby. I mean, it's only game one. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think there were very decent performances by a lot of teams, and that tells me that this is going to be a very competitive 16-team lobby.
It already is, judging from the looks of it, where we have majority of the teams, other than perhaps 1 or 2 who was trying to get across the bridge, to be taken out rather early. We even saw SGD, despite them not really gaining that plenty of points, they still managed to put up quite a decent fight against those members of Unicorn Cyber. And of course, I felt like the biggest winners here were, of course, the team that did manage to start off from very pure. So DZX is definitely a titan of the team coming from Taiwan. I did expect them to be overwhelmed by Reluctant Squad, who we last saw. They were only starting off with pistols and still managed to turn that one around. Despite falling out early, that was some massive points that they've garnered. Like 9 points to start off. Like, that definitely puts them into it up in the running for where they will be leading into the leaderboards later on. But game one, still plenty more games to go, so it's not solidified as for the moment. So do expect even teams that got shut down early on to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned DZX. I'm fully confident they'll be able to bounce back. We saw some fantastic performances from Upchen in the rehearsal games yesterday. He looked incredibly sharp, which is, again, rehearsal games, but still, he looked on point. So hopefully we can see more of that going to these upcoming games. FW Esports rack up 19 points, but again, off the back of 12 kills, QC coming in second place, a very respectable 17. And Reluctant Squad, who went out relatively early, as we said, they racked up 9 kills, which is very respectable. DCE put on a decent endgame performance as well, 13 for them. Buriram, as they came out of those yellows, you're expecting a decent game from them. I think they won't be too disappointed with 7 points. Their average points per game should be a lot higher, or higher than that, but that first game for them, nothing to worry about. And I mean, look, as we go throughout the rest of the leaderboard, just pick most of those teams, and you could name a decent performance from them during that game, whether it was a couple kills or a one team fight or a moment where they survived. Yeah, pick a name, and I'm sure I can give you a decent highlight.
Yeah, true enough. Meanwhile, of course, E-Arena probably will just need a little bit of a warm-up to get their engines running. Despite them really getting into the island, having a decent spot to go about, it didn't really seem like they were prepared well enough to take on Forever United. They were pretty much well scouted, but still, FW Esports absolutely deserving of a win on how they've been able to approach that end game, having very good positions all across that final zone, and that they were not just waiting for things to happen, they were very proactive into really putting VCE in a little bit of a pinch for them to eventually rotate to QC. And I felt like that decision was the game-winning play, because eventually they have it all wrapped up over on that cornered map by just having them pretty much funnel into that same sort of direction where QC's at.
Well, that's game one in the books. Although I think Erangel is a good map to start on, at least. You kind of get a decent idea of where all these teams are in a macro sense. So they have game one jitters. Are the players on point? Are they warming up into it? I think Erangel's a good map for that. It's the one that everyone knows. And so even if you are a little bit nervous heading into these games, Erangel should calm your nerves down just a little bit. I think eventually we're going to end on Miramar, which could make things weird, but that's a couple days from now. That's Erangel 1 in the books, and yeah, most of these teams are looking, all right.
Yeah, they look more than all right, especially, Q confirm. I was just paying attention onto most of their eliminations where, of course, we had that bridge setup that was absolutely clean with that spray down, and then that full-on take against E36. We were just complimenting on E36 on how much info they've been able to gather. Despite that, just instantly traded out within seconds. Not even a direct fight coming in from E36. QC looks to be very formidable when what they really could potentially offer heading into these upcoming games, and I'm absolutely excited because they are trailing in hot to our big winners of FW Esports at the moment. So we'll definitely have to pay close attention to these boys.
Yeah, and remember E36 as well, we looked at them briefly for a moment, and I complimented what they had going on in a macro sense with their positioning. We thought that they were going to lock out QC, or at least that's what I thought in the back of my mind. I thought, okay, these guys have decent positions, they are eventually going to have to move in, but, QC is struggling. When we looked at QC from Enterforce 36's POV, they were in the woods, in smokes, one of them was knocked, and that's usually not a good sign. But QC came out on top, like you said, so it's very, very, very good signs for QC. I wouldn't say it's worrying for E36. I think maybe when you look at the way that E36 had to come in, they were going to end up in a very limited spot regardless. They were going to end up in a bowl or a defilade, a ditch, and it was going to be difficult for them to survive anyway, which is why I think it was very important for them to have those two players outside on the edge, staggering, weakening the teams around them, making sure they could gather as much information as possible. Just didn't really result in a fantastic result for E36. But yeah, I like what you said. I think QC is, I mean, you look at that name and you go, yeah, they should be in the top 8. And I think based off game one's performance, which we don't want to hang too much on game one, but yeah, very much enjoyed what I saw from QC game one.
Yeah, it was just lovely stuff. So far we're getting a lot of all these chaotic fights as well through the bridges, and I like the fact that we've always asked for island endings, and we basically kicked off
game one.
Yeah, like, we get it from the get-go, so it can only get better from here on out, right? Whether if it's mainland or so, I'm pretty sure that it would still be very challenging for a lot of all these teams to still navigate around. So we'll see what game 2 has to offer, but based on game 1's performances, of course, I'm pleasantly surprised with even all these up-and-coming names coming in from the Vietnamese qualifiers, where DCE, they're just basically making their debut, and that is just one hell of a show that they've been able to put up, where they were going up against so many of these teams that were all over onto that West Bridge, and managing to not only make the cut, also pushed out big teams like Forest Natural Gaming to go into that mid-grinder. It's just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I think it's a solid performance from, yeah, like you said, a relatively unknown team, at least to me personally. But when they crossed that bridge, Forest had an opportunity to take out at least one of DCE. They didn't. DCE fully took advantage of that. They breached into that that compound to the east of the bridge. They took out PMA. Maybe it was a bit slow, but they got there in the end. And then their priorities after that seemed reasonable. It was just get across the road, bunker down, survive, get a car fort going, put some smokes up, and just kind of scout our end game and see what we can do. And I think that's a very solid, like, thought process. I think that's a very solid line of play. Maybe a more inexperienced team, or a team that didn't really know what they were doing, would try and cross that road and do too much. And when you try to do too much, sometimes that can fall apart. I think honestly that's probably what happened to Forest in that game. I think maybe they tried to do too much. They spread themselves too thin. They didn't have time to deal with all their threats properly. They obviously not getting one on DCE crossing the bridge made it difficult for them to then go up against X Stadium when they crossed the road and X Stadium were in those ditches. I mean, look, we could analyze that game forever, but I do agree. I think it's a solid line of play from DCE. They took the advantages they had. If you're DCE and you're crossing that bridge, you're thinking we're dead. You know, like we're straight,
Yeah.
4 of us are crossing the bridge. We should not survive here. But they did, and they took full advantage of it.
Yeah, that vehicle bunker play as well, because due to them having these form of resources, they could have actually held out so much longer as compared to some of all these other teams that, you know, didn't really have some of all these resources. So on top of that, DCE, they weren't just hiding out. They were actively trading back at Forest and also all the other teams over onto the hillside. But FW, after those fights that has taken place between E-Arena as well as Buram United, I felt like they saw that golden opportunity to just make pretty sure that anything over on South is absolutely cleared out. So I felt like after that, that confidence begins to just ooze out of the members of FW that, okay, now we just have to pay attention onto both QC as well as DCE to be able to wrap that one up. But yeah, like what we are seeing so far, and I can't wait for our next round to start. But of course, it's going to be happening in a moment's time, so you guys could chill, get a couple of snacks while we're at it. So
Podcast mode for a little bit, as you said. Yep.
We'll definitely want to check out, you know, all these new names out there. Is there any particular player that absolutely wowed you in that match, Extreme?
No particular player, I'd say. I think I still want to know. I mean, I was super hyped up on Dynasty and Riz from Armory since I think I first started watching them. And so I want to know what Dynasty's impact's going to be on Buriram. I want to know what their peak is going to be, whether they are going to be a team that can contest with T5, that they can contest with the Expendables, they can contest with Cerberus, right? I want to know if they can get to that level and do it internationally as well. But then, of course, I want to know what Nawadra's impact on QC is going to be. Like, to me, it's right now, it's not essentially about the individual players who are performing and the individual players who might be able to pop off. It's more about the roster moves and what they can do for the teams that have made those moves. So yeah, very interesting to figure out what's going to happen there.
That's right, and this is our first match's MVP. It's none other than Raze has been able to pop off with those 4 takedowns as Bishop. Quite a significant damage throughout the course of the run, and while doing so, he's been able to also spot out quite a number of players wrapping around those edges in order to keep FW pretty much afloat throughout the entire process. And of course, maximum survival time as the rest of FW did end up with the chicken dinner.
I mean, every time we've seen Raze compete in a tournament, I feel like he's been the standout for the team he's been on. I feel like he's been on FW for quite some time as well. He's absolutely the standout player, or at least the name that rings out to me the most on FW. So I feel like he's definitely going to be the one that you need to rely on. He's going to be the one that might be your carry, maybe not a hard carry, but you know, he is the Dynasty of Armory Gaming, or, you know, whatever. But yeah, every time I've seen Raze, I think he's put on a decent show, and so it makes sense that he's the MVP of that match.
And with that being wrapped up, we're going in for another dive into Erangel in a moment's time. And after that, it's going to be a quick visit into Rondo and then Taego for match 4. I feel like the match 3 as well as match 4 setup will be pretty interesting as to how teams will actually play, because we've got no clue yet about some of all these drop spot, whether if there's going to be any form of contest. But at least for this upcoming match, they've already established certain ground control, so we haven't really seen all too much of a hot drop other than very pure. So will they actually settle scores heading into this game 2? We're about to find out real soon.
Yeah, well, that plane path as well was, I feel like it was more southern than, I mean, it was definitely more of a southern plane path. And so that allowed for that very pure hot drop. But I wonder if we're going to see any northern hot drops, whether there's going to be any kind of congestion elsewhere on the map, if the plane path is a little bit more fair. I guess we're just going to have to find out as we move into game 2. But yeah, I think, again, like I said earlier, it's a good place to start on Erangel.
Yeah, it definitely is. And at least everyone's pretty much in their comfort level of how they would like to ideally rotate and stuff. But you know, for some other teams, they probably need to still make certain adaptation, as we did take a close look into some of the early few teams that went out, that being DZX and also Inner Squad from the Taiwanese region, or should I say even Hong Kong. So it was pretty tough, but of course, they could only do much better from here on out.
Yeah, it was RNG. I mean, like, you're dropping the very pure like that. We're looking at them in the bottom floor, and one of them's got a Vector, and then like 2 of them don't have any guns. So it's just pure RNG. Which, I mean, look, that's a strategy. If you want to go for that kind of strategy, it's just obviously very risky. So if they want to do it again, I think there might be a bit more misc mitigation, I think.
Yeah, perhaps so. And of course, when it comes down to island circles like that, you always gotta navigate your way through, or maybe you just send a scout to just see if there's gonna be anyone camping by these quarters, but gotta do a quick build because plenty of teams are also looking to move into this island. So I guess like that was one of the challenges heading into game 1, where we already start off on a really crazy run for some of these guys. But if it's gonna be somewhere towards the mainland, probably we'll see it to be a little bit less problematic for certain teams that, of course, has the direct access into the mainland. So we'll just have to really see how it plays out. And it's definitely a good point that you brought out, where, you know, that flight path probably have made certain teams to decide for an alternative drop instead, which we saw that altercation erupted over onto very pure. So perhaps if it's going to be pretty much linear, clear-cut direct access through the middle, so it probably won't be so difficult for teams to make decisions into where exactly to drop. But I guess we'll just have to wait and find out as we go on a quick break. And when we come back, we'll bring you game 2.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. It will fully eliminate our enemies.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐄𝐿 was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape. Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear. Grab the new Survivor Pass and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. It will be eliminated. Our enemies
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project 𝐏𝐿𝐿 was humanity's hope. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape, Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back once again to the APAC qualifiers of the PGS, and we're moving quickly into Wrangle for our second match. If you guys miss out any form of action, be sure to stay up to date by following us on all social media platforms of PUBG Esports. And with that being said, Game 1 has been wrapped up by FW Esports taking the first chicken dinner. We'll find out soon who will be the next to take the big win home.
Yeah, and as we head into Game 2, I'm interested to see not only what the playing path is going to be, but obviously whether or not we're going to see that Fairy Pier hot drop, whether we see any other kind of contests. Is the playing path fair? Is it unfair? I guess we're about to find out in a few seconds. I think that Fairy Pier hot drop, if it does happen again, there might be a little bit more strategy involved this time round, rather than everyone dropping straight onto that flat top. Or at least that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. We are in Yasnaya for this flyby, so maybe that's an indication of the playing path. That's an absolutely ridiculous assumption. The playing path is probably all the way south again, and it's just going to be another military game. I have absolutely no idea. We are going straight through the middle of the map. It looks like over Rozhok, over school, close to Pochinki. And so this playing path is going to allow for that Fairy Pier hot drop if they want it. If anything, it might be a little bit of a stretch, but if they really want to make that hot drop happen, they absolutely will. E-Arena out on the north, spreading out quite nicely. That seems to be their territory. Don't mess with them. I'm just trying to look at any other like close proximity teams. Obviously, there's a lot of people hopping out to the east, but doesn't seem like they're all going to go for any sort of early action. That early action is the only early action we're going to get, which is in Fairy Pier.
Yeah, it seems like we're going in for round 2 between DZX as well as some of the players that we've last seen won out the trade from Vietnam. I gotta get back into what the name is. Oh, sorry, my eyes couldn't really see through from the screen at the moment. But of course, we get to that in just a quick bit. Reluctant Squad. There we go. But this time around, it's on an absolute different setting, as it will take us through areas like Stauber, Islam Pollyanna, and some areas of Shelter to kick things off. But what will happen over on the south side is what we'll have to find out, with Raze already looking for taps over on to Dynasty, still up in the air, and that's one hell of a shot connecting, but that's only about 20% of his HP. He's going to be 𝐴𝐿KIO.
Yeah.
And just empty out the chamber, only 5 bullets left. I don't think there's any more time to waste. You should go ahead to loot up a whole lot more. But BRU, they're definitely looking for a better run heading into this match.
Yeah, I mean, if Game 1 from them was nothing special, of course. We know what their peak kind of looks like, and I think they're in a decent spot here to to have another decent game. They are out of the current Phase 1 circle, but the eastern side of this zone is mostly free. The western side is where all of the contention is, and so Buriram have that coast road that they can rotate through. They can take a priority position somewhere on the eastern side of this zone. Especially if they know that the east is going to be soft side. The plane is through the middle of the map. They would have seen the circle. They're probably very aware that east is not going to be super contested. That also allows them to take a lot more time looting up as well. They can be super confident to get basically everything that they need and still head into the Phase 1 zone knowing that they're probably not going to encounter any early actions. So Buriram set up nicely. Maybe a bit too much to predict off of a Phase 1 pop, but I think on paper they're in a decent spot, and that's Ferry Pier hot drop. Either it didn't really happen or it's still waiting to happen, because no one is dead, no one is knocked on either Reluctant Squad or DZX, and so maybe they are taking their time. Maybe this is a 4v4 that has yet to really pop off. Either way, Olympus, I was going to say an opportunity onto Megalos, but Megalos passes him by, doesn't go anywhere near Cube, all the way straight to the north for TMP. They're going to take an early rotate into this zone.
Yeah, I really do like this, as there's still plenty of space to play out for the side of TMP. Olympus just taking a couple of notes that there are teams already up towards the northern side, so that's going to be just about good enough for them to eventually work their way around. Meanwhile, where exactly will TMP book for themselves, because there's still areas like the plane crash or even shooting range is up for grabs at the moment. So there's still, of course, a lot for them to work out before getting themselves into the mix of battles that could take place later on. So back towards what we were talking about, where, of course, Buriram, despite them having a lot of that space to play off, that flight path isn't exactly the most favorable for them, because they have to start off in Lumber Hills, which doesn't really offer too much of a loot, and possibly very low rates of vehicle spawns at the very same time. So it will take a while, but getting the access into the north is what would be pretty much safe for the entire squad. Well, Unicorn Cyber, they're already going for the early emergency pickup. Now, are they going to be moving deeper into the Salver Hills? Perhaps that could be the play here, because we don't really see teams moving to that part of the map.
Well, these early plays are where Buriram could actually find trouble. If they do want to loot up as much as they possibly can, assuming that the eastern side is mostly safe, these early moves by TMP Unicorn Cyber is what could really catch Buriram off guard. But there's still plenty of space in that zone. E36 already set themselves up quite nicely. Waiting, I suppose, for someone to come close by. You can see SGD on their door, pulling up to Volcano, looking for a scout into this zone. DCE, they dropped in Yasnaya, and they are staying in Yasnaya. No reason for them to move. They justifiably spread out, though. A couple members in police, one on the north, one on the south. Plenty of information and space for them to gather. And you can bet that the members on the north and south have their cars ready to leave as well. Ready to dip away into the police station if either it gets breached or, you know, for whatever reason they have to regroup. They're the ones that get approached. SGD setting themselves up in what is kind of an off-center spot on the west here. They've got volcano control. They've got control of the yellows. They've got one in Alamo to the south as well. Knowing where PMA is just to their east, they could look to set up a breach, but more than likely it's going to be a backfill situation where they see PMA leave and SGD take that compound for free. I mean, especially if this goes east. If this comes west, I mean, SGD, no reason for them to move. All of a sudden, this becomes a situation where you actually bunker down and hold your spot.
Yeah, that's likely going to be the case, but it's seemingly inevitable that these two militant squads are bound to beat each other in due course. And, of course, that one slot into PGC is still heavily contested between the two. Let's see if they'll be able to at least get the early upper hand here in this play and runs, while Dongxi Esports continuously send some signal warning to teams who are hoping to move into the city of Yasnaya Polyana. Now, DCE last game finished off with 13 points, and Yasnaya being the only major city within the zone, it definitely will see a whole lot more teams moving into this part of town, heading to perhaps phase 3 as well as 4. But for now, it's going to be pretty okay for Dongji Esports to just basically get this entire space for themselves. Like you said, great spread coming in from each respective members. They even have one overlooking to Stauber at the very same time, so they will have all that info necessary. But taking a look at Lock You Up, last game, they got shredded by QC. At this time, they're going for a little bit off-the-wall approach all the way in the waters.
Yeah. They're going to end up at Milta Power. They'll end up coming in behind Buriram and behind any other team that wanted to wrap to the eastern side as well. But definitely a very safe rotate, but we also don't know whether or not they saw someone camping the bridge. And if they did see someone camping the bridge, then you can't really blame them for taking a boat. So they're taking a safe route. It's not going to hinder their game massively, I don't think. They're still going to have plenty of opportunity to have a good game, as everyone does as soon as Phase 1 pops. So no worries for them just yet. They aren't super late either, not even in the blue just yet, so plenty of time. Erin are setting themselves up nicely to the north of Yaz. Decent split for them. A bunch of information as well. QC, one of the teams that performed very well in Game 1, entering on the northern side of Yaz. Split, yes, but they did send Opons in as a bit of a bait, bit of a scout, and he is not being shot at by anyone inside Yaz just yet. So he's going to call that corner is mostly free. He might lose his tires to 𝐷𝐸 up here at the warehouse, but I feel like that's not a devastating loss. You've got teammates with other cars as well that can pick you up, and I mean, if this does feed Yaz, then on foot is going to be the play. Either way, he doesn't lose his tires, keeps his car safe. And so Opons has a foothold in Yasnaya.
True enough. And worst case scenario, you probably would just let around on the cornered city for much longer till the rest of these members actually comes in for that pickup. Or who knows? Maybe a car is lying around the streets of Yas as well. As for Force Natural Gaming, they are hunkering down onto the gas station. I believe this to be in between Yasnaya as well as Severny, which is a very decent spot to be playing out for a potential endgame at the moment. TMP is also going to be playing over on the south side, guarding the bridge as well. This is going to be a spot where we'll expect teams to also journey their way through. If it does end up either around Severny, then you'll see heavy population of teams to be cutting into this section. But for now, coast is clear, as this has been pretty much the safest play possible in comparison to Game 1, where teams were just vying for space in that island. So yeah, pretty standard stuff that we're getting heading into Game 2.
I'd love to know how the Reluctant Squad and DZX exchange went, because they were on top of each other as they flew towards Ferry Pier in their parachute. So maybe one of them hopped out early, looted Cube and the yellows and things next to the bridge, and the other one went to Ferry Pier. Either way, can't really rest on that. Buriram are in an early engagement up against RTL. Buriram in the lead up until those two members breach, but there's also another member of Buriram who's also breached late. This fight is very disconnected, very jumbled up, but in the end, it's Buriram who come out on top. They keep 4 alive if they can res 𝐾𝐿, and that's 4 free points. And more importantly, I think for Buriram, it's momentum. I think, oh, never mind, maybe PMA could have something to say about this. It's now a 3 versus 4. Similar to last game, it's just early action all across the board. 𝐷𝐸 down now. 2 up for Buriram. Can they survive this onslaught from PMA? They're stuck inside a single. It's not realistic. They shouldn't, on paper, be able to survive this exchange. They've lost 2 already. Just like that, their Game 2 has fallen apart, but they're not out of it just yet.
Look at PMA striking while the iron's hot. Spots out Demacy on the outskirts. Oh, not one connecting, as some of the bullets connected over on top end of the vehicle's roof. And 21's managed to find all of these openings to just take out BRU. They were not even given any further time to reset.
Nah. Right time, right place, right time for PMA. They were rotating essentially behind Buriram and RTL, I guess. I mean, I don't think it could have gone any more perfectly for PMA. There was maybe a 5-second gap in between when Buriram finished that fight and when PMA rocked up. So perfect timing and clean as well on PMA. I mean, you can still lose a member or two there if one of the Buram members gets a little bit cheeky. But look who's here now as well. Another third party, FW. They were masters of the third party in Game 1. And it looks like that's going to stay the same into Game 2. Lunlun, I mean, now the jig is up. Lunlun has taken a little bit of damage. FW are now a known quantity. But look at that kill feed. Completely caught off guard. PMA lose 2 in an instant.
What a read from FW Esports. They were just lurking around and they managed to strike down 2 members right off the bat. Now it's absolutely tough for 21 to even go in for the revive. And One Dragon out in the open, he's not exactly safe either. 𝐏𝐿𝐷 tries to see if he can spot something through those ditches, but he's just keeping himself safe for the meantime. PMA, what could they do right now? They lost Lunlun, and now One Dragon's got to find a way to defend himself. Well, that's not happening anytime soon. Raze managed to catch him out. Well, CZ steals it away, so there is third party on third party as we speak of it.
Everyone wants this location on the map. 21 fighting back again. Lunlun there to back him up, but he doesn't need it. 21 is on 3 kills already. FW looking to clean this fight up, but, well, actually, look at that map. FW and PMA, they have space to take this fight. The only team third partying is 𝐸 right now. That zone has gone well far away from multiple of the teams in this game. Makes this an on-foot exchange between everyone in this lobby. And FW, I think better of actually taking that fight. They've copped another knock in the form of Raze. 𝐸 continues to be annoying from a distance. And PMA is just thanking their lucky stars. Thank you, 𝐸. We don't want to have to get killed by FW here. It allows PMA to maybe hop in those cars and actually get out of here.
Yeah, potentially they will just ditch this entire section for the moment, but it's still a really risky play for PMA, so they just gotta find ways to weather the storm right now while the Shushu's thinking if he should hop on board. He's still got a couple of US lying around, so he's gonna be at least holding out for now. Meanwhile, 𝐸 having Jacob overlooking the hillside, suppressing FW members at the moment. But they do have a little bit more of that access to the back end of the hill, so shouldn't be too problematic for FW to navigate their way out. Jacob, at least chipping a little bit of health bars out there. But 𝐸, they were not too concerned about this current circumstance where majority of these teams have to relocate into the far north of Stalber and the in-betweens of Severny. Some of the teams are already inbound, so 𝐸, they should still be able to play this one now entirely without any form of hassle.
Yeah, they've got a lot of space. All of the teams that came in on that eastern side just collided at basically the same amount of time. 𝐸 definitely wanted a kill or 2 off of that, but they'll be happy to just survive and have weakened and made life more difficult for those teams that are going to contest them eventually. QC, 𝐏𝐿𝐷 and Petret up against E36 as they approach from the low ground. QC definitely in the stronger position, but one knock and this could turn in the favor of E36. Smokes up, defensive smokes at that. That's a grenade? Well, that's another one from QC. I thought he was going to throw a grenade onto the floor right next to his teammates, but they haven't. This fight is just utility for the moment. No one's peeking over, no one's taking any fights, and the nades are doing it all for QC right now. Finally, someone gets involved with a DMR, but those nades have already opened it up. It's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for E36 to enter this QC territory. They have so much control on these rocks. They have so many different angles, and 𝐏𝐿𝐷 is just being the front man you need him to be. Already on 2 knocks. The Orm to his name as well. Hasn't needed it, but we'll certainly be able to use it if it comes time. The last E36 member is all the way down low. QC have successfully defended.
Yeah, not only defending it at the same time, they just basically had the entire Eagle 36 to be funneled into that tiny little valley. And now PMA with a desperate attempt on the emergency parachute. Where exactly are they going to die? Because every location in the compounds have been taken already. These all the way up north though, so honestly not much spacing, but PMA somehow find themselves within a circle while the fight continues on. This time it's 𝐏𝐿𝐷 versus members of 𝐿ockU of trying now taken down. 𝐿𝐷 also bowing outside of the blue zone as they did not make the cut. Unfortunately, they had such a good game 1. I'm wondering what really went on from that sector of the map as they found it difficult to actually make it past XS as well as some of all these players of 𝐸. Speaking of which, It's Banana One taken out.
Yeah, 𝐴𝐻 move in and they find even more third party. They find even more opportunity. FW as well, struggling to get in cleanly. And it's now just Ray's alive for them. He's going to send it off into the distance, off into the sunset. Hope to find somewhere to bunker down and just survive until at least placement points. But how realistic that is, I'm not entirely sure. And it's getting quite claustrophobic. E36 down and out. 𝐴𝐻 still on 1 kill. Maybe you'd think they'd have a little bit more by now, but everyone seems to be just avoiding 𝐴𝐻's gaze. It's almost getting frustrating watching them because you can put yourself in their shoes. They always have third-party opportunity, but never able to reap incredible rewards from it. There is a crate there, though, for 𝐿𝐿, so he'll be happy about that. 3 gear and potentially a weapon upgrade? No. Didn't want to take it. Must have been something he wasn't super comfortable with. Either way, X Stadium, they survived. They're on 6, so decent game from them so far, but if you look at their spot on the map, you're sure it might not continue. 𝐿𝐿, 1 HP behind the tree. He does get that heal off, but he's got 2 different teams on either side of him if he even wants to survive.
Yeah, he's just relying on these smokes, and once it dissipates, he's going to be a sitting duck out there. He's not going to wait for long as he tries to make a last effort to just run over. But once again, Cyber just looking sharp as ever. There's still 𝐴𝐻 to deal with, though, from the upper end of the hillside. And so 𝐴𝐻 is not getting that free pass as well. But at least both of them are still within the circle. Taego now getting an instant response. Brought down to 50%. And 𝐴𝐻 quickly repositioned that vehicle. And if it erupts, they're just going to be on foot, especially with that spread going on. I'm pretty sure there's still a few vehicles that they can still work with, but going for the pickup and just make it wrap around, it could provide more opportunities for even the likes of Unicorn Sniper to trade right back. But interesting position coming from UNC. Just holding over onto the bottom side of the ridges.
Just holding. They can't really do much in terms of moving deeper just yet. I'm not sure they would even want to. And 𝐴𝐻 is obviously making life difficult. PMA, the 2 members that survived, up to 8 kills. They're putting on a show up against X Stadium right now. Defending what I believe was a 3 or 4 man all by themselves. Obviously, Unicorn Cyber are helping them in kind of shepherding X Stadium down this low straight into PMA's lines of sight, but still 2 man up defending against a stronger team. At least manpower is very well played by PMA. 8 kills is an incredibly commendable effort so far. I mean, it looked like that emergency parachute could go awry, but it definitely didn't. They found a space in the zone, and they've made it work.
Yeah, on top of that, that massive win against BRU and still managing to make it out of that situation alive was really, really impressive because we last saw them pretty much sandwiched in between 2 squads. But of course, now that that has been sorted out, they do have a really good chance to also play for a dinner at the very same time. But if they were to journey further back down into the west end of the plains, then they might even bump into SGD. Meanwhile, X Stadium, it's been a rough game for them. We saw them basically battling outside of the blue zone, and even when they were trying to make their way in, there was Unicorn Cyber and plenty more. So that's the best that they could do for now. So we still have 9 more teams on board. Unicorn Cyber's turn to try to make their entry into the Phase 5 zone. And I wonder if they would be able to at least escape the wrath of 𝐴𝐻 that's been watching them for such a long time.
Maybe they can. 𝐴𝐻 still have to, or first have to deal with QC. The MG3 has opened up this fight, and all of QC go a little bit lower. They don't want to be in the line of sight of this MG3. 𝐿𝐿 also has to kind of fall back as well, though. He was essentially taking what was a 1v4 there, so no reason to get overconfident and lose your head when you don't have the necessary backup just yet. But 𝐴𝐻 are moving into position to help take that fight. A 4v4 for the ages going to happen up there on the north. The victor of that fight is, or the result of that fight is going to determine a lot in this zone, because that's a lot of the high ground left to play for. Everyone else is a little bit lower than both 𝐴𝐻 and QC. TMP haven't really said their name that much this game, but they're very much in it. And you can see this fight's happening outside the zone as well. Maybe Reluctant Squad could get involved. If they recognize the timing, if they recognize they've got a little bit more freedom, then there's some third party to be had here. QC has to come off the top of that mountain. You would think that that gives the advantage to E-Arena, but as QC run over that hill, it's 2 opening knocks to E-Arena. Opons has gone down, Jacob fights back, but there's only 2 members up now on E-Arena.
Yeah, QC had a little bit of help coming in from Unicorn Cyber at the very same time, and now they're pretty much sandwiched in between. Rushes coming in from Destroyers. They are pushing up the hillside, and they will be able to make it pay. And E-Arena has just got no space to work with at all. As we see through the kill feed, it's Huda that has absolutely obliterated the entire squad of Thailand.
Damn.
Now, TMP, I wonder what really went on with these guys, because they're already getting latte bleeding out, and to their left, it's Forrest taking them on.
E-Arena and QC both fell almost in an instant. Unicorn Cyber recognized a great opportunity. They came up there, and both the teams fighting for that high ground completely out of the game now. So that high ground that was... I mean, you would hope that it would be occupied by a 4-man. Now it's just 2 members of Unicorn Cyber who actually control quite a bit in this game as long as they can keep their presence up. But there are still much stronger teams in the lobby. Looks like that high ground's no longer even in the zone. Unicorn Cyber have to come off the top, and so we go into a much more even exchange between these top 6 teams. TMP up against Forest. It's a 4-man versus a 3-man, but I don't think Forest are going to want to commit to TMP. You can see how much space Forest have. No reason to give that up and lose members. They just have to keep presence over here and make sure TMP don't get too cheeky. Don't overextend. Don't try to get a knock and a flush onto Forest. This is certainly a game that Forest could win. SGD as well. They've been silent as well, coming in from the north.
Yeah, same could also be said about Reluctant Squad as well, but not for too long. Shots are now fired from inside of Unicorn Cyber.
Ooh, Jun's out in the open. He does get a knock, but instantly traded back. That's what you get. Maybe a bit too greedy, but it doesn't matter. Unicorn Cyber, they were always 2, and so that was going to be a little bit easier for Reluctant Squad to deal with, and they do it quite cleanly.
Super clean, as a matter of fact. June really loves putting himself out there, and of course did manage to pick up 3 eliminations so far. But SGD, they've been on the watch as they are trying to pry this one open, sending those bullets into the smoke, but unfortunately not really hitting the mark over onto Huang. But if he does get it, that's going to be 2 secure points for SGD.
He got the
there was a
re-knock.
lot of pressure.
He did get that re-knock, so I mean the spam's working out. Oh, he could get it. He's done it again. 3rd knock now for Jun. 2 of those. Oh my! Are you serious? Jervis can't even see his opponents, and he's taken them down. Jun knocked again. His teammate knocked as well. Disaster strikes for Reluctant Squad. And now Forest look to take their opportunity as well. They push up SGD. It's basically SGD and Forest, the 2 strongest teams as we head into this top 4 situation. One of those Reluctant Squad members in Jun's taken down. Ming's SGD. It's just pain coming from the side of SGD. And I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about the team. These guys are getting it done through smokes, in the open. These DMRs are ringing true for SGD right now.
Yeah, SGD, they absolutely show up on the right timing, and Reluctant Squad is taken out. SGD! Absolutely relentless, but now you have Mingzi hopping out in the open, not really checking their back. Scappy takes that chance. And the rest of Forest can now swarm right through. Kane also knocked over onto the edge. They're not going to be receiving any form of help. While Mingzi, he's going to be having a little bit of trouble here, while MML tries to play a safe position, knowing for the fact that Forest can still push right through. Blue Zone Grenade now tossed right through the front, while Scappy gives a little bit of space, respecting that form of aggression that was shown by SGD early on. They definitely have to be careful on where they extend their arms towards. Well, it's a 2-2 split going on for the side of Forest Natural Gaming. Like I said, they have a lot of space to play for, as they will be able to seize a huge area of the circle.
SGD in the... I mean, it's the spot that if they can keep all 4 members alive, they could best Forest here. But I think Forest recognize that, and so they're getting as close as they can. If they can weaken SGD here through utility, through a well-timed peek, then they absolutely should. But I think Scappy also looks at that rock and goes, yeah, if someone goes up to that rock, I am dead. So I'm just going to go prone here and wait for my opportunity. KM99 on the flank, staggering the blue as He doesn't want to let SGD get that flank off. And so we're basically fighting parallel here as we enter the zone. And then, of course, there's TMP. They're also playing it quite passively, limiting Forest's ability to go high, making sure that SGD can't flank towards them either. You're potentially thinking here that Forest and SGD will combine to take care of TMP, and then that opens up this 4v4 to have a lot more space. SGD now on the move. They want to move a little bit more to the east, look towards TMP, see if they can take him out.
Yeah, TMP had Mega Loss also shooting right back at SGD, and that definitely draws a little bit of that attention span from SGD to focus fire onto some of these members of TMP by the edges. Perhaps this could be a really good chance for 𝐏𝐿𝐴 to also go in for an extension. Perhaps he might be able to catch a few members out there, but everyone's playing it with full discipline, not wanting to make any form of mistake. 𝐿𝐴 was looking at the right direction, but not really getting any through his glance at the moment. Taps now fire from Jarvis, unable to actually seek out UNQ all the way to the top, so it's still pretty tough. Could be anyone's game at the moment, and if TMP have gotten a better LOS, this could be them being the thorn in the flesh for either party over onto the lower side of the hill.
Yeah, taking shots now at SGD. It's looking like SGD are the team that are more limited out of all these remaining teams. They have that Road Ridge to work with, and it is very strong when you want to take peaks up against Forest Gaming and TMP, but eventually it's going to lose its sting, right? Eventually, if the zone closes in, SGD are going to be forced out. They're on the edge. By all means, Forest have a lot more space. So they've got to put in the work. I mean, they've got this Mark 14. There's a knock. KM99 gives it up. And now it allows, you see that from Mings, instant. He doesn't even care about his right anymore. He is straight looking at his left. Unfortunately, he cops a headshot, but he's in the right mindset. Yeah,
he definitely have gotten all the information required, so they can actually put a little bit more pressure onto TMP at the moment. Megaloss still has a little bit of room to run around, but the closer they get, they might even be spotted out by Forest Natural Gaming. This three-way warfare is tough to call out who's really getting the better upper hand in this scenario. Well, Olympus now tries to find that pickoff against UNQ. Tough decisions to make right now. Only less than 30 seconds on the clock before it shrinks all the way to the direct center, and that's where all hell's breaks loose. Pain finally secures it. KM99 down. So it's SGD with the upper hand here with still 4 members remaining.
They fought this well, but they haven't accounted for 𝐏𝐿𝐴. He's the one that could turn this fight in Forest's favor. Could turn it into TMP's favor, to be honest with you. You can see how stacked up the SGD members are. 𝐏𝐿𝐴's just got to pick his timing perfectly. Don't overextend. If he gets spotted, SGD is just going to be able to peek over and take him out. I'm not seeing any smokes being used by SGD. They only have 1 in total. They could use that to block TMP, peek down onto 𝐏𝐿𝐴, but whoever the player is with that smoke is thinking he can use it in a much more valuable situation. Nades coming out from TMP now. Some Molotov to deny space. Mings almost loses it. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 down to no factor. So they can peek over and take him out if they wanted to. That's a nade used as well. More pressure now on the side of SGD. They are getting closer and closer together.
Yeah. Forest Natural Gaming, they're really low on these resources. They just got to rely on whatever Molotovs, and perhaps that could actually deny a little bit more of that zone. Barrett does find an opening spot, taking down 1 member of the side of TMP. 1 more remaining. So it's down to Megaloss here. He's hiding out while 𝐏𝐿𝐴's still dealing with the pressure of SGD. Mings will pull right back. Baron still fights back though, and that will be TMP out at turn. SGD, members advantage, but oh, what a shot that was! Olympus managing to dodge it at the right moment. But now, SGD, they're funneled into that tight corner. What are they supposed to do this time around? With Olympus finally getting that catch. Only 2 members left, and he's going for 4!
Oh my!
Could this be it? Olympus, 12 HP left, as they will secure the winner chicken dinner here in Game 2. It's Thailand here to dominate.
Oh, Olympus just came out of nowhere and shredded SGD from that low ground. You thought that 𝐏𝐿𝐴 might be the player to make that move, but it was Olympus the whole time. Gets that player jumping as well, quick behind the tree too. Olympus just destroyed them. Nothing SGD could do. Peaks timed perfectly, and then of course, he's looking for that 4K. Everyone would look for that 4K at the end there if you're Olympus, but his teammates chimed in. It was a well-controlled game by Forest.
Yeah, absolute control by the very tail end of it, and just them navigating by the edges. They also spotted out TMP members. Scappy was merely just a decoy, but one of the major highlights was this particular compound where we saw bloody fights taking place between PMA, Brum United, and the prior team right before it, and PMA just racked up massive points from this one hell of a fight.
A very respectable game by PMA, and if PMA are going to play like that and SGD is going to make endgames like that, I mean, of course it's a narrative that we'll continue to talk about throughout the tournament, but those are the two teams fighting for that Malaysian PGC slot, so it's very important that they both perform, and both teams are performing right now. PMA were able to defend against 3 players of X Stadium as they approach towards their position, so PMA looking on fire, SGD looking pretty damn good as well, but this is the fight that I thought was honestly going to have a lot more impact on how the game played out, but the Circle didn't really keep any of that high ground in the zone. So a lot of the fights that took place up there were all for naught in the end. And Forest played this well up against TMP as well. That was the other thing. If Forest were to lose their heads and expose themselves to TMP, it would have been much easier for SGD to win that game, but they never did. Forest kept their heads down. Forest kept their minds in the right place. KM99 going down. Looked like very quick shooting from SGD, but yeah, in the end, very well controlled by Forest. And of course, Olympus, I mean, it almost looks like aimbot. You know, it's that sharp from Olympus. It's controlled well, and he does everything he needs to for his team.
Yeah, despite coming out with a deficit in the member, of course, being traded out much early on, Forest Natural Gaming played it to a T. The way that they've been able to control that lower ground and also have been able to have that widespread has given them all form of possibilities in order to really play out this chicken dinner. Whereas SGD, they had some space to work with initially, to the point that, of course, they had to also deal with some of the members of TMP, which is why we see them pretty much held hostage towards that very tight corner. And I felt like perhaps if they were brave enough, they could still extend it a little bit more so that it won't be all too easy for Forest Natural Gaming to be able to get that line of sight that was all too perfect for Olympus.
Yeah, I feel like these first 2 games, we've seen a lot of examples of certain teams taking advantage of other teams' misfortune. Like in that first game was essentially just FW coming in when all the fights had already taken place and no one had time to reset. And then, of course, in that game, you had the initial fight up at that single where it was just third party after third party, and FW came as well, tried to third party that. And then as we continued on to the game, it was just teams taking perfect advantage of the bad situations that other teams found themselves in. As we look at that leaderboard, I think Forest is probably that team that took advantage of SGD's misfortune. As you said, SGD had to focus on TMP, and that made it very difficult for them to even put up a fight against Forest. 17 points to Forest Gaming. SGD get 13, and their Malaysian competitor in PMA gets 12. That is going to be a hot fight for the rest of this tournament. Reluctant Squad, again, a 9-point game. That's their average right now, 9 points a game, and it's a damn solid average at that. Unicorn Cyber, X Stadium, TMP, all coming in with a few less points than that, but a very banging second game.
Yeah, it's been massive improvements. If you were to compare RS back in Phase 1 and now Phase 2, they are just shining bright as ever. Now, even matching up to the tempo of play of some of the biggest squads out there, and their early game aggression has always been phenomenal on how clean they take these kind of fights. But if we take a look at the total leaderboards, it's actually Q Confirm that is landing themselves over at the top with 22 points, but just a point shy is our recent winners of that past match. Forest Natural Gaming will be able to catch up in moments time. Of course, we still have FW to be in the mix as well with 20 points at the same time, but I'm happy with what we're getting so far. As for certain teams like RTL, Lock You Up, as well as DZX, they have not found their rhythm or form in Wrangle, but the good news is there's no more Wrangle matches to be played out for
No, that's
evening,
bad news. That's bad news, Contra. We like a Wrangle. But no, you're right. If you want to turn it around, then a change of scenery is definitely the place to do that. I mean, look, RTL, Lock You Up, and DZX, we haven't really seen them do much, but I'm certain that they've got it in them to put on a decent performance, especially if they're given the opportunity. You know, maybe we haven't been able to spectate those guys' games fully, and so maybe they just haven't been that lucky. They haven't been that fortunate. They haven't really had good opportunities to take advantage of. But those are the two winners of the first two games. It's Thailand in the first two, FW, and that previous game, Forest Gaming. So, I mean, Thailand coming to play, at least for these first two games, is expected in my book. Thailand is obviously one of the stronger regions alongside Vietnam. But as we got 4 more games left. Any region could pull out a win.
Yep, it's definitely going to be a long day ahead. So you guys who have not ordered your dinner or so, yeah, there's plenty of time for you to do that. Well, of course, you guys can watch anywhere that you guys feel comfortable. You could be on your phone or anything or so. But of course, while you guys are doing that, make sure you hit that like, subscribe, or anywhere you guys are watching from to, of course, keep up to speed of what's happening here in the PUBG esports realm. But wow, it started off really quiet at first, and I was like thinking, hey, this is not the same tempo of game one, but towards the tail end of it, that fight that takes place over the skills were absolutely crazy, where big teams, QC, eArena, and I couldn't even count what other names are there. They were banking on the hopes that circle will close up to Stalbert. It did not happen, and then we have this problematic run for even some of the big names that we expected to perform, and yet again, eArena might not have found their footing just yet, but perhaps we'll get a little bit of something from them from Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at eArena's first couple games, I feel like they've had maybe a couple opportunities, but especially that second game is incredibly frustrating for them, just in terms of how they have to come into that zone. Your MVP for Game 2 is Baron. I believe Baron was one of the Forest Gaming players on the top side, so he was like front and center having to deal with TMP, with having to handle all of that pressure, essentially. So a well-played game from him, no matter what. If you exclude those 4 kills, I'm sure Baron's impact in that game was still monumental. So a well-deserved MVP.
Definitely, and of course, if there's going to be a secondary MVP, it has to be Olympus that has managed to seal the game. But overall, Baron's role in this matchup was vital for them to succeed in that particular fight. And when we take a look at their stats, it's been absolutely impressive on the amount of damage that they've been able to deal with everyone pretty much involved this fight. Scappy as well as Cam99, they did manage to pick up those numbers, but to secure it.
Does that mean that Olympus was 6 damage and 1 kill off MVP? Probably.
Actually, now that come to think of it. I mean, it's still fantastic. Most of those kills would have been claimed in the end game as well, which means Forests seem to be more than capable of managing those end games. I mean, if you look towards game 1, when it came to Forest, they just didn't give themselves enough time or space to deal with the threats that they had, but they absolutely did that in game 2, and so it's good to see fixes coming in for problems that they've experienced, and quick fixes as well. No VOD review after the night needed. Forest are right back in terms of being on top of their mistakes. Yeah, I really love what I'm seeing coming from Forest Natural Gaming. If you compare them back in phase 1, they were just struggling to make ends meet and having really rough day ones in particular. They only get their form of rhythm rather late. That was back in the past, and now it feels like throughout all these months, they've definitely found a style of play that is well suited for them, where they've been able to not only navigate safely throughout these course of Erangel, but also take very clean fights that is to their favor. That's what I really do love to see coming forward, where sometimes they do get themselves pretty much into a very dangerous situation back in the past, and now not anymore. That's great improvements throughout the year.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you look at, or when you have looked at Forest first half of the year, maybe even in 2023 as well, you could see that there was potential there. You could see that there was something working, but not enough to make it to international events, not enough to compete with the best in there when you combine APAC, essentially. Maybe this is that time. Maybe this is where Forest are able to come into their own and put on an excellent show for everyone. I've liked what I've seen from them in these first 2 games. Even game 1, you could tell that they were going for fights, and that's what I like about this lobby as a whole so far, is that everyone seems down to take fights. Everyone seems down to take advantage of opportunities that are presented to them. Everyone seems like they are on point when it comes to recognizing, okay, we could actually do this. We could move here, we could take this fight, we could third party this. Everyone seems really on point when it comes to that. Maybe sometimes the fights are a bit brash, maybe the decisions aren't made you know, with all the deliberation in mind, but I still like that teams are down to do that. Because, I mean, sometimes you'd see teams being too passive, you'd see teams not really willing to put themselves on the line, and that results in a worse game for you a lot of the time. But everyone in this lobby seems like they are fully okay with taking fights. I think part of that as well is recognizing that you just need to make top 8. And so, a lot of the time, just to make top 8, you just need a certain amount of kills per game. Like if you're able to rack up a top 6 and like 5 or 7 kills per game, that is probably going to score you that top 8. And I think these teams recognize that, and that's probably why they're taking full advantage of every opportunity that comes their way.
Yeah, speaking of which, we saw so many involvements coming in, SGD and PMA. These Malaysian teams, they love those fights. Like, it doesn't matter if you have to go point blank for the fight, or if they're just going to be sharing maybe a distance of 200 meters or 3. In fact, like, they see anything that moves, like, they're just going to point weapons at them. So I love this kind of mindset where we're coming from APAC, where, of course, coming from very different regions, they have distinct playstyles, but it really starts to come all together that they have understood from maybe a couple of meetings back in the past. But even for new names like Dongqi Esports, we saw back in Game 1. Like, this is probably their debut here in Phase 2, and they're really showing what Vietnam's playstyle is all about. Excuse me for that. Been holding it for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm with you on that. No, it's fantastic to see. I mean, it's just good to see that. I mean, if you go back to APAC of days old, I think you look at APAC now and they are much smarter. They are much more happy with their playstyle. They seem to have developed really, really well into world beaters. Cerberus won PGS 3. Like APAC back in the day was Buram going international and then like fragging out, right? But you know, they weren't, their macro game wasn't necessarily there. Whereas now it absolutely is. Like APAC has developed so much, and even just in this interregional battle that we've got going on in these APAC qualifiers, you can see how far they've developed, and I love it. I love to see how much better APAC are now compared to a few years ago.
Yeah, now that brings to light on the recent events that happened. Some of these players have also participated in the recent PUBG Nations Cup. Of course, some of them are lying in wait for the finals to happen. And we look at Thailand, we look at Vietnam. They have been able to achieve a podium finish at the very least, or should I say top 3, top 4. It is so respectable that they've come this far, and it just goes to show that APAC strength is all the way up there in comparison to some of the finest leagues that's currently running in the PUBG esports realm. So, of course, there's definitely more to prove coming in from even, the rest of APAC. We take a look at, currently DZX struggling to actually find the form in the first 2 games. But we know as a matter of fact, that this is potentially a top contender in some really good days. They could just basically top the board. But for now, of course, it seems like it's been a tough 2 games that they've been experiencing so far. Even eArena has also had so many international experiences. Currently finding themselves only an average of 3 pointers per round, which isn't too worrisome yet since this is day 1. But if this continues to be the trend for eArena, it is going to be pretty rough for them, because they've already hauled so many points back in the first phase. It would be a shame if they don't make it through to the finals. Yeah.
I mean, you said it, right? It is only day 1. We've only gone through 2 games. And so it is... It's probably not fair of us to, take too much away from these. Exactly. eArena, we know that they're on paper meant to be in that top 8, and I'm sure they're going to get there eventually. Like some teams, they just warm up late into tournaments. This might just be one of those tournaments where they are unfamiliar with the lobby. That's something we haven't really mentioned. This is a group of 16 teams that aren't going to play with each other again, most likely. Like this exact set of 16 teams, probably not going to play with each other again. And so going into a lobby like this, you're not going to be super prepared for the macro playstyle of the lobby. You're not going to be super prepared for what every single team brings to the table. And even if you're a really incredible team like Buram, like eArena, like QC, yeah, they're on top of the leaderboard, but any of those on paper good teams, they can be really caught off guard by by something really small that happens in this lobby, and it could completely ruin their first initial couple games. But as long as they iron out the mistakes, as long as they become familiar with the lobby, how it plays, is it edge, is it more central, how many pickups are being used, are teams more aggressive, are they more passive, do we just have to wait for a third party, or do we have to engage first? All of these things eArena will eventually figure out. Most of them will be subconscious, or the IGL will figure out, but eArena will certainly find their stride eventually.
True enough. And of course, speaking of that, with all these debut of teams like try to say FW Esports that wasn't back in phase 1, and Dongchi Esports also making a name for themselves at the moment, are really showing that they are capable of taking down all these I don't want to use the word old dogs per se, but like, you know, they are definitely looking to be very eager, but end of the day, it is a marathon run that they'll have to pull through for 4 days of back-to-back PUBG action, and we're already having on our screen the loadout of Rondo, so less than 2 minutes, we'll be diving right in.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking of Rondo briefly within the first minute and 40 seconds remaining, I've mostly liked this map's introduction into the competitive scene. I think it still has yet to develop a playstyle, I suppose. I feel like you have to give it probably one PGC until you know exactly how this map is going to play out, I guess, standardly. But I think a lot of the teams have already figured out how they kind of want to play. The unplayables have had a bit of an impact in the playstyles of teams. They obviously have an impact on the zone as well. Most of these zones seem to end on the green area. I've had a hard time remembering any zone that has ended up there in the northeast. They all seem to end on the green somewhere, so maybe that's something to look into. I mean, there's a lot more water up there on the northeast, and that probably pushes the zone down towards the green a lot more, but I have liked Rondo's introduction into the competitive scene. Maybe that's because I'm a spectator now and I'm not playing. Obviously, Rondo needs some touch-up somewhere. There's a lot of open space, and it's not a perfect map, but it has been pretty fun to spectate.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I just can't wait to hop on board to check out how these teams will basically adjust to what this map has to offer. But back in our rehearsal run, we had a little bit of taste of what these teams are up to. Of course, it's about time we actually find out altogether. Places like Test Track, Stadium, or even Yulin would definitely be a heavy contest zone. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes on to which teams are eager to perhaps sign themselves up for a potential hot drop. But lo and behold, ladies and gents, we are going to be taking a lot of battles in this match. So about time we move right into Rondo.
Yeah, for those watching at home, obviously you weren't here yesterday with the rehearsal matches, but we did have like 3 or 4 hot drops, as you mentioned, and now we get to find out whether they were just for practice or whether there's actually some beef that these teams have to settle as we head into Rondo. Like you said, Yulin was one of the locations, Test Track as well. I mean, the plane path is also quite dependent. I believe in one of those, in that rehearsal match, there were 2 plane paths, and so that would have made hot drops a little bit easier. I only see one. Yeah, only one plane path this time round. Everyone seems to be behaving for the most part. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Test Track looks mostly uncontested. E36 might just loot compounds, let SGD go by. There's a couple teams heading out quite close to each other towards the bottom of that plane path, but I think a lot of the hot jumps we had yesterday actually aren't coming to fruition here in the official match.
Yeah, I was actually expecting at least a fight going on between certain teams, but if we were to pay close attention to the mini-map, it's DCE that's pretty close by. And speaking of which, we are getting ourselves a heated battle between Reluctant Squad again
and DZX,
but DZX. So same story, different map. Who's gonna be the victors? It's time for us to see if members of DZX can finally salvage some of all these losses that they had back in Wrangle. Quickly going for the pickup. RS does have Hong F already running around with that micro Uzi, hoping to hunt somebody down. And let's see what happens from here. DZX at least are congregated into a specific area of the city, so they should be able to at least go for certain decent trade outs if they were to take on RS.
Yeah, well, I mean, Hoang is by himself And so if you're DZX, I mean, they're looking at 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng's direction. I feel like you just run straight at 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng and try to take him out as the solo. You just group up, but maybe no time to do that anymore. Jun's opened up. Down goes 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng. And now Reluctant Squad with the advantage, but very, very tempered in terms of making a move on that knock. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to slip up and make a mistake. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng now, instead of being that vulnerable solo player that DZX could take advantage of, now he becomes a flank. Now he becomes an opportunity for Reluctant Squad because he's left Dancing. He's going to re-enter it, but from a completely different position. And maybe DZX won't spot him, and if that's the case, he becomes an opener here for Reluctant Squad, and they're all going to move in position to play off 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng here.
Yeah, the longer it takes for DZX to respond, they're just going to be cornered from all corners of Dancing. So this flank here, pretty much successful in terms of taking space. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng now finds himself back into one corner of the city, while Zeus taking rooftops, but barely any form of areas where they will be able to actually get good angles off of DZX, so long as they turtle into some of the compound. And perhaps that's the game plan after all for DZX. They don't really have to push out. If Reluctant Squad were just impatient in this fight, that could still devastate them with those close proximity fights. So we'll have to just see if they will settle scores eventually, while we take a look at Tin Lung, where we'll have Forest Natural Gaming having the city to themselves.
Plenty of time for them to loot up. Plenty of space, lots of freedom. Wonder if we're going to see an abundance of third parties again. We didn't really get to touch on that Phase 1 zone, but it is quite crazy. Never mind. Back to Reluctant Squad versus DZX, and 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng, living up to what I said about him, he becomes that flank, he becomes the opener, and now Reluctant Squad can confidently move off the back of that flush. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng as well smartly immediately backs off of that, immediately goes for that reposition. Reluctant Squad know that they have DZX on the ropes, no reason to give up members when you have that advantage. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ng has done very well here to quickly leave what was a vulnerable position and become the player that Reluctant Squad needed. Unicorn Cyber rotating very close by to E36. As I said, that Phase 1 zone is quite unforgiving, quite crazy. Very far off to the east. It's probably a zone that I haven't really seen or spectated or casted before, so I'm interested to see where this one ends up as we head into the late game. But for now, everyone's just going to be figuring out where they want to end up in Phase 1, and I'm not sure how many, north and south wrap opportunities there actually are. I don't know. I mean, this zone, when I looked at it first up, I was like, okay, I don't think I've ever seen that. How would I play this as a player? And my mind was a little bit stuck because it seems a little bit constricted, a little bit too claustrophobic to at least try and get inside that zone.
Yeah, all I can say is that Rondo is definitely a land of opportunities out there where my experience casting maybe 1 or 2 matches in this map, I've seen teams that love to basically set themselves across these valleys of these open spaces to try to halt any form of rotation coming into spots, hoping to get into the circle rather early, like what Enter Force is currently doing right now. So they were at least careful enough where they have multiple vehicles to convoy out and about, but take a look at this. FW is taking majority of this region. Now, trades are happening, but it's going to be tough to actually get it all perfectly in line. But for Enter Force 36, they are making this as a pit stop, as they are looking to enlist themselves into this battle. So let's see what could potentially form up for the PJC team. And FW is going to do the same. Perhaps they will just try to blockade them from getting anywhere close to a certain area of the zone.
I mean, FW just leave. E36 rock up, and FW were like, yeah, we don't really want to fight this. So they get out of there. Early. Yeah, a bit too early. I mean, it wouldn't be a fight for any sort of incredibly valuable position, so no reason to overcommit to it. And it's not like either team had, you know, like a free knock or a rotate camp opportunity or anything like that. So they go their separate ways. QC using the emergency parachute. They're already across the river, or they will, you know, they are already across the river. And so they should have, maybe not their pick of the litter. Unfortunately, they don't have the map stream up just yet, but they should have a lot of freedom. And you can see that it actually looks like it. One member of QC went off to the north, and the other 3, I believe, went off to the east. So Looks like they're pretty happy with what they've seen from the sky. 𝐸 moving in now as well. TMP to their north. 𝐏𝐿 taking some shots. Should be able to get out of there. Just some pot shots being taken out of distance. But everyone seems to be moving in quite candidly. I mean, I don't want to say that we're going to get a bunch of mid-game action here, but we absolutely could. A lot of these teams, I think, recognize that this circle is one that if we don't get into it early, we might get stuck on the edge of it and end up in a much worse position later on. So better to move quickly than to move late. So we're seeing a lot of early rotations here that could result in some fights for some of these priority compounds.
Yeah, very likely than not, the first phase will be appearing somewhere towards the central or even the south, where we saw so many teams traversing across, whether with parachutes or even the majority of them taking those vehicles. So the good news is that there's lesser unplayable areas where, you know, those emergency parachute could actually place them into a really nice spot to overlook this wide field of view that they could actually get to pick off teams later into the match. But as for DZX, it seems like they are going to be just loitering around Danqing and just waiting for teams to pass by. Is it really going to go for all the way to the southeast? Because I still see bodies of water at the moment. So I wonder how this one plays out, because we haven't really had a good look at the minimap for the moment. Still some time before phase 1 closes up, so I guess we'll get that answer true. But BRU actively trying to get themselves in to a decent spot, hoping for a pickoff, and Unicorn Cyber is not too far off. And seems like Khan's gonna be the one trying to relay whatever info up in the air. So we don't always get to see all these gliders into play, but when you're playing a map as wide as Rondo, this is a really smart move coming in from BRU.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get a ton of information. Does he spot TMP? Well, TMP announced themselves. He doesn't need to spot them through the window. They shoot straight at him. Mega Loss with 300 bullets at an M249. Trying to shoot that thing out of the sky, but very difficult from this range. Khan will have plenty of opportunity to get back to his team, or at least somewhere safe. TMP locking down. Nice spot in the zone. A split as well going on for them. So they sit at 10th on the leaderboard, but with what they've got going on right now, I can see them moving themselves up in this game. Buram coming in as well. Forest. Looks like they haven't even crossed the river. In fact, they're setting up for a bit of a camp. FW here on the western sides. Have they spotted Forest in front of them? Maybe that's why FW are being a little bit hesitant there, waiting for a better opportunity to come. That circle is so far to the east that the picture-in-picture cuts half of it off. That tells you how crazy this zone is. Majority of the south is Jadena City, which could end up being an interesting ending, but yeah, this is a rough zone for so many teams.
Yeah, I take my words back where I was talking about unplayable. So some of these buildings you can't exactly climb through with staircases. You just gotta find a way to get up there, and whoever gets there first will be having a really good time for the end game. But urban setting to start off with our first Rondo map is rather interesting on how teams would try to find themselves any form of leverage. The arena spots out those rotation coming from Force Gaming, but not to be able to actually get much out of that. Now, nobody really wants to enter late into this scene because it's just going to be tough with a lot of teams wrapping by the edges of the circle. Force gets by safely, as they're going to be the first movers into the corners of Jelena. But I wonder what's going to be the game plan for the rest of them. FW now cutting across the bridge. This could be a good catch for Scappy right here.
Could be. Oh, we move straight to QC, though, with an even better catch, potentially. Malrush put low, but they avoid taking any losses. They'll go a little bit deeper. I love how you can see Jadena off there in the distance. Or maybe that's the edge of the map with the big city that you can't actually play in. Either way, it's a nice shot. Nice little bit of scenery. QC still looking to maybe potentially get deeper into the zone. TMP. We saw a brief look at, I think, TMP's split there. I'd love to see more of the minimap, but it did look pretty solid. It did look like a 2-2 you'd be happy with. 𝐸 shots at FW, who continue to rotate. They haven't found a home just yet. They haven't been able to settle down. I don't think 𝐿𝐋𝐿 is going to make it to where FW is going. He is reverse driving. Tire popped out. 𝐸 take him down. They cop some shots from Forest, and look at QC on the north as well. 𝐸, their compound might not be easily breachable, but it looks like it is very easy to shoot at as well. That could cause problems for 𝐸. Speaking of problems, it's nice shots from 𝐍. 𝐏𝐾 pop a loss early on in the form of Long K.
Oh, he also hit a rock as well, but that will be quickly secured by Hong F. So, great spot on catch coming in from the members of the Lucky Squad. Though Jun's pretty much out on the fields for the moment, trying to see if they could spot out any more of these teams rotating by. 𝐾𝐿 has safely arrived all the way from the south side.
Yeah.
There's still Van Nye over onto that corner of the map, as I could see from the small little corner of my screen, at the very least. But for now, I don't think that 𝐾𝐿 will be pretty much phased about any form of presence, because they are trying to guard this bridge from any teams that are rotating rather late here in Phase 2. Now, interesting enough, looking at the current situation, only a pick-off or two has happened throughout the course of the matchup. So, still plenty of all these opportunities for these teams to eventually get into plenty of these battles. So, over here, over the south side, there's also DCE that will have to make a move. So, we will expect RS to be on the standby to perhaps take on this fight.
Ooh, we leave Jadina. We go north. It's good news for half the teams, maybe, and then the other half are like, oh man, now we've got to make some desperate play through Jadina. We've got to cross that bridge, potentially. It's very reminiscent of what happens when a zone leaves South George and goes towards North George, right? There's that one bridge that you have to cross. Maybe you can find a way across the flat top bridges to the east of I forget the name. How am I forgetting the name of the most iconic, one of the most iconic cities on Erangel? I'm brain fart. Either way, we continue on with this game. It's looking rough for a lot of the teams on the south here. They will try and move their way in. 𝐾𝐿, they avoid that bridge, and so it leaves that bridge open for any other team on the south to take it. Instead, they move themselves into Forest, and Forest will happily pick up a couple free kills.
Yeah, they all got caught into the crosshairs, driving into that specific area, which is why Forest Natural Gaming, they've set themselves up just right across this bridge with plenty of members pretty much spaced into different directions as well. While we speak of that, that's SGD catching out the Shushu of PMA, as the Malaysian teams can't seem to avoid each other in every single map that they played out. But hey, we love a little bit of that action coming from these two spots. MG3 available. If 𝐁𝐾 is brave enough to step out, I believe that there's not going to be all too many players to be overlooking Jadina, since they're more fixated on getting into the circle right now, which has moved further up towards the northern end. Q confirmed though. Love this spot is not too far off. It's going to be 𝐸 that will have to drive by, and perhaps that could be a really good catch for them eventually, as SGD, they got this open field for the taking.
I mean, you're right. It is for the taking, and it looks like a couple of decent spots for them to potentially get close to teams around them. I feel like they have a lot more space here on the north than the teams around them will be happy with. Seems like it's all too free for them at the moment. These silent shots coming out from Megalos. 𝐶𝐿 has no idea where they're coming from. Has no choice but to back into that smoke and hope that... Oh, I mean, that looked so close. They were dead on. Megalos through the smoke. We saw SGD doing it last game. Now we're seeing TMP do it this game. It's going to be harder to get that flush, though. Immediate support coming out from the other members of QC. And somewhere off in the distance, RTL have opened up their game. FW as well. DZX, as they come in from the south, it's the remnants of FW who will be finding them. RTL, they do get those flushes, or at least one of them. And we're getting to that stage of the game, Contra, where it's just action on action. And we're going to have to do our best to keep up with it.
Yep. We're pretty much ready for this, because we've been waiting for a couple of minutes without much going on over Phase 1. But DZX finally finds a little bit something, taking down the MVP of Match 1. FW Esports now having the main man out. And it's definitely going to be a little tough, as FW is still not within that circle just yet. Playing through this outside across those hills, while Forest Natural Gaming will have the entirety of DCE right in the front. Only 2 frags available for Scappy to try to flush them off, but They're looking for a forward push instead, 50% of health, while he holds out one. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 on the ground, but will be traded right back by Always Me.
He looks frustrated that he couldn't get that knock. I'm pretty sure it was his. The trade does come out, though, from KM99. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 now have to back off. This is firmly in control of Forest Esports. They lose Scappy, but they are so confident, and they are so on point, they're almost shooting their teammates. That long-distance shot might dissuade them from making this push, but they did get that nade knock, so no reason not to commit, but also no reason to overcommit. They can heal up here, they can put a smoke in front of them, they can get a flash down. DCE should be a formality for Forest at this point. No reason to lose any member to X Stadium off in the distance there. Oh, he's running in solo. He's running in solo. He ran in solo. He might lose his life for it. He does. KM99, an unnecessary death. But there's only one up on DCE. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, that was far too risky for my taste, but Forest get it done in the end. The jumping sword off results in what is a clean, well, maybe not a clean 2v1, but a successful 2v1 from Forest. 7 kills to their name. It's a decent game so far, but definitely could have been cleaner.
It definitely could have been a lot safer as well, but that's for style points, baby. Like, throwing in the flashbang, you should be confident enough to actually take that on, but somehow he have soaked plenty of damage. And speaking of damage, Nicholas is hoping to do something with that M249 in hand. Wong just running around the block. Reluctant Squad has been sharing the space with QC and TMP. It seems like nobody has been able to really settle the score at the moment because on the outskirts, there's a little tension being given from all the other teams out there. One Cyber, spots movement coming from another vehicle, but they are stopping for nothing at all. They need a little bit more of a safe space and just trying to hug by the rim of the circle. I don't think that they could even dock by the shore for far too long because this zone's going to be closing in at any given time. But this side of the... I want to call this a mall. There's some flash sale going on, but I'm pretty sure that nothing's going in for discount here. But TMP, they're just going to hunker down. There's no point in taking any form of risk right now. These 3 squads, they're happy where they're at.
Yep. I mean, they'll just be happy to share for the moment, especially if the zone gifts them a little bit, which it does. Not dead center, but center enough to where they probably won't want to take any risks. That said, they might want to try and eliminate their neighbors. We're going to have to see. In the meantime, though, Forest fall down, and FW are also stuck out there in the blue. I think that is a testament to how rough this circle is. Forest losing their lives to the blue, and FW are going to be that next team to potentially go out to the zone. Very difficult to find a way in. It looks like this is one of the... It's one of those zones where there's not much playable. It's so open. There's maybe a few compounds where you can bunker down, but other than that, you've got to be one of the first teams to the terrain that you can play, or it's just a lost cause for you. FW, Banana 1, nowhere to go. We'll try to get the seat swap done, but it shouldn't be a successful one. He falls to lock you up. Who find themselves in maybe one of their first end games in a decent spot as well.
Yeah, this is a much better run for Lock You Up. Now holding these members of E-Arena hostage. It's going to be tough for them to even leave that compound. Now shots are still fired back over to Jacob. Meanwhile, over on to the shopping center, it seems like they have yet to be able to go in for much. Is that a mortar?
It is.
Where is it shot from is the question. I mean, that's a really high shot. But, you probably always want to take chances, especially when, wow, I just love to see him. Great work, director.
I mean, they're almost landing on RTL. It's probably Buriram, right? But
probably it.
They're almost landing on target. You've got a decent amount of targets too. You could probably send one onto the roof of this building and maybe get a knock, but you want to time them so that you get a knock and a flush as well. And RTL, I mean, they're so limited. They're so constricted there on the edge of this compound. Even if the mortars don't take them out, I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of the teams inside the compound. But we move to a very important fight in this game. Who wins this controls the south side and is looking like it's E-Arena all day right now. Trades back and forth, but firmly in the favor of E-Arena. Lock you up. No contest here. 3 of them knocked. 1 up now. Trying to fight back up against a very strong team. It's Pankska off there in the distance, sat in the smoke, waiting for his time to strike. But in the meantime, his team is going to be mopped up points on the board for 𝐸. This could be the game where 𝐸 come back.
Yeah, it looks very well like it. Now the swarm of 𝐸 members are just hunting out for Pansker, hiding right behind that vehicle. There's only so much that can be done right here, as that vehicle will also be shredded up, and that is no cover left. 𝐸 quickly go for a reset, and this is some solid 5 pointers that they've earned, as it was pretty direct on how they've been able to really get those perfect hits. And of course, for lock you up, they barely have any cover over onto that form of forest, just a couple of trees for them to cover up. But problem lies ahead for these guys out here. Well, there's still some space left, but not so much for QC, because they have to reposition, and I'm afraid that they might need to run out in the open and be caught up by all the other teams that are already dead in the center.
This is super interesting because there's a ridge to the west that SGD and Buram are almost destined to fight over, and then you've got these compound teams, and I'm pretty sure we're going to end up with at least 2 teams still alive inside this compound, and then there's 𝐸 on the south, and I don't know if they have any space to play inside this zone. It all looks incredibly open. This is the fight, though, for that eastern ridge. Mings, a quick double. An easy spray with that muzzle brake on that barrel, and Buram's game is turned upside down very quickly. Not expecting Mings to be that close on the flank. Can and 𝐾𝐿 trying to fight back, but what can they get done? Pain is already close by as well. No damage util for him. Otherwise, this fight might be over. Mings gets one of his flushes, and Buram desperately look to get that revive.
My, Mingxi has definitely caused a ruckus right there, but he was held back by all these deflates, the blue zone grenades being tossed right through. So BRU, they might have actually soaked in a little bit of damage, but the rest of the members are still pretty much healthy and alive. Working free at the moment. Both SGD as well as BRU, they got to settle the scores as they are racing into the edge of the circle. When I find Sizzy all the way down from the southern end. 𝐸 barely got in any form of space. Even shots being fired at from Hwang Ev. It's pretty much opened up, and I'm not sure if 𝐿ERICS can hold for far too long. Jacob just trying to get a little form of cover, but for now, Brooklyn Squad might actually have some opportunities to go in for pickoffs, especially with Jacob on the ground. And here comes the rush right through QC, reaching right in, and it's still Hwang Ev that holds whatever doorways that there's left. There's not even doors out here, but sure. But nades are flying in, and QC, they just crush RTL.
Destroy them, dominate them. I think this also confirms to us that 𝐸's situation is very rough. Oh, QC start to lose members though. One's knocked and flushed on the outside of that wall. They successfully deal with RTL, but it leaves them less time to deal with the threats inside of the compound. And as I said, 𝐸's situation is looking worse for wear. Reluctant Squad up to 6 kills now. Again, 9 kill average for Reluctant Squad. 9-point average, and we're basically there now. A couple more placement points and Reluctant Squad will keep that average up. And as QC move to try and get deeper into this compound, it turns out it's just open ground. They can't take the fight directly towards this building, so they go for the outskirts of the compound, and that doesn't result in anything better either. 𝐵𝑒𝑡𝑟𝑒𝑡 last alive and just barely gifted an edge in that circle.
Oh, the other note is that these guys who's been hanging out by the mall, they will have to go out in the open. And right now, the most important item in the baggage is probably some smoke grenades to make their way past, while BRU has already been shredded, not only by the blue zone, but also by another member of what seemed to be Rocket Squad that managed to go for a pickoff. Or I could be absolutely wrong. I mean, things are chaotic as it is here inside of Rondo. But has finally started to calm down as teams are trying to at least have any form of idea. How do you play in such an open space? I think either 6, they could have a real good game here, just hugging by that corner.
Well, funnily enough, I feel like 𝐸's previous spot actually becomes slightly playable or very playable in this endgame as the circle constricts. That bowl looks mighty enticing. There's also a couple rocks that might be able to be played if you can set up a nice car fort. Reluctant Squad take 𝐸's old home. 𝐵𝑒𝑡𝑟𝑒𝑡 exposes himself on the backside of that warehouse, and Take Me Please look to deal with that solo threat and then look to the rest of the zone. That's 3 players spotted by _𝐀𝐿. Boys, there's an entire team up on that hill. We're going to have to move a little bit more south, I think. Hopefully, �take_me_please also have some cars. Yep. I forget about the parachutes every single time. Hopefully, they also have some cars that they can use to get out of this compound. Otherwise, yeah, like you said, it's going to have to be a smoke wall.
Yeah, speaking of which, SGG is just going to do that. Having what do I call this? Minivan electric vehicle? Well, I'll just call it EV, I guess. But there we go. Q confirms. Last player remaining. Petred honestly had nowhere to run. He was just tucked by that corner, eventually depleted by the play zone. Well, Reluctant Squad, like you said, they took over that same spot where initially was taken over by some of these members of the arena, and will be safe from harm's way from 𝐸36 at the very least, until 𝐸36 has to perhaps gain some spacing from that corner map. But MML finds a beautiful nade onto 𝐿_that. No escaping whatever is out here, as shopping time is absolutely over. But @TheForest is here to play. SGD now storms the corner of the mall, as they're hoping to take on the entirety of the TMP. Nade's now traded back and forth. 𝐿𝐼𝐍 now pushing through the forefront. It's going to be up close and personal, but 𝐿𝐼𝐍 quickly goes down.
SGD have played this game so well. It's been fight after fight for them. They destroyed Buram, and now they look to take out �take_me_please, but TMP opened up with a nice knock. They've got a surprise player as well in the form of 𝐿𝐼𝐿, who sat at that car. No longer a surprise. He picks up damage done to that SGD player, and there's the knock. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 peeks up. There's only 1 member up now for SGD, trying to fight their way through the car park, but I just don't think it's possible. I don't think it's realistic to expect �take_me_please are going to be the victors here of the mall fight, unless MML has something to say about it. He's got 2 knocks, and 𝐿𝐼𝐿 is nowhere near in position to trade. He just completely turns himself to look at third party now. He's trying to get some quick kill steals off the distance. He'll take 1, but eventually he's going to have to deal with the immediate threat. We're down to our top 3 teams here, and somehow this is a 1v1 over here.
Yeah, this 1v1 is looking so interesting, especially with so many open space between the car park. But that will be it. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 make that M249 work at the very end of it all. 8 solid points so far, making it to the top 2, but they got bigger fish to fry right here. And now it's going to be turning into a 1 versus 4. And I think that 𝐸36, they have heard all that noise, and now sees him jumping all around. So it's just about a matter of buying time, but perhaps 𝐿𝐼𝐿 could even deny himself by the blue zone. So 𝐸36 should be the ones to take this dinner home.
They should be. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 is going to have a very difficult time pulling off this 1 versus 4. Looks like he's got plenty of resources to make whatever play he wants to make. If he has an idea in his mind, I'm sure he's got the smokes and nades to pull it off, but at some point you just have to run in the open. 𝐿𝐼𝐿 is very close up, ready for 𝐿𝐼𝐿 to peek out of that smoke, and he gets him in an instant. 𝐸36 claim a win here in Game 3.
Such an important recovery round for @TheForest, where they have had a lot of trials as well as tribulations for these matches in Erangel, but finally found a footing here in Rondo. And we saw how difficult this match was, and 𝐸36, they found just about the perfect compound to play out that end game, and the only form of pressure that they had to deal with was from Reluctant Squad, which was from the outskirts, and just outrighteously won that without even dropping any members at all. It just seemed a lot more straightforward, especially with SGD trying to wrap around that mall. So this one absolutely for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see kind of where they rotated in from that south, because it looked like, I mean, they got in quite cleanly, which you couldn't really say for a lot of the other teams trying to find their way into that zone. But as we all tried to get into the zone, as we all tried to force our way into what was a very claustrophobic zone, we had a bunch of teams just lose members on rotates. If you went through Jardina, it was almost a death sentence. It was just far too hectic. We had Forest and Dongchi, X Stadium all fighting on the edge here. I won't forget this for the rest of these few days of play. The jumping sword off. I mean, he got the flush with it, so it absolutely worked. And then, of course, Baron's there for the trade. So, I mean, that worked out. Very successful 1 versus 2 from Forest. We got some damn good entertainment from that as well. And this compound, yeah, this mall, it turned out that this was a very impactful or a very desirable location in that endgame.
Yeah, it was so crucial for Irina to be able to eventually take all these possible openings here in the South by taking down the members of Lock You Up, where I thought that Lock You Up might have actually stood a chance, but it's Irina we're talking about. These guys are absolutely lethal. But despite that, Irina finding themselves pretty much bunched out into that open space where RS has been able to punish. But once RS takes over that spot, it's pretty much the same ordeal when they were trying to face up against members of Ether 6. But this battle, though, SGD, they're definitely onto something throughout the course of this evening, where they always showed up in fights, and even in such an open area of the car park, I honestly don't think that they could have made it out alive. But hey, Megaloss still managed to be able to at least say something about that ordeal. So that trade, absolutely exciting to watch throughout the end game, and then it was just straightforward. E36, they got more members to work with.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't get to see too much of E36 throughout that game. They were obviously very much off on the side, but as we approached the final circle there, they looked across and they saw one other player alive in the zone. It's just like, well, yeah, we'll take this game. But we got plenty of action elsewhere. You mentioned SGD. I thought they played that game very, very, very well, taking the fight towards Buriram. That opener from Mings is so beautiful to watch. I mean, the muzzle break on the barrel, it's a ridiculous attachment, but Mings made it look very, very, very easy. Very satisfying to watch that 2K. That made it easier for SGD, and then of course SGD breaching into that car park. It looked dodgy. It looked very dodgy. They fought, but it was just that man advantage. The positioning that TMP had was too much for SGD to overtake. And speaking of TMP, they played that game well. As did, I feel like, everyone inside that mall. It's very difficult. I mean, it's probably not a location that you have a lot of teams send it into often, and so navigating it, knowing the perfect play coming out of that mall is probably quite difficult. Like, you have all these teams that will send it into Pachinki all the time, and obviously you know how to navigate that, but that compound is definitely an unknown for a few teams involved. 3 teams on 14 points contra. E36 with the dub, TMP with a bunch of kills and obviously the second place, and then SGD, who had 9 kills as well, came in third. I mean, look, that's a banging game for a lot of teams, and those points are spread out very evenly.
Yeah, and well, so far we see high average pointers being gained throughout the run, which also means that teams were actively putting themselves out there, and sometimes even getting themselves caught up at the very same time. So even despite QC's position, which sees them being squeezed throughout the back of the ball, they did manage to get some decent numbers off of that play in order to at least wrap up the game with those 7 points. But when you add all of that together, QC remains to be on the top spot right now, only 1 point ahead of these 3 teams that we've witnessed so far, doing an excellent job back in Angle. So that's 28 for SGD, First Natural Gaming, and also Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, 29, 28, 28, 28. I mean, look, it's looking good for TMP as well. I said that 6, 7, and 8 might be the spots that end up being the most contested, and that narrative is ringing true so far after 3 games, but I don't want to hang on that too much. It's only been 3 games. Still a couple teams that we haven't seen too much of just yet. It looked like RTL maybe were showing signs of something good in that game, but just didn't come to fruition. So we are seeing a lot of the on-paper teams rise to the top. There's still a few teams left that we have to see hit their stride. But again, 3 games left tonight. Then, of course, we've got 12 games after that across the other 2 nights. We head into Taego next. Should have a very similar pace to Rondo. A lot of team fights, a lot of good action. Maybe some early action as well. We didn't see Taego in the rehearsal games, and so we haven't been able to sort out these drops in official matches just yet. And then on Miramar as well. We're not getting there yet, but we did see a little bit of a cheeky... Bit of cheeky early game action in the rehearsal games yesterday, so looking forward to ending the night on that map.
Yes, we do, and Taego is going to be probably less claustrophobic as compared to what we have seen happening here inside of Rondo. But of course, with that being done and dusted, I'm pretty sure that at least they will get a little bit more of a reset if things haven't been going well enough, because right after this probably will take a couple of minutes before we dive into our next matchup of Taego. So first, still loving the current pacing that we're getting, even the teams that were not really having that form of consistency, starting to find a little bit more of that shape of form coming into the map of Rondo. Of course, evidently with Ether 6 taking the win. And TMP, prior to this game, they only had that 10-pointer, so they see this massive surge by securing that top 2 spot and winning out that trade against SGD was everything to be able to keep themselves in a very competitive form.
Yeah, I mean, TMP are players that were playing in Valley Tai, and Valley Tai, I believe, had a decent couple highlights when they went overseas to PGS 3 and 4. So these are names that we know. Latte had some incredible performances in the past, and I'm expecting these guys to potentially land in that top 8 firmly as well. Either way, we've got a decent bit of a break coming up, 15 to 20 minutes, something like that. Go get some food. I know I'm going to get some food and some water. I need to hydrate. But yeah, we'll see you very, very soon after this 15-20 minute break.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. If we will be eliminated, our enemies
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes. That's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape. Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. It will be eliminated. Our enemies
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
our mission. These experiments are essential. It will be our enemies will tremble.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape, Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That is our mission. These experiments are essential. If we will be eliminated.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project 𝐏𝐿𝐼nx was humanity's hope. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Taego fell.
Taego needs help.
No. Escape. Taego.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear. Grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, survivors, as we're halfway through in the play-in stage of our APAC qualifiers day 1, and wow, these teams are definitely showing up huge from the get-go, and now we're moving into our rounds of Taego and later on 2 matches back-to-back in Miramar. Joining me, of course, as always, Extreme. It's always great to be casting with you. So, halfway through, we've already seen so many shifts happening across the leaderboard, and I'm pretty sure that there's even more changes coming into effect in these upcoming 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's pretty tight. Pretty sure when we left off, it was 29-28, 28-28, or something like that. I mean, these guys are, as I said earlier on in the night, I'm enjoying how much these teams are actually taking fights and how much these games seem to mean to them. They are meaningful, right? But it's also like you just have to get top 8, take those fights, and everyone's doing that, right? Most of the teams are being successful in taking those fights, and so for these first 3 games, it's been an absolute blast to watch them, and I'm hoping that continues going into these last 3. That said, that 20-minute break is a bit of a, I mean, it's enough time for I mean, you either get some food, I suppose, and some water, or you sit there and you talk about, okay, what are we going to do going into these last 3 games? We've made these horrific mistakes in the first few games. How do we remedy those going into these last 3? And hopefully we can continue to see that rise of E-Arena. We can continue to see the decent performances of TMP. Hopefully we see the teams that were on the bottom of the leaderboard show up a little bit more. But yeah, only 3 games going for 3 games left for day 1, but after that we've got 12 games remaining.
Yeah, so far, every teams are looking absolutely sharp. There was no absolute blunders coming into any form of a block, but it is Sylvia that will be the MVP of our previous match inside of Rondo, where we managed to spot out those remaining members that were taking fights by the corner of the shopping mall, and just like that, Eagle 36 have been able to just weather the storm and also take that massive win to recover from some of the deficits that they had back in Erangel, and now are placed in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, so how long has Sylvia been around? Like years. Sylvia has been around for so long. Unfortunately, it's not the most glowing MVP performance. Only a couple kills and a few hundred damage, but I mean, he had the most impact on that winning team in that endgame. So, deserved MVP. There were a lot of other MVPs in like little micro situations throughout that previous match on Rondo. But yeah, we move on to Taego now. I did say before match 3 that hopefully we would get a different region to win that 3rd game. And here comes Japan, here comes E36. Thailand still very much in dominant form, don't get me wrong, but as we move into these last few games of the night, I'm sure that things are going to be shaken up a little bit.
I'm pretty sure of it, especially with the prowess of Vietnamese teams to be pretty strong in those maps of Miramar, but of course, it's really down to how we really get things going into those matches. But moving into Taego, it's definitely going to be very, very interesting, as if we take a close look into the leaderboards. Of course, it's not on screen right now, but based on Twire, SGD's moved up 5 spots because they've won up so many of all these great trades. Grub United was taken down and almost making the cut for a top 2 finish. Now they're also racing up against Q Confirmed, but of course, we got that 3-way tie between SGD, Forest Natural, Reluctant Squad. Anyone could have basically taken the lead in this very moment, or maybe just dropped the ball and still look for opportunities into Miramar. So it's for us to witness in less than a minute right now, as we will be getting our way into Taego.
Yeah, excited to get this one underway. Like I said earlier on, we didn't see a Taego game in the rehearsals yesterday. We only saw Miramar, well, we didn't really see a wrangle, but we only saw Miramar and Rondo. So a lot of the drop spots are going to be unknown to us. A lot of the contestants, if there are going to be any, are going to be unknown to us, which is interesting as we head into Taego. But I mean, I think the thing that I'm most looking forward to, considering how the lobby has been playing tonight and considering how Taego usually plays out, I mean, this is just going to be fight after fight after fight after fight. You think about all of the terrain that you can play, and all you can imagine is how many 4v4s are going to happen. You also think about all of the third-party opportunity on Taego. There's a lot of third-party opportunity on Taego. You can be really sneaky with how close you can get to an opponent before you strike. And we've been seeing a bunch of third parties tonight. Everyone's taking full advantage of everyone else's misfortune, so I'm very keen to get this one underway. It looks like as well, we've got a pretty fair playing path.
That's right, and you know what? I'm also excited to see. Last round, we have some mortar shots being fired. That's not going to be connected, but in Taego, it is very likely to happen if they were in all those open areas of play, heading into phase 3 or 4 onwards. But that's just me on my hopium. Don't mind me about that. But instantly, we are seeing teams sharing some form of space. Some of these squads are in close proximity across the central plains. And I believe somewhere across Busansa or even Hosan, there might just be a little bit of a tussle going on. But SGD is in a really decent spot somewhere in the middle of the map. Whereas, I think that this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup with that circle appearing both onto that northern island as well as some coverage in the mainland as well.
We've got a hot drop in Palace. DCE taking on Lock You Up. And we remain in a 4v4, so no one's taking any crazy RNG fights off the bat. They've taken one side and, you know, the other team has taken the other. Lock You Up might even look to back out of this. I mean, they are super constricted in this southwestern corner of Palace, so if they wanted to leave, they could. They just have to time it to perfection. There's a bit of an open gap between them and safety on the other side of that hill, but DCE aren't really making the push. Lock You Up will leave. And you have to wonder the implications of that as we head into Taego tomorrow, whether or not that's a hot drop that we are going to see continue. In the meantime, though, 𝐏𝐿𝐾𝐿 is blissfully unaware that one of DZX is inside this compound. Oh, opportunity missed. UpChen, he tried to take some mini shots through the doorway, didn't hit a single one, and ran straight back to his car and just ditched.
Yeah, and he doesn't want any form of commotion because he will be expecting the rest of these QC members to also storm right through. So smart movements. 𝐏𝐿𝐾, I last saw him wielding that SLR, and I was starting to have some form of concern because there was no bullets in the chamber at that point in time. So play it safe, DZX. They haven't really had anything going for them for the past 3 matches, only having that 1 point. So we understand that they want to play it a little bit safer coming into this opening of the round, but not so much for 21 as he got destroyed just watching him from afar. So that's going to be a quick elimination for First Blood. Of course, Cyber will be opening up their account very early on. Coming a little bit too late, though. I mean, perhaps it's just speaking that intel. Nope, we're not even going to be anywhere close for safe. Just continues to rally onto an alternate location, but of course Cyber's giving chase though.
They don't want to let him go. One of PMA has been stuck behind, or One Dragon's so low. That other PMA member is going to have to find an alternate route across that river. Unaware, I suppose, not thinking that anyone could be inside that compound or something to that effect. PMA now, I mean, look at how many teams are surrounding them. This is so desperate for PMA. Now they're even more separated. So not only do they have a player who is stranded on the mainland and who can't make it across to the northern island, but they're also now fully separated from each other on that northern island. One Dragon is stuck inside this compound. Lunlun had to send it all the way past. One Dragon's fighting Lock You Up, though. Panksker's been locked. There's a Panzerfaust in play. It has to hit the mark. Oh my. Down to 17 HP, but One Dragon is obliterated. Holy, that was aggressive, but I love it. Early needs to get it done, and he does. Unfortunately, they might lose Juan, but PMA in tatters after they lost one early.
That Panzer was such a risky play. I mean, if they take a look at his health bar, he almost taken himself out of the equation at the very same time, but then they are being exchanged. 𝐾𝐿𝐾, as well as that member of PMA, going blow for blow, but it's Can that did manage to get the better trait, as PMA have been losing members left, right, and wherever they go. MML just trying to get themselves warmed up, knowing that there's no one around, but not so much for LYU. They keep themselves busy with these members swarming through. LYU dealing with the pressure, not really finding a place to call home just yet as RTL tries to fend them off. They still have Malrusher to play off from, so I don't think that there's any chance that he could even get anywhere close for a safe. And PMA will make damn sure that he's not going to be staying longer in this fight. So it's just a very quick round for Lock You Up. This time, only securing 1 pointer inside of Taego.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a rough first day for them. A couple Miramar games to bring it back. PMA, though, I wouldn't get nervous just yet, but if you're PMA, you do look at SGD at second place, and obviously the lust to be there instead of where you are in 10th. I mean, it's something that PMA have to seriously think about, but maybe not right now. You know, only day 1. Just get a bit of a bearing, and then if you have to change anything up, do it tomorrow, do it day 3. Buram with their 1 kill. Grouping up for the moment. Trading cars, maybe leaving a car behind, low on fuel. Whatever the case, they'll be finding their way inside the circle soon enough. And Q confirm. 𝐏𝐿𝐾, I mean, he's just showing presence. He's puffer fishing right now. He's acting as more than one player. I don't know how convincing that's going to be, because if you're a player near 𝐏𝐿𝐾 and you just hear him spraying, then you obviously know it's one, but that can be enough to convince people to not come close either way. Either that or he was just practicing and warming up. I don't know which one it was, but he was spraying the floor, so maybe he was testing his spray control.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of both, right?
Yeah.
Just go ahead, warm yourself up, just in case if there's going to be potential fights that will happen. But since he's being alone, like it can come with repercussions from time to time. Like if it's going to be 𝐸_ARENA sniffing around, then I don't think he'll be let off so easily, you know?
No,
so,
yeah.
of course, thankfully, of course, 𝐸_ARENA is nowhere close. Speaking of which, they're coming in from the southern side. I believe that they've already made their passage through overall from the southern corner map, and coast should be clear at the moment. So far, I wouldn't really say that 𝐸_ARENA is really been struggling the most out of all these situations, but it's more of them wrapping around the edges of the map for most of their gameplay, which sees them either tucked into the corner where either they win 1 or 2 fights and then having struggles to move deeper into the playing area, have not really resulted in 𝐸_ARENA taking many placement points throughout these couple of rounds, to be specific. But
Yeah.
we've seen some really good stuff when it comes down to how they approach all these fights. Ultra aggressive as always, and of course with their track record of playing internationally, you know that they can actually rack up big numbers if they can find a decent spot to play out. But so far, Circle hasn't been favoring 𝐸_ARENA for the most part. Huang F, he's got that Dragunov, but not really perfectly aligned. It seems like Palace is the place to be, with now 2 teams still lurking around the corner. Reluctant Squad has taken over that initial spot where we initially saw that hot drop happen in the early game. Of course, that has cleared out relatively quickly. DCE, with a little bit of a spread, 1 member up the hill. Hearing all these noise, he might be able to spot Huang F, but he's running around out in the open.
Difficult to land Dragunov shots at that range. But yeah, Reluctant Squad holding down Palace for the moment. DCE, it's interesting to me that they're still here and holding on. I think they're potentially just hoping for one of Reluctant Squad to walk into them. But I don't think that's going to happen. Reluctant Squad seem very aware and happy with their current positions. FW controlling a wide spread here on the coast. I believe they've spotted E36, making a rotate to the north. Well, I think they've spotted them. Probably heard them now, has Raze. So he'll know that at least one team is going to cross the bridge. All Raze has to do right now is figure out whether E36 stop across the bridge and set up a camp, or whether they continue on. That's going to... Oh, never mind. Yep, straight 180 from 𝐏𝐿𝐾. No, we're no longer do we care about that Northern Island. It is all about the mainland right now. We've gone far too close, or much closer to the to the South mainland than I think most of these teams predicted.
Yeah, if they held on for probably another 10 seconds, they could have just basically booked terminal for themselves, perhaps. But, you know, there's plenty of area to play over on the South, and another really good round for SGD, getting the predictions almost on point. But fair enough, they were just sitting by the riverbank, so it's gonna be them keeping themselves busy later on. Reluctant Squad now tries to flush off BCE. Pressure is on all these teams that are on that northern island. So even Reluctant Squad has got to figure a way to get out here. But since that they've already got DC locked in, might as well just commit to that fight. Unicorn Cyber instead opts to go up in the air on the parachutes where they're already receiving a little bit of attention coming from SGD. No luck on that spray. Meanwhile, back to Hong F, dropping a big one. Connect doesn't seem like it does too much, but it does chip over onto one of the members. Eventually, the player up on the hill will have to contribute into this scuffle. So that setup hopefully will pay off for DCE.
Yeah, this is looking in the favor of Reluctant Squad. They've got that front line set up. They've got Van Nye on the flank. The only thing they don't have is the high ground. That's in the favor of Always Me from DCE. But DCE down to 3 makes this a much more realistically surmountable task on the side of Reluctant Squad. Smokes go out, indicating to me that maybe DCE want to get out of there. E36 may be approaching a trap here. And DCE do want to get out of there. Straight into the UAZ. The cover. Well, I was going to say the cover from Always Me, but he is not interested in covering. He's just going to get out of there as well, running as far away as he possibly can, almost getting knocked. Luckily for DCE, they live to fight another day. If Reluctant Squad were quicker on that, if they were more aggressive on that, it could have gone badly for DCE, but Reluctant Squad will now be the teams rotating in behind them. Still man advantage, of course, but DCE could get cheeky, set up a camp if they wanted to, get some revenge. And that's what we thought was a camp from Unicorn Cyber. It might have been, but I think E36 has sniffed it out. They've stopped on that hill next to that shack. They've certainly spotted who dat. And so the jig is up. E36 versus Unicorn Cyber is almost destined.
Yeah, Destroy having some really good angles here against Sylphia. He knows this any form of it, and that is beautiful. 2 taps is all it takes to take him down on the ground, and the MVP now needing to call for a little bit of assistance, and even better lineup coming in with this Mark 12 in hand. Oh boy, Eagle
so much damage.
They got nowhere else to defend themselves for the meantime by that tiny little shack. But even so, I'm not too sure if they could actually bail out of this fight even if they want to.
They're gonna try. They brought that res back a little bit further so they can actually get it, but in doing... Oh, look at that zone. Yeah. Yeah. In bringing that res back, they also give a little bit more space to Unicorn Cyber, though. So that shack that E36 used to have, its space that Unicorn Cyber is now going to take, and luckily E36 are getting out of there in the correct timing. Unicorn Cyber was so close. E36, though, they might run into forest shots taken now, so E36 can path correctly to avoid losing any more members. But what kind of compounds are there for E36 to take? You have to drive cleanly as well. FW lining them up. But E36 still live on to fight. It hasn't been an easy set of moments for E36, but they're surviving ever still.
Yeah, I'm glad for them, because the last I checked on the minimap, they were surrounded by 4 different teams. Now it's going to be SGD that will take beautiful shots to eventually knock out Sophia. And these open planes is not going to be all too safe to play out, but at least it forms a defensive cover for the meantime for not only E36, but also members of Forest Natural Gaming. SGD, they conquered the hills. They were dead center for most part, so they have a whole lot of potential to just go in for those pickoffs, while Dynasty as well as ED kept themselves busy, takes out members from RTL. Close and personal, only having a glimpse through that doorway. So these big nades are just giving him a little bit of a tough time with the sound cues. But oh, what a peek! Onto 𝐾𝐿𝐿, Jiatin just shredded him apart.
The vault was mistimed by 𝐾𝐿𝐿, but it doesn't matter. Buriram come out on top, 5 kills to their name. Losing 𝐾𝐿 there is actually devastating. Oh, they might lose another one here too. Can out in the open by that bus stop. There's a bit of a gap between him and that compound too, so another nade could come through from Reluctant Squad to finish him off. They could also just get a nice angle from, I mean, either side, the west or the east, really. And then Dynasty's far away. He's providing cover, but I mean, I don't think it's cover that's going to be super impactful in that fight. They have to get that res onto Can, and I just don't know how realistic that is. Luckily for Buriram, Reluctant Squad decide to go set up elsewhere. It's kind of a red herring for Buriram. They're going to be safe for the moment. I take that back. PMA have arrived. PMA have arrived in the form of a solo that is dealt with quickly, but now it's all on Dynasty. All the pressure on Dynasty, and the blue is on his back as well. So as he gets both of these reses, Reluctant Squad is setting up for an eventual camp. They are planning to catch Buriram as they come out of the blue.
Yeah, as they're currently being weakened up, the perfect time to strike is definitely now. But for the meantime, PMA still has some gap to actually close up again. But now on another portion of the map, as the other squads who are having a little bit more space to play will just go ahead to trade out against each other. But that looks a little bit hairy of a situation for BRU, but Dynasty at least have been able to find a little bit of opening pick being impactful in that form of skirmish. But now the 𝐿𝑋𝐻 finds themselves a chance to even gatekeep XS from cutting over the bridge. And the problem is, even if you have vehicles, it's going to be a plunge into the waters because that's a broken bridge that they have to cross. I see the water being set up. Where is it going to be launched towards? Will Scappy out in the open trying to launch it? Destroy says, nope, you're not going to be able to do that, as he will take it down. Denied.
Yeah, Destroy coming in from the blue as well. You're not expecting this if you're Forest. Well played from Destroy. He's doing a lot for his team right now. Look at that. He's got one knock and he's got a lot of pressure onto Forest. So here comes the breach. Here comes the actual play, the all-important, meaningful play. Do they succeed? It looks like it. They've successfully shooed Forest away from that corner. Oh wait, there's one remaining. There's a guy in that smoke still, and they have no idea. They've seen the cars leave. They think that there is no Forest member still here. Can he get any? As that smoke dissipates. Oh, they're wary. They're wary. They think that one might be in that smoke, or at least 𝐿𝑋𝐻 thought about it for a second and then took it out of his mind. Olympus has so much to do. You can guarantee he just wants one knock, one flush. That's all. He's probably going to get it as well. A knock onto 𝐿𝑋𝐻, and the flush. He just goes for the second player, and that's what costs him. He could have absolutely weakened Unicorn Cyber there, but he was too greedy. Olympus loses his life without dealing any damage to the team that is currently directly contesting his own team.
Yeah, it was just an instant response where he thought that he had nothing else to play for but to actually going for knock. So desperate attempt sees him just going for that spray that was relatively erratic, but look at him charge. And here we go. Doesn't land on anybody at all. It seems like there was one connected by June earlier. It moves directly towards the spot where UNC is currently at, but just slightly off. Could have been pretty devastating for Unicorn Cyber, but oh boy. They just make it hail from above, but Unicorn Cyber, even from the first
I thought.
That's Chess King instead, but what an 8! Despite this one absolutely fooling us, there's even more incoming. Destroy. He's got to get the hell out of here.
They've survived the onslaught. I don't think he's got any more mortar bullets left, so... Bullets? Shells, I guess is the correct term.
Shells, probably.
Yeah. Oh well. Tried, failed. They landed close though, so you got to give him props for that. Jun now a 1v1 against UpChen. It's a losing battle. UpChen seems to have the peak locked down. And 𝐾𝐿 spread out really nicely. I love this circle because that hill in the center becomes such a point of interest. And if this goes... Well, yeah, that hill is still a very big point of interest for a lot of teams. It's going to become very interesting as they all fight over it towards the end of this game. 𝐷𝐿𝑋𝐻, Reluctant Squad, 𝐾𝐿 all on that western side. That's what we're currently spectating. And it's about to be a brawl. 𝐾𝐿 with a fantastic opportunity to farm up a bunch of kills. 𝐷𝐿𝑋𝐻 is just down to UpChen as 𝐏𝐿𝐋𝐿 peeks over. Undoubtedly, he will spot UpChen. If not off the first peak, then definitely off of those bullets. Down goes 𝐷𝐿𝑋𝐻, and now 𝐾𝐿 turn their attention towards Reluctant Squad.
Oh boy. Thought that would have been a really good run for 𝐷𝐿𝑋𝐻 as they were holding on to the corners of the river. But of course, QC just had such a dominant run from the north point, just well, plowing through all these areas, and now finds themselves an opening over north, but I can't really call it a direct passage into the circle just yet as they try to navigate their way through. But looking back into that mini-map earlier, it's been SGD that has definitely taken that form of heal early on, and they were smart enough to actually pull all the way back to claim that compound, which is definitely a safer play, because if they were to spend too long, easily 3 to 4 teams from all portions of the northern end might be able to at least catch them off guard. So now they can actually set themselves up for success for the end game, while trying to spot out members of FW across the corner as well, while 𝐿9 pushes up the rocks, dealing up against Pet Dread. He's now pushed right in, and he's absolutely blinded, but still finds it! How on earth did he do it? Still, pressure is on for these members, trying to get him cover fire to peel back. To confirm, tries to trade, looking for June. Tough to actually line the shots with the mini. Damage now being done, 5 HP left, and the water from the top at least gets the catch.
Look at who's coming in from that eastern side as well. It's 𝐸_ARENA, happy to arrive to this fight, and they've arrived just in time as well. QC is weakened, and Reluctant Squad is in a pretty awful spot on the other side of that road. 𝐸_ARENA looking to clean up this northern side, and in a fantastic spot to do it. In the meantime, though, on that south, we saw Forest get a couple quick kills, trying to make their way through those fields, but 𝐷𝐷𝐾 finishes them off with a mortar, of course. Absolute poetry to finish off Forest, who was using that mortar with a mortar themselves. Jun, aggressive as ever. QC down, completely out as well. Jun up to 3 kills. He's had a few highlights tonight, and he's not looking to stop. This hill is now shared by 𝐸_ARENA and Reluctant Squad. I thought potentially Reluctant Squad would be engaged with QC for a lot longer, and it would allow 𝐸_ARENA to come over here and get a third party, but that's not the case. 𝐸_ARENA have to just take this straight 3v3, straight 3v4.
Yeah, and right now, all the attention is being pulled towards the area where SGD is holding out. So that includes FW that has to exit that compound that has been watched by SGD for the longest of time. Ray somehow gets depleted by the play zone, while Jacob has been marking onto Reluctant Squad for such a long time. Now it's going to be tough for them to even move deeper into the hillside, because there's just pressure from SGD at the very same time. They got to sort this out very quickly. Reluctant Squad still has Hwang F pretty much stuck by the corner. He does have a vehicle, but how far can he go with it? Smokes now being deployed. 𝐸_ARENA needing this cover to just hold out. Can still play by the high grounds as long as they want to, but there's just barely enough forward space for RS. So with such desperate attempts, 𝐿9 has to open up that space for them, but June already being pinched.
Highlight player down and out, or potentially out. 𝐿9 still fighting as well. 𝐿_ARENA tried to get another one. For his efforts, he's put down to 33 HP. Throws a nade, though, in response. Goes to heal up in that smoke. This is just a DMR battle at the moment. No one can even get close enough to take any AR fights. Oh my, it's so sharp from Zayu. 𝐸_ARENA maybe came over here thinking this was going to be an easy battle, an easy cleanup. Reluctant Squad, they had to come in. It was 𝐸_ARENA with the zone, with the positioning, but as 𝐸_ARENA take these peaks, I think they're learning the hard way that Reluctant Squad have been playing incredibly well tonight. It's just incredibly unfortunate that this position for Reluctant Squad isn't as strong as 𝐸_ARENA's, and 𝐸_ARENA aren't a team to let opportunities like this go. And so, while Zayu does survive for the moment, he does go to the end, and 𝐸_ARENA are the victors of this hill, and I think they've just got a sliver in on that edge, on that northern side of the zone to play. I don't know if it can fit all 4 members, but they should be able to play it, if at all uncomfortable. And then eventually they're going to have to move down into SGD's compound, but I think for the moment they're going to be safe.
They will be, at least for less than a minute, because they will probably have to relocate. As we last saw,
they've got a bunch of space on that hill. I thought it was just a sliver. I was wrong. I think they've got plenty of playable space.
Oh yeah, now that we get that flyover cam, like, oh, all right, I do believe that at least there's some cover coming from tree if push comes to shove. Because last I saw, Eagle36 was also watching that corner of the spawn of the hill. So it's not going to be all too easy. And that also involves the Court Cyber also trying to see if they can spot any members out there. Take Me Please having their sole member taken out by Pain. So now we're only left with 5 teams remaining. But how on earth are they supposed to challenge SGD? The only way that I see SGD losing is by having multiple teams charging at the very same time. And look at that. Completely open grounds that is unsafe for both Unicorn Cyber as well as 𝐸36 to cross. Not that 𝐸36 have to really do too much at the moment. They could just crawl their way through. But for eArena, though, trouble's absolutely lying ahead for them.
This is going to be a very interesting endgame because that ridge to the south of SGD is their kryptonite. Whatever team controls that is going to have a decent chance up against SGD, but to even control that in the first place, you have to be basically the only team on that southern side in that field. So we'll see how that one pans out, but before any of that goes down, we have to see what eArena have up their sleeve. They're sending it straight into the compound. It looked like they were going to go through the field, but no, straight into the compound, straight into the opened arms of Mings, but they trade it back evenly. Luckily for SGD, they've got members in return. They've got members all around this compound ready for the trades, and it's desperate. It's a brawl. It's messy, but SGD come out on top. Every other team in the lobby is licking their lips right now. They smell blood in the water. SGD, they were the strongest team, and now we're in our top 4. They've become one of the weaker ones.
Yeah, and now they only lost 1 member throughout, but the resets have not gone through just yet. FW takes this opportunity, lobs in a couple of nades, doesn't actually connect. Seems like they will only be able to salvage 1 fallen ally, while 𝐿𝐷𝐸 might be left to bite the dust. Still limping and still licking their wounds. FW so far playing it rather safely throughout the course of the matchup. But here we go! Unicorn Cyber arrives! Straight towards the crosshair of PJC members of at the Force 36, but that is quickly sorted out. Destroy was ever ready to take them on.
Alright, well done from Unicorn Cyber. Have 1 player act as a bait, have the other 2 just dive in with a coup. That'll work most of the time. Well done from Unicorn Cyber. And I mean, they've been fighting for most of this game to get through this field. Avoiding disaster with Forest. Taking that fight quite cleanly with 𝐸36, and they've earned themselves a decent spot in the field. It's just not going to be in, probably, in these next upcoming. So, 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 goes back straight into the open arms of 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐿. FW made their way across here in perfect timing. 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 thought he had way more space than Unicorn Cyber actually do. FW have positioned themselves really, really well. Banana won. I mean, he's the one you're looking at to potentially win this game for FW. As long as he doesn't get spotted out, as long as he's silent for the moment, then he can avoid dying to SGD, and he can avoid being spotted by Unicorn Cyber as well. I'm not going to say this is FW's game to lose, but they've got a very interesting opportunity here that they could certainly capitalize on. Oh, Jervis. You may as well.
Oh, he's got them all lined up. Quickly going for those Mark 12 taps. Secures one at the very least, and we'll eventually deal with the other member as Jarvis absolutely got everything sorted out. Now all they have to focus on is the rest of FW, but back towards Banana 1. Can he be elusive enough to eventually steal this off of the back of the hands of SGD? So far it's been super dominant from the Malaysian squad, but FW Esports, they've gotten themselves that chicken dinner in their first run, and now 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐿 spotted out the moment he steps out. And Pain coming for the flank. This is not looking good for 𝐿𝐷𝐿𝐿. Banana 1, they need him right now. Can he contribute in this peak of a moment?
He has to find like the craziest of timings, and Mings is aware of maybe getting snuck up on like that, but you're right, he almost needs to peek up because this Mark 14 is doing so much for SGD right now. 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐿 down again, and Banana 1 has yet to activate.
He's still trying to look for opportunities, but his teammates are absolutely suffering through the smokes. There's nowhere else to run. I mean, this is pretty much a gunner if Banana 1 does not react, because that will mean that these 3 other members of SGD will just swarm up to him later on. But at least the attention is being drawn to the smokes for the moment. Managed to recuperate. Banana 1, he's got to lurk up onto 𝐿𝐷𝐸 at the very least. Jarvis is all the way from far back of what seems to be trying to look for alternatives of the roof. But from this position here, Banana 1 spotted! Oh, this is gonna be a goner right now for FW, unless something magical happens from that portion of the map.
That leaves FW stranded. Stranded without a lifeline. Now all they have left is smokes and whatever aim they can muster up, but it's not as good as what Pain can deliver. Down goes 𝐀𝐏𝐀𝐂. One member up now for FW. A 7.6% winner-winner chicken dinner. Yeah, I'd agree with that. That sounds realistic to me. As the blue approaches, I think that signals the end. Pain gets his flush, and down goes FW to the blue. SGD came to play today. That's a win on Taego.
Massive one at that as well. They've been just dominating from the get-go, having not only the right predictions, but they have taken so many active moves, trying to take teams from above where they were just overlooking those kills. And when they pulled back, that compound that they had was basically what gave them perfect opportunity to just strike the rest of them down. You can see the elation on the faces of all these SGD members. They worked hard enough for today, where they've been racing their way up to the top with plenty of elimination points to book. And I think by the end of this round, they should be the #1 team at the top.
They very well could be. They absolutely could be there. They've been playing lights out. Gifted a little bit in that game, but I mean converting it, right? And that's the thing we talk about when it comes to end games, where you're being a bit gifted by the zone. As long as you convert it, then no one has anything to complain about, unless she did exactly that, even through a breach by 𝐸arena as well. But I love this zone. It's one of my favorite Taego zones, because the fields become such an interesting spot to play, and the compounds around. I mean, there aren't many compounds around that end game. There's terminal, and then there's that one to the west of it. So very interesting end game, very entertaining game overall. This is still a bit painful for me to watch. It probably would have been better for Olympus to weaken Unicorn Cyber and help his team out, but I can understand going for that long distance spray would be an absolute hero play if he could land it. Yeah, Van Nye completely blind, but I think just could see enough to get that knock. And then 𝐸arena, I mean, look, it was an absolute brawl on this hill, but they played it well with those DMRs.
Yeah, especially on that desperate attempt as well. With Lucky Squad, they were forced to go in for that long trade, and even when they tapped out and tried to move themselves into the area of play, they got caught out by the Eagle 36. So, with that being said, 𝐸arena understood where the moment that they make any form of appearance up there over the hills, they won't have any form of way to play out safely, which is why they crash right in. But SGD, they just spend it on indoors waiting for those ambushes to happen. They were just ready to take down 𝐸arena, and after that, it was just full send up against the final few players on the block for the Malaysian squad to finally take a chicken dinner home for tonight. So this has been in the works from Erangel up till now, where those sort of rounds sees them really play aggressive in the early game. This time, they know that, hey, we have a superior position. We're never going to give that one away, and they were absolutely right.
Yeah. You have to look at Banana 1, but maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I think Banana 1 potentially was being told by his team to not activate just yet, because if you were looking at the other two members of FW, it looked like they were surviving quite well. Like, they had one card to work with and obviously a bunch of smokes, but they were surviving competently, right? And so I think knowing that the win con is Banana 1, they probably told him to delay, don't activate, just wait for us to, or wait for SGD to leave the compound, which would eventually have happened, right? Phase 9 had popped, so we were going to go smaller and smaller eventually, and then Banana 1 would have had a fantastic opportunity to win that game, but Mings obviously spotted him out. So I can fully understand there probably would have been a bit of frustration, especially as a spectator looking at him like, you need to save your teammate right now, but there's actually a chance to win that game if Mings doesn't spot him out, and so I can totally respect the discipline on Banana 1 there. SGD 19 points, which is, it matches the most we saw from Q-Confirm in game 1 of the night. Unicorn Cyber up there with 14, FW with 13, then a bit of a drop to E36, who actually continue their good form.
Yeah, they do. And overall, if it wasn't for that drive-by from Unicorn Cyber's attempt to take that western corner, then who knows? Unicorn Cyber could have been on that short end of the stick because they're coming from the south side. And once Unicorn Cyber made a massive U-turn, they got themselves clipped by some of the members of FW Esports, which, you know, could have been so much more for UNC to actually play this one out. But for what it's worth, we actually saw a lot of the trades happening where teams were trying to cut across from the islands back into the mainland. And it's just chaotic. We've seen Panzer files, a couple of modder plays, and everything in the mix. So I'm absolutely satisfied with what we've got over on Taego. And like I said, SGD getting this chicken dinner, we'll see them overtake Reluctant Squad as well as QC as they sit pretty at the top.
Dude, it's crazy actually to see. Maybe not crazy, but first of all, SGD have been playing fantastic tonight. So to see them in first, it makes total sense. But Reluctant Squad are in second place purely off just consistency. Like, they have had a really solid points per game throughout the entire night so far. Obviously, they definitely want more in terms of a standout game, maybe a win in the books for them. But, I mean, look, they have been playing consistently enough to put themselves in second place. So Reluctant Squad right now have my full respect. Obviously, QC playing quite well, FW as well. A lot of those teams in that top 8 are playing really well. We are still waiting for Buram and E-Arena to fully come online and fully show us what they are capable of. But other than that, I mean, this top 8 is looking very competitive.
Very, very competitive. As a matter of fact, you take a look at the kill count. It's a tie between the top 3 with the 26 eliminations. So you're just seeing these guys going absolutely ham onto every single fight that they can partake in. And Pain, he was an absolute monster in this matchup where, you know, you just saw him really holding down even those pushes coming from E-Arena. And on top of that, there were so many of all these angles that were pretty tough to actually cover, but Pain absolutely have sorted out alongside with his teammate, of course. So good job, SGD. They are now looking in great form, and if you ask me to choose between them as well as PMA right now, the answer is pretty straightforward. But PMA will wait till they activate, and perhaps I would say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, PMA have shown us good signs, don't get me wrong. They have shown us some really good things. Maybe it's just a few macro decisions that are costing them a better game. You know, if they're not able to keep that many people alive, if they're not able to find themselves in a good position, then they can't really show us what they're made of. Whereas SGD have found themselves in very decent positions all throughout the night. So yeah, but Pain being your MVP, if you are unaware, Pain is Sophia, and Sophia is a name that if you've been watching APAC for quite some time, you'll know who Sophia is. Absolutely popping off, showing up in that late game, 9 kills total to SGD, 1600 damage, and that is their first win of the play-in stage. But I wouldn't be surprised if they rack up another one.
I'm glad you told me about this because, like, yeah, I've met Sophia before.
Oh, really?
Quite some time ago, but I didn't manage to chat him up. Of course, Sophia played back in the days of Global Esports Access.
Yep.
One of the first major tournaments over on the early days of PUBG Esports, and it's great to still see him in such a top shape. So this is first, perhaps out of the many that they could get through the play-ins, and we'll find out if they're going to be battle ready to take on some of the qualified teams for the finals as well, because SGD, they are just performing out of their minds right now. Now, down to 2 more Miramar rounds to close off the night, ladies and gents. So I'm believing that certain teams will feel a little bit more comfortable now moving into Miramar round, having more space to play, but things could always get very hectic towards the late game.
Well, if you showed up at the start of the night and then you saw the Thailand dominance and you've just tuned in now, I mean, we've got different results. Japan got a win, Malaysia got a win, and so we haven't necessarily had every team get a win, but it's good to see variety in match winners. Fantastic to see that. Again, most teams have shown up tonight. There are a couple teams on the bottom side of that leaderboard that haven't reached double digits yet, that have yet to show us their true form. I'm going to believe that it's just been quite unlucky for them and they haven't had full opportunities to show us what they're made of. That could not be the truth, but that's what I'm going to believe in, because I think that, again, when I look at this 16-team lobby, even if you haven't even hit double digits yet, I still think you've got something good in you. I still think you've got a bunch to show us. You know, most of the time, you don't really see a PUBG team's peak unless they're fighting for a win, or the circle is so generous to them on basically every pop that it gives them every single opportunity, and then you're actually able to see what that team can do. And that can't happen to everyone within 4 games. So give these guys some time. I'm sure they'll show up. If you're fans of Lock You Up, DZX, then I'm sure they have plenty more up their sleeve that we just haven't seen yet. I mean, DZX took an RNG fight game 1 of the night. If that doesn't show you confidence, then you know, I don't know what's gonna inspire you with confidence. But yeah, plenty more to see.
Yeah, and well, of course, speaking of DZX, there were definitely certain opportunities, but of course, it was some direct 50-50 fights that were taking over on the north side just to try to gatekeep some of the teams across the river, across the bridges, where, you know, even if they did manage to survive that, we saw what exactly happened to Reluctant Squad over onto that corner. So it was such a tough round, to say the very least, for whoever's not claiming SGT's position, of course. So, to my surprise, you know, I come into this evening thinking that, hey, I would probably see maybe a lot of chicken dinners coming out from both Thailand as well as Vietnam. Now it seems like it's fairly balanced.
Yeah.
So I wonder if maybe this is the time for these Vietnamese squads to finally show up heading into the final portion of day 1. So, of course, when we take a look at some of all these teams, I think Dongchi is doing relatively well, despite them, you know, just starting to figure out how all these teams from other regions actually play it out, where they have shown quite some finesse in the way that they take aggressive fights, and also when they don't really have to fight, they know when to actually choose the right moment to hold back. So, liking what I'm seeing so far for the evening, but 2 matches, and it's going to be some pretty long ones at that as well. Miramar definitely offers us at least a little bit more of that breathing space until we get into, you know, phase 5 onwards. But it's good recovery to also for teams like Unicorn Cyber Esports really getting into the mix of that top 5 early on, where they really have shown that they love these fights whenever they could actually get up close and personal. And then we had Destroy that actually spoiled that mortar moment where we're thinking perhaps he's gonna be able to land that mortar shot, right?
Yeah.
That is definitely gonna be clipped up.
I mean, I like Unicorn Cyber's. It seems like they recognize a moment and then they just send it in that moment. Because if you remember Erangel Game 2, they recognized that E-Arena and Q-Confirm were fighting up on top of that hill, and I think it was a 2-man of Unicorn Cyber just drove straight up to that fight and just cleaned it up.
Right.
And then they did basically the same thing here with Forest. Then they did the same thing. They just hopped over that ridge and did the same thing with E36. And so Unicorn Cyber are not afraid, but that's the same can be said for most of the teams in this lobby. I think Unicorn Cyber have just, funnily enough, had a lot of situations where they are just hopping in a car and going straight at the target. Just send it straight at them. We don't care. We'll run you over and kill you. And it's been quite successful for them so far. So if that's what they want to do, then more power to them.
Yeah, I really hope to see that inside of Miramar, because sometimes there's going to be moments where you got to full send it, and one squad that will be confident enough will definitely be Unicorn Cyber for sure. Other than that, just looking at this current run, I've been absolutely impressed by this particular Thai squad, Q-Confirm. Of course, they are one of the teams that are running for that #1 spot. So far, every fight looks super clean coming in from them, despite, you know, this time in this matchup, it's just a lot of unfavorable scenarios that puts them into a rough spot, getting shot by all these other teams. But if you give them enough space, now that we're moving into Miramar, I feel like Q-Confirm's got something cooking up this time. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. And, you know, Taego, we saw so many DMRs. We know this is the map where DMR shines the brightest.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I echo your sentiment on Q-Confirm as well. They have looked very formidable in most of the fights that they've taken. They've looked like a threat that you shouldn't be too confident going up against. And yeah, I have no fear that that'll be the same thing going into Miramar. That said, I believe Q-Confirm was the team in the rehearsal game that got very close to E36 in Hacienda. And then 𝐿36, I think, or maybe it was 𝐀𝐏 went straight after 𝐿36. I can't remember who won that fight, but essentially there might be something going down at Hacienda. We're not sure yet because, again, it was a rehearsal game and that could just have been for practice. But I think it was 𝐀𝐏 and 𝐿36 got quite close to each other. And so we'll see if that comes to fruition here on Miramar. And then, of course, there's plenty of other unknown drop locations that could be contested. We could see some hot drops in. There's a lot of cars on Miramar as well that you can contest for, that you'll find yourself contesting for. A lot of the cars are kind of mixed in and around of priority compounds for loot and for just general spots in the zone. And so people just kind of dive at those cars, but we'll see what happens. We've got a minute remaining until we dive in. I still have yet to see I guess multiple creative uses of the zip lines. The one that goes from Church at El Pozo down to El Pozo, the one that goes across Graveyard to Power Grid. I still have yet to see an incredible amount of creative uses for those. I think I've seen a couple, but still waiting for those to really come into the meta.
Well, in public lobbies, you probably can have a whole lot of fun with that, but when it's competitive, you know that these guys are super sharp, so I'm not even certain if it's worth the risk to try to cut across. Let's say if you're on top of that hill from Power Grid, you want to get your way across the Graveyard. I would rather take vehicles. I don't want to bet my life on that. So that being said, of course, we'll see probably some contests going on over some vehicles, depending on how this flight path is going to be set from get-go. So that said, already players dropping off the plane. Oh, this seems to be skewered into a certain direction. I want to take a closer look. But we're starting off from the south side, so early access into Los Leones, it seems, for Schweigert, but they are heading elsewhere, directly into Minas Generales, so it's always around the center, so they should be able to at least have a certain decent area play. But of course, I could be wrong. It could be anywhere close to the center. If they want Picado, it's up for grabs too.
SGD should have Picado. That should be theirs, which gives them a massive advantage in the fight for that Malaysian slot up against PMA. Central drop locations in PUBG, as much as you might, as much as it sucks to admit it, they do give you a very distinct advantage. QC dropping Hacienda, and they are close to 𝐿36. I don't know if it's going to be a straight hot drop or whether... yeah, there you go. Full RNG, like the good old days here at Hacienda. 𝐿36, a lot of them in the top floor. If you confirm, though, it's Noadra who just got lucky. Landed that AK. 𝐿36 had nothing to fight back with up until this moment. Sylphia's got two very quick trades. He's got a third. Sylphia, the MVP, the veteran on 𝐿36, has done it all. He's got a teammate here to back him up as well. The trades don't come in. QC win the fight, but what a valiant effort from Sylphia. 𝐿36 and QC go at it, and it comes down to the absolute wire. I thought 𝐿36 had that in the bag, and then Noadra and the rest of QC step up to the plate. What an initial first engagement.
A jaw-dropping performance coming out, a clutch member of QC, Chigzing. He absolutely was the hero. You saw, he was just holding down to that open alleyway, and these guys out of 𝐿36, they had the right ideas, right? We'll go in for that peak coming from both left and right. If they were to do it in tandem, perhaps that could have been won. Yeah, but it really was a nail-biter out there. It was too close. And it's just barely enough. But my, what a save.
Damn.
𝐿36, unfortunately, bows out.
That is such a good performance from Sylphia, though. That with the mutant as well, burst fire, close range, no one has any vest or helmet to speak of, so that thing's going to shred, and it does so good. And you are right. If that last peak from those two 𝐿36 members was coordinated just half a second better, then I think that fight goes in the favor of 𝐿36. But someone was a bit too early or someone was a bit too late. But still, what a performance. Good to know that the individuals on both teams can show up in a moment like that, even when it's just pure RNG. Noadra landed that AK, and initially you're thinking, okay, it's over. QC have this fight in the bag, and then Sylphia shows up with his own gun and just... yeah, almost wins it by himself. So, excellent stuff. Thoroughly entertained. Can't wait to see that one again tomorrow, maybe. Or maybe next game, actually, even, if they still want to fight for it. And that's the thing. You have to really consider, especially both of those, or I guess anyone if you're hot dropping, but you have to really consider, we just need to make top 8. Is it worth it hot dropping if we only need to make top 8? Or Do we just give ourselves the best chance to have a good game? 𝐾𝐿𝐿's in a bit of trouble. He's got 3 members, I believe. Oh, nope, that's all 4 members of Lock You Up who've just breached his compound.
Yeah. Back to what you were saying, if you're in QC's shoes, whoever hot drops, they're probably confident enough to just take on anybody. That includes SGD in the mix. But BRU, gonna get a beautiful catch right here for 𝐾𝐿𝐿. Easy spray down from the top, but now, of course, they will know of his presence. It's not gonna be easy to breach into this farmhouse, but therefore,
oh no,
Lock You Up. We'll have to ring around the roses. Eventually finds 𝐸𝐷 caught up. Now bring up close and personal. 𝐾𝐿𝐿 goes down as well. Oh, that was a big one coming from Xuan as he just peppers them down.
Oh, there's a team knock in the mix. Buram, one of them ran into the other player, and it just completely ruined their chances of winning that fight. Not what you want to see on a breach like that, because I like the idea from Buram. They've already got a member in that compound who's just opened up the fight, so technically you have the advantage, but not if you run over your own teammates. It's a devastating loss for Buram. They don't lose, well, they're not eliminated just yet. Dynasty the last one up, but yeah, that stuff can't happen if you want to make top 8. Buram's close as well. They need to, I mean, I'm not worried that they're going to find some form, but that is a bit of a blow to the mental.
Very much so, especially this being Miramar. Playing alone is almost a death sentence. There's still a lot of time to kill if you were to try to even squeeze into, I don't know, a top 5 scenario. And what does he do this time around? Like you said, that was initially BRU's advantage. Just a little bit of a panic response that led to their own demise. Well, they're not fully gone just yet, of course. Now it's all in the hands of Dynasty. Lock You Up happily takes this space, as we do have a package up for grabs, but I don't see anyone around. What's in there? MK14, not too shabby.
Well,
the cheek pad as well.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty helpful.
You definitely want to grab that if you can find it. Let's see if anyone does. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 taking shots from X Stadium on the north. Trying to back off into some cover. Still taking more shots as well. Maybe he chose the longest possible path to actually get to cover, but he gets there in the end. He'll heal up. Unsure where his teammates are, but by the looks of things, they aren't very close. The arena taking shots from afar. We've seen them do this very thing so often tonight. The arena taking shots from afar, and then eventually they almost have to get close, or they find a timing to get close to their opponents, and then it's just, yeah, I feel like watching E-Arena tonight, it's been pretty rough because I feel like they haven't been given too many good opportunities to show us what they're made of. And so I'm happy to give them a pass for the first few games at least. I don't know if anyone else is, but I think back to that Erangel game, or that second Erangel game especially, I just go, yeah, they had so many, like, potentially good opportunities, and the circle just moved away from them. They got pincered on the edge, and at that point, it's very difficult to survive and get out of there. So I'm still very excited for E-Arena to show up, because I think that they've been dealt the short end of the stick a lot of the time tonight. So maybe this is the Miramar that they do it.
Yeah, and Miramar has been their staple map that sees them win quite a number of rounds back and pass. So I still have my hopes up high for the Thai squad as well. Meanwhile, all these long trades are just basically draining each other's resources. I think playing in Miramar has always been a battle of attrition as well.
Yeah.
How much do you have left in the tank by the time that you manage to make it into a top 8 scenario, and what do you exactly do with whatever you've got, including vehicles on board that could easily be shredded out by, you know, phase 3 or phase 4 onwards. SGD now also taking some interesting position. They're all scattered across the map, with RTL members doing exactly the same. MML hitting the hit of Ninja 2K. Where exactly was that coming from? Oh, there you go with the Dragunov, but he's also getting shot right back at him. So Smell, good that he's managed to also spot him getting a glimpse. So Jervis is just around the corner. the revives will go through, and like I said, battle of attrition. Now you take off the helmets. Maybe the next time around, it's
Wait,
a
what?
hit.
Why did 𝐿𝐻𝐻 just punch his own teammate out?
Did he actually do that?
Yeah, he just punched out his own teammate and then left. I don't.
Did he disconnect or something?
Maybe
Well,
Ninja 2K DC'd. I don't know, but yeah, he just punched out. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 just punched out Ninja 2K, and now they're all driving away.
I don't know.
I don't know
if
what
there's
happened.
any form of beef that they do have against another, sort it out after the day, man. Like, not cool.
Ninja 2K
to do
was
that
like-
if they have any form of hands.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I assume it's a DC here, perhaps.
But yeah, probably a DC, or like he just couldn't get safe, and so they had no choice but to just punch him out, take all his loot, and then leave. Either that or Ninja 2K is like, res me. 𝐿𝐻𝐻's like, shut up, and then just punches him out and then leaves.
You're being too noisy.
Yeah, exactly. Either way. Weird one, but RTL do get out of there. SGD will claim that kill. And luckily for MML, his, I guess it wasn't overpeaking. He probably didn't really know where Smell was, but he does get that res, gets his kill. So SGD happy with their start.
Meanwhile, take a look at the main map. There's a sandstorm
Oh.
brewing all the way up north, where it's currently XS as well as Forest Natural Game being side by side as the circle shifts all the way back into the southern end of this current playing field. So Hacienda is definitely the place to be for PMA to just hold out. But you know, things can get a lot rowdier. But for the meantime, I think teams up onto the further end of the north will have a lot of traveling to do. Hopefully not getting caught out though. Speaking of which, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 driving dangerously close. I think they should be able to at least drive past this lower end of the hill and get a little bit of cover. But oh boy, nowhere safe for them.
No. Even a solo of X Stadium just randomly on their north. And they actually get to kill, potentially. Unless Smell stops to get this trade. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 caught out a nice spray, though, from Titus. That was very clean. Muzzle break on the org. Can't really ask for a much easier weapon to control. And straight into the opening arms of the rest of X Stadium is RTL. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 just biding his time. Takes some shots now, maybe guiding RTL to his other teammates. And to be fair, he's hit a couple of those shots. Some nice tags through the window. Might even land another one. Smell desperate to get out of there, get over that ridge. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 has stopped to support, but RTL is very, very weak right now, and X Stadium are hungry.
They definitely look very, very hungry. They managed to pop a tire off that vehicle, so in terms of speed, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 might just have to make do with this current situation and drive further down into the playing field. But he might actually run into 𝐿𝐻𝐻, who's also driving across, so RTL, they gotta be ready with their seatbelts with this one. Olympus also holding on to a point of his own. Forest Natural Gaming might seize this chance as well as opportunity. Well, we move over to Dongxi Esports, driving into the hillside as well. The arena now spots the entirety of Unicorn Cyber right down below. And casualty out there, Destroy kind of got run over by his own vehicle, so at least he's indoors, so he should be safe.
Yeah, he's okay. Happens sometimes. As long as it's not your own teammate, then all is forgiven. QC reside in Hacienda. Reluctant squad to their south. Unicorn Cyber. I mean, if it does continue to feed towards Hacienda, then Unicorn Cyber would have made the correct play. Of course, that's all hindsight, but getting to that long barn before anyone else does can end up being a pretty crucial play. The problem is if this shifts towards the east, or if it shifts away from where Unicorn Cyber are, then it's going to be difficult to leave. QC is going to make that difficult. Reluctant Squad's going to make that difficult. They probably already have lost a lot of the tires on their cars, unless they park them all inside that long barn, so you have to be very wary of the future, but for the moment they're okay. TMP, nice little split between... Well, I forget the name of that compound, but the other one they're in is Free Win. And it's a deadly 2-2 that could result in a fantastic game for them. PMA down here on the south, looking to take the fight towards SGD on that leaderboard, as difficult as it is.
Yeah, PMA at least are in the spot where there's not going to be drawing all too much of the attention. And it's definitely going to be a really firm spot that PMA wants to hold on to with RTL right around the corner. SGD still having a lot of openings coming in from the southern end, being the only team to be wiggling around the quarters of Graveyard. And are they actually taking the zip line? Oh, not exactly. For a moment, I thought it was a zip line across. So that answers our initial question.
Oh, whoa!
Rustro Esports having a little drive-by coming from another squad as Lock-You takes them on. The 𝐿𝐋𝐁𝐄 have been able to trade right back. Spell goes in for a drop shot, finds the legs, and 𝐿𝐋𝐁𝐄 goes down. What an incredible feat! It's only down to 2 bullets. The trade now sees them going toe-to-toe. 2 members still remain for RTL. The nades flies in. And boom, Hang actually naded his own teammate.
I mean, in a close-range fight like this, you're just trying to get a flush if your teammate is in the way. Too bad. 𝐿𝐹, though. What a performance from him so far in this fight. Flash goes in. He seems ready to take this fight, and I think he ran in. He did, and he cleans it up. Just like that. TMP combined with RTL, and 𝐿𝐹 has 3 kills to his name. It saves RTL's game entirely. 𝐷ZX rocked up to that thinking that they had the advantage. 𝐿𝐹 thought otherwise. Kaisama was off in that double white as well. Not really any room to help him out, and so 𝐿𝐹 relied on the crossfire that TMP had essentially to help him out. And UNQ, you can see he's got 1 kill. 𝐿𝐹 has the other 3.
Yeah. Unbelievable moment. I mean, usually in these kind of compounds, you wouldn't expect a car to drive right by, but 𝐿𝐹 smells that danger from a mile away and just basically gave them a little bit of a lesson. This ain't no car wash. There's no good reason that you'll be parking here. Of course, jokes aside, I mean, Q confirmed they have not really left Hacienda, so they can still put a dent onto anybody moving past. Very, very nice place to be for the moment. Whereas Reluctant Spot might have actually seen some movement come from PMA. Speaking of which, it's Taker on the crosshair. One Dragon also having Hong F to try to take a couple of taps over onto Hacienda, where QC's at. So a lot of long trading for now, but nobody's hitting the ground just yet.
I'd love to be where Reluctant Squad is. I feel like they're in for a pretty decent game here. PMA potentially as well, but I guess we'll have to see. There's a couple spots in this zone specifically where on a phase 3 pop, on a phase 4 pop, you could be over the moon confident in your game, and then phase 5 pops and you are, you know, you're just dead. The circle has not been very kind to you.
Not at all for the entire course of the evening, right? From
Yeah.
all the other maps and now down to Miramar. But this time, it seems like it's just going directly to the center. After the phase 2 hardship, it's a little bit more manageable for a majority of these teams.
Yeah.
VCE is on the far end. They will eventually look to perhaps make a push towards PMA if they were desperate enough, but as you continue to see, Reluctant Squad, like you said, this spot has been pretty much a good bunker for them to hold out. I don't know if to even call it a bunker. This is actually
it's a fortress
appropriate
for them right now.
Yeah, a fortress at least.
I mean, TMP is one of those teams where I said, I mean, they were looking really good in phase 3, phase 2, right? They had that nice split, bunch of info, multiple different lines of play. Phase 4 shifts, and all of a sudden TMP, now a lot of the plays that they have to make are going to be kind of desperate sends where they are forced to take a fight. So this zone is very harsh, and only a few of the spots in the center give you a little bit of respite. Next Stadium rocks straight up to FW, and a couple of good Molotovs mean Banana One can't do anything. It's a nice trade back with that nade though from Sixax, but he gets immediately knocked by another Molotov. Metal-D has 2 knocks with Molotovs right now. X Stadium taking this fight without taking a single shot until that moment. Metal-D, that's his 3rd. Cleans up FW, gets knocked for it. In the meantime, Dat Blue also gets knocked, and look who's here. Who else but SGD to arrive for this 3rd party?
Oh, they are absolutely eager to take them on, and it's just open space as every team wants a piece of the pie. It's Q confirmed that gets wiped off. Of course, Natural Gaming just got that good LOS. Meanwhile, SGD so opportunistic against X Stadium, and they make quick work out of that. Meanwhile, Pain actually soaking some shots. Where exactly? Wow. It's E-Arena all the way from downtown.
That was Van Nye.
Oh, Van Nye.
That was Van Nye from, I mean, in Horseshoe, but it's still insane shots from that distance.
My. It's just absolutely crazy from the looks of it. But eArena, now they are kind of stuck in between all these squads. They know that they need to hold out for a little bit longer. It should still be within the zone from the looks of it. So enough spacing for them to play things out. Megalos, meanwhile, will be able to connect one against Smell. RTL, last check, they seem to be playing over on the northern corner of the map, and hopefully they'll be able to make the cut. It's been a rough day so far here in the play-ins for the Vietnamese team, and RTL just runs across, will be shredded out by Megalos.
Yeah, TMP arriving. This was one of the fights that they basically had to take if they wanted any chance of getting into the zone, and they take it against a very weakened team, and for their efforts, they're actually in a really solid spot going into this this Phase 5. They could spread their wings if they wanted to, or they could play it passive. I think either option are fantastic plays. They just have to be very cautious of where Latte is right now. That's going to be a spot where if you don't have a location in this zone, then you're going to send it to those silos, and Latte could be in danger, but he could also put on an incredible defense and secure a ton of points for TMP right now. Any options for them? DCE. On the south, I believe at least a couple of the members are in. And so they have a foothold. They have somewhere to sit, but I don't think it's pretty. It's one of those dips to the north of Minas that it's all desperation. You know, you get there because you have no other option. You think that you might be able to fight through those dips, and sometimes it's true, and sometimes it just ends in total disaster, but you don't really have any other option. The compounds are taken, Hacienda's taken, so what can you do? But certainly still playable, certainly still doable, but you are at the mercy of a lot of the teams inside these stronger compounds.
Yeah. Over on the south, at least there's some areas to work with, but not so much for Force Natural Gaming, where they have to basically take the path. Wherever they go directly into the circle, it will be fielded with a couple teams waiting in the wings. Meanwhile, Unicorn Cyber getting clipped from both Forest as well as TMP, where we see Latte securing a beautiful grenade. Not that I get to see it, but that seems to be able to at least puncture through whatever defense that UNC had to hold out. Pure in the war tanks, only down to 6-9. But how much longer can he hold out? Reluctant squad so far still having a field day out, getting a glimpse of SGD, and also the far end of the fields. TMP can take this one step at a time as they are closer to the center, and Unicorn Cyber's out. Yeah,
I said that those silos had a chance of getting breached, and TMP were ready for it. So they clean that up. They don't lose a single member. And they land themselves 3 or 4 kills for that. Unicorn Cyber sending themselves in. Down goes Baron. Trying to get that heal off, but was fully open to Hoang. Reluctant Squad, they've yet to have a really fun time outside of Horseshoe. They've had a few opportunities to maybe get some nice knocks, maybe a kill or two, but it hasn't been an ecstatic game from them yet. Although they'll get plenty of opportunities as this zone gets smaller and smaller. DCE, I said it was desperate if you end up here, and while they might not have had a choice, they still end up in a very similar situation to where you usually end up when you go play those dips. You just have to fight all the way through. It is messy, it's difficult, it requires utility, perfect teamwork, and even then, it can be almost impossible. So now only 2 members of DCE remain, and they've got, I think I saw 5 smoke symbols, or 3 smoke symbols up. Just for one member, as they just do their absolute best to live for as long as they can.
Yeah. Plenty of resources now being depleted, and SGD was in the same sort of predicament as well, because we last saw them over on the further end of the west, forced to pull all the way south because of the room that's being left available. But DCE did manage to trade back right now, taking down MML. So it's pretty much even score lines for the moment. A 2v2 taking place between the Malaysians as well as the Vietnamese side. But how much longer can SGD play this spot? Because further down the line, we're looking at eArena that's been over onto that corner ditch that they've been pulling out. And it's a tough one to crack. So the only opportunity is to clear off DCE, take their space, and eventually hope for an endgame that's favorable to themselves. Force Natural Gaming now. Force efforts on the wheels as Van Nye goes in for a spray down. Not enough bullets, it seems. Or he's just switching out for the grades as it's within range. He doesn't need it. He goes for the head. pulls all the way back. What a clean shot at that as well, but you know this is Olympus over and back. Will combinate and just flush him out. Jun, phenomenal work rate as he just secures it quickly.
Reluctant Squad showing us what they're made of. They've been consistent all night, and it's not stopping in this final game. Oh, sorry, this penultimate game. That is a fantastic grenade from Jun. Forest Gaming go out in 7th. Reluctant Squad now finally able to make use of this fantastic position they've had for the entire game, essentially. And through all of the hardships DCE have gone through, they actually managed to keep 3 members up, which is very respectable in the position that they're in. They've obviously used their smokes quite well, used their cars quite well. SGD, every time they peek, well, they get knocked. There's a Mark 14 on the side of DCE, and Mings learns that the hard way. Only 1 member up now of SGD, desperate to try and get that res. Well, go for a peek first, may as well, but in the end, Jervis will still go for that res because SGD cannot even begin to fathom taking out DCE without those 2 members up.
Yeah, I was really wondering how did they manage to cut across the corner being unscathed where SGD had opportunities, but there were also shots being fired from other directions as PMA is now involved taking down Mingzi, kill confirmed, as they will have only 1 player to still last for the trade for SGD. But where exactly is he moving? He's diving deeper into the territories of E-Arena. So I don't really think that's all too safe for Jervis right now, just sitting right underneath the noses. Now try to hold back the rest of the Reluctant Squad, driving by. But how long can he do so? The drive-by from Bad9 secures it. That's definitely one for the highlights, for sure. E-Arena smack dab in the center of it all, but with the presence of Reluctant Squad, this is going to be their biggest threat for them to deal with.
Reluctant Squad have been saving up all of this aggression the entire game. They haven't been allowed to extend out a horseshoe, but now they certainly are, and they go straight to the south of the map. They take one out on a drive-by, and now E-Arena are at their mercy entirely. A couple good smokes on the side of Reluctant Squad, and they can definitely get the freebies onto E-Arena. But E-Arena, they set up a nice car fort. Multiple foldable shields being used, multiple cars being used, and of course smokes just for safety, but grenades do exist. Grenades and lines of sight like that. Hoang announces his presence. Down goes Tigger. The other 2 members of E-Arena now have to pick up the pieces, but I don't think it's very realistic. Smokes go out to maybe see if they can res Tigger, but if they even think about making that cross, and even if they get on that res, they're just going to be naded again. Jacob down low, so is Jun. This fight continues, but it's looking very much in the favor of Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, Huang just doing massive duty right there, getting the perfect angles. One after another getting knocked, and there's slim chances for the revives to go through. Now here comes IU, hoping to wrap up this fight, dropping the nade towards Z as it's also being exchanged. He does not get to dodge any of it. Reluctant Squad now secures their 8th point. So convincingly doing such a trade, and only a member has to secure all the damage, whereas now PMA, they gotta make the long hurdle, but they still have to settle the scores here against DCE coming in from the back. Pulls on grenade, now depletes them, but over in the corner, it seems like there's not many space for DCE to work with.
Yeah, PMA trying to leave the compound and running straight into DCE. Luckily, DCE were a bit splintered, so it's only 1 member that PMA had to deal with. Still difficult though. DCE have a little bit of high ground there, making that push towards PMA, but immediately shoot away from it. Megalos takes some shots, and TMP do steal that kill away from PMA. 1 dragon taken out, just 2 members up for PMA now. TMP up to 10 as well. I mean, like, they had that fantastic split earlier on in the game as DCE fall, but TMP have played this late game as well as they really needed to, you know? A couple threats here and there, but for the most part, they've just kept 4 up, kept their heads about them, and they're in a fantastic spot to take this win.
Yeah, already 10 points that flew by, and for most part, they're not really drawing too many of all the attention towards their side. They're constantly going for all these third-party pickups, and also seeing teams trying to make those forced rotations. Have seen them pick up so many massive points that's currently in their back, but they're definitely eyeing out on PMA. What's really interesting though is the involvement of RS currently holding out on the other section of the street. They have plenty of resources. I want to say that, but we really keep count. 𝐿𝐿 is pretty much emptied out, so he's only relying on whatever he could offer with angles that he could work with.
PMA are the ones that, I mean, they're the odd ones out in this endgame. Both these teams combine to eliminate them, and then they can focus on each other. It's just a question of whether PMA has an adverse effect on either of these teams. If anyone, it's going to be Reluctant Squad, but Van Nai is too aware to let PMA do any damage to the squad from Vietnam, who again have been so consistent tonight. They are in second place purely just based off being able to put up, you know, 10 point or 9 points a game. It's been ridiculous from Reluctant Squad. It's been fantastic to watch. It's just been solid PUBG throughout the night. And even more to come in this penultimate game. Nice nade. Probably going to do a little bit of damage. They walk straight into it. Lun Lun, he literally walks over it. Stuck his toes all up in that grenade. And that second one will finish PMA. We are now into what I think is our first just straight 4v4 to finish off a game.
Yeah, now that you've kept count, this is indeed the very first time that we're seeing two squads go toe-to-toe with full squad strength. How many resources are still left? I recall one member of Reluctant Squad does hold a Panzerfaust to the end game. That will be a really strong way to just end the game if they could actually get the angles right. TMP, they have lesser space to play with. They might be forced into the open roads, and I think both sides, they're running very low on smokes. So it's really down to any form of defilades that they have. If they have any frag grenades, it's a good time to actually toss it across the street. Now, how are they supposed to work this one out? They are looking for June, and they have to connect this. Perhaps this will open up the floodgates. Perfect setup. The smokes are now out. Please, having 𝐿𝐿 pulling into a flashbang, toss over the quarters where 𝐿𝐿 is currently at. They are trying to at least isolate their targets one after another. So it's really down to 𝐿𝐿 on this far corner to see if he can actually contribute. 𝐿𝐿 needs to heal up, but here comes the push. UNQ is looking for it.
This is so perfectly played by TMP. I cannot tell you how happy that strategy towards that end game makes me. It is synchronization to a T. It is teamwork in just absolute perfection. I'll talk about that more, but oh my, I love what TMP just did there in that end game. It was perfection, and they make that work and make it look incredibly easy. 16 kills to the Thai squad. Formerly, most of these members are Valley Thai, so if you think about it like that, then you're not surprised at all, but that was excellent to see.
You said it best. It was a flawless endgame, and we thought that we're going to get a very close 4v4, but no. TMP has got perfect plans already concocted from the back of their heads. But we go back into the highlights where we started off with this massive brawl that happened in Hudson.
Look at it.
Oh, there we go. The golden moment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe it's more than... it's slow-mo, so maybe it is half a second or a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's how perfect PUBG timing has to be if you want to succeed in moments like that. I mean, that's the difference between playing a game and being knocked out in 16th, right? I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's devastating for E36 in that moment. Buriram, they kind of messed that one up, but... yeah, sometimes that just happens. Not much more to say there. And X Stadium fighting, FW fighting. Probably a few more fights in this bowl that I thought we'd actually get. But of course, it was SGD to third party. And then from then on, they were able to have a decent game. I love the way TMP played this. I don't think that they had too much trouble in most of this game. They weren't fed, certainly not fed, but I think a lot of the moves they made were maybe spelled out for them, but still so well played. And in a game like this as well, if you're TMP, if you're getting spoon-fed, you're not getting 16 kills. Those 16 kills are earned. TMP absolutely fought their way through this game and earned that high kill count.
Yeah, absolutely. There were even pressure where their compound was being crashed at a certain moment of time that was not within this form of the highlights. But that end game, this moment right here,
oh, dude, I love
this push coming in from UNQ. It started off with this grenade, clips onto both members of PMA.
Look at this. okay, synchronized grenade, and then immediately after that grenade, you don't see it because it cut off quickly, but they all threw smokes out to get that road cross, and then they all threw flashes at Hwang on that other side of the road, and so he was fully blind, and they're taking out the vulnerable weak player that they know about in that endgame moment, and then after that, just 2 members left, and after that, they just have to swarm. It is so, it's like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's step by step, but it's step by step really quickly. Focus 3 grenades on 1 player, knock him. Job done. Then you throw as many smokes as you can to start making that push. Perfect, right? Everyone's on the same page. Then 3 of those members blind the hell out of the player on the other side of the road and just swarm him. He can do absolutely nothing to defend himself. And then after that, you just use the man advantage to get that win. So TMP... yeah, big credit goes towards those guys. That was a very, very synchronized and well-played endgame.
Yeah, one of the most synchronized that we've ever actually seen coming from this APAC rounds, where, you know, you can already imagine how effective the comms are coming in from these members that have done so excellently to seal the deal. But on the opposite end, you could basically hear, like, maybe yelling from across the board, hey, I'm blinded, hey, I'm being naded, and like, what do you even do at that point? There's just literally no time to respond to that form of effective push that we see out of TMP. We absolutely love that, and wow, we got to get more of these kind of fights if there were ever any form of these potential instances to happen to our final match of Miramar later on. But TMP, well deserved. That's a massive 26-pointer. This could even overtake SGD if I'm not even certain. I'll just let the people in production to do the accounting for all of us. But my, what a game here in the penultimate round of Miramar.
Yeah, it might be enough, but if it's not, it's going to put them very, very close to overtaking SGD. As always, Reluctant Squad, consistent. It's not 9 points per game, though. This time around, it's 14. PMA, decent showing, but SGD, I mean, PMA hates it, but SGD are right behind them. I mean, that was just... I don't know what much more to say other than I've really enjoyed watching, especially the end game. Especially the end game of that match, because it felt like Reluctant Squad knew exactly what they wanted to do. They were so... I mean, they're understandably, like, frustrated sitting in Horseshoe, waiting for their time to strike, and then as soon as they get an opportunity, Bandai's drive-buying people on the south. They've taken a bunch of control. They're getting a bunch of kills. And so it's just very entertaining and fun to watch.
Yeah, we just absolutely love it. And it seems that even despite that massive effort, they are still slightly behind SGD. But with them now gaining this tempo of play with that chicken dinner, they can still look to overtake within one more round of this play in day 1. So SGD for 54 points, 52 for TMP. Reluctant Squad still maintaining their form, as a matter of fact, having the most amount of kills with 34 at the moment. So a lot of all the other teams will have to play catch up from here. So
yeah,
I will still see there's some small little gaps here and there to fill. Now there's 10-pointer for QC to even catch up to RS. So I guess we're seeing, at the very least now, a three-way horse race. Yeah, and I mean, maybe 4th through to 8th are actually going to be the spots that are contested for, and that top 3 is going to be locked in. Who knows? We've got, 13 more games to play. The other interesting point, actually, is that PMA, while they do need to be the highest placing Malaysian team out of them and SGD if they want to go to PGC, for this round at least, they just need to make top 8, right? That they can contest with SGD in that next round. So PMA... the stress to beat SGD is non-existent, I suppose. It's just the stress of getting to that top 8. As long as we make top 8, we still have a chance at going to PGC. E-Arena and Buriram, side by side on that leaderboard, still yet to really show up into this lobby to what we know that they can do. That is by far our best MVP of the night. 7 kills to UNQ, 600 damage, 5 knocks, and of course a beautiful survive time. They won the game. Of course it's going to be 31 minutes, 15 seconds. UNQ putting on a show. Yeah, they definitely did. And the UNQ, you saw how he just ran right past these corners. The moment that section where PMA was already been taken out, so they understand, okay, this sector is probably clear. So he just went in full force, just rallying through, finding 2 back-to-back knocks, and then the rest was history. 7 total kills. This is by far the highest. Probably he might be sitting at the top of the MVP list at the moment. So we shall see what else does he have to offer from here on out. But TMP, that was sublime. Like, it could not be played any better than that. Just look at these stats. Everybody is doing massive work. Like Latte, sure, you got 1 kill, but look at his damage. He even outperforms Megaloss and also matching up closely to UNQ at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team game, and you could tell it was a team game the entire time. They were split in the early stages. They grouped up and took that fight with RTL towards the mid game. They won that. They defended against Unicorn Cyber as we entered the late game, and then from that point forward, all they had to do was control the northern side of the road. And, I mean, we saw what happened in the end game. It was pure teamwork. It was some of the best teamwork I've seen throughout the entirety of tonight, and so they absolutely deserve that win.
Yeah, and of course, now we're only down to our final remaining match as we will eventually wrap up the night. But we see a good variety. We have said that, hey, Thailand has looked to be very dominant in the early matches of Wrangle. Yes, they were. But now going back into big maps like Miramar, it feels like they are back in action. But it's good to see that it's been different names as compared to, you know, there were, of course, certain tournaments where you just have that one team that was super dominant. It's anybody's game still throughout day one.
Yeah. Look, I almost want to have a look at some of the, you know how we have those MVP prize pools, we got the longest kill, things like that. Before we head into this late game, I thought we might have a brief look at who's currently in the lead for those. So I've got the Twire up. I'm going to have a brief look. Right now, the MVP is 𝐏𝐿𝐾𝐿. If you're going off of pure kills, then 𝐏𝐿𝐾𝐿 is on top of that. Hwang with 9, quite close behind. Longest kill, okay, well actually I might have to scroll across, and I don't know if I want to scroll across to longest kill right now. Nades, I mean look, my MVP for Nades right now is TMP after that previous game, but you know, who knows after. Oh, here we go, longest kill. 523 meters. 𝐷𝐿.
523. Holy moly, where was that from?
It was DCE 𝐷𝐿. I don't know how to pronounce that player's name. I apologize, but yeah, 𝐷𝐿, 523 meters. Absolutely no idea how he managed to land that, but he's in the lead by over 100 meters. Jervis is the second with 380. So yeah, he's looking to take that $250 or whatever it is already.
Yeah, and also there was another special award for the golden moment. I believe that is probably a fan favorite clip of sorts. And if there were to be any, I really do like the fight that QC had. So you saw Chezing, who was just basically on that corridor holding down those two members of Eagle 36. Like, it's a very slim chance, but he made it work. So to be, although it's not really the flashes of crazy plays, but that just goes to show you how good he is as a player that has been really spending so much time in practice. And of course, QC is up there on the leaderboards, so that says a whole lot, despite them not getting big wins just yet. But eventually, I'm pretty sure the fruits of their labor will come.
Yeah.
If it's not tonight, then tomorrow.
We've got 13 games left for everyone to have an incredible show. Most of the wins up until now have been less than 10 kills. In fact, I think that was the first win where we had over 10 kills. I think the previous wins only had 9 or 9 kills. So we're ramping up. People are warming up. You know, we've seen it. We saw it off the bat, and I think now as people get more comfortable with the lobby, they start to figure out what they can actually get away with, what they can't get away with, what to exploit, what we can't exploit, and we'll start to see higher kill wins from now on. And of course, you take into account that we haven't seen eArena's 20 kill win or Buriram's 20 kill win. Yeah, I mean, of course they could absolutely not have a 20 kill win, but I think it's likely that they have something similar or close to that. But yeah, final game of the night. It is, of course, Miramar, and I mean, we're going to get that hot drop, probably, I hope. I mean, again,
hope so too.
You have to consider, like, all we have to do is make top 8. Is it worth hot dropping? I would argue no, especially if you're going to do a pure RNG hot drop in Hacienda. Top 8 is very reasonable to make. It's not an all or nothing cutoff point. It is just a play well and we'll get there. But I mean, look, if you want to claim Hacienda for that next lobby, then dropping it now is basically your only choice.
Yeah, I really feel that Eagle 36 will have to make drastic changes heading into this very final match, because they have more to lose as compared to QC, who looks so dominant in every early fight today. There was no significant losses that I've seen QC actually crash out on, like below 12 plays at the very least for the entire course of the evening. So that's definitely not one fight that the PJC side will want to risk going up against. So I wonder if that is going to be the adjustment that the members of Eagle 36 will take. I think extending to water treatment isn't too bad of a shout. That's probably a space that they could claim for their own, or maybe even Cruz de Val, which is a little bit more of a stretch up towards the north. But of course, depending on that flight path, we might even have the south-centric flight that doesn't allow that access. So, but perhaps out drops, we might still get some form of a hot drop if there's going to be any places that maybe safe enough to do so. Los Leones could be a point where teams don't really have to commit to battles, and same could be said about El Pozo.
Yeah, I mean, there is that really rough southern plane path on Miramar that often ends in absolute catastrophe for a lot of teams. You have people going towards Prison Island, Partona, Valdemar often has a couple teams. Resort might become pretty desirable. You might even have hot drops in Puerto. There's a lot of space to the north, don't get me wrong, but yeah, that southern plane path is not ideal when it comes along. Hopefully that's not the case, because again, I'd love to have that Hacienda drop kind of sorted. Maybe I'd love to see it every single night. We just get, we just get our quick dose of action early on and then we can move on. But I think for the sake of both the teams involved, especially because E36 was in 8th going into that game. They might be out of it. They might still be in the top 8 going into this one. I'm not sure. But of course, QC and E36 both playing to stay in that top 8. And so I'd love to see them sort out the victor of that hot drop, and so that they can both remain in decent spots to fight for that top 8.
Yeah, overall, I guess like for certain teams out there, DZX or even Eagle 36, it's all about all these early game things that they really have to fix. So perhaps they will still stick to their game plan for the rest of the night and then make certain adjustments heading to tomorrow. As I do believe that we probably will have the switches of map order to be played out, and we might even start from Miramar. So a lot to take in for all these teams to be working a little bit overtime throughout the course of the night, and maybe just do a little bit of post-mortem meeting to try to see if there's going to be any form of bandit that they could just apply heading into tomorrow's run. But for now, the race to the top is just super interesting. We have, of course, now TMP putting themselves all the way up there. Could this be a back-to-back win? Looking at the way that they finish, I'm absolutely rooting for them to actually get to that number 1 spot.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's a 1 in 16 chance if you put it like that. But no, look, they played exceptionally last game. Again, I think that they probably had less challenges than a lot of the other teams that had to fight through that zone. I think TMP had soft side, then they had a relatively easy 4 versus 2 as they headed into the zone. Beyond that, though, it was all them, and they had their own challenges to deal with. But I'd like to see what happens if they get really tested, how easy it is for them to come out on top. The resort looks beautiful today as we head into our final game of the night. It's been a long night, but it's been a very entertaining night, to say the least. And maybe this is telling that the plane path will be relatively south. No, we are going south to north, and so we should get that Hacienda hot drop. The plane might even go straight over Hacienda, at least very close to it.
Now, what could it be this time around? It seems like they're not budging off. We see pretty much same timing in terms of drops heading into Hacienda, so it's all about being the quickest to be able to get those loots down. Long extension coming from Forest as they're hoping to be the kings of the north, whereas when we take a look at other spots in the map, it's pretty much well scattered across with decent spacing for a reluctant squad to kick things off inside of Los Angeles. There we go, into Hacienda for round 2.
Who gets lucky? Oh, it's punches off the bat. That's a gun. That's a vector in the middle of the room, but it's a pistol to open it up. Petret down on Pure Boy. QC, though, stacked up on this top floor. That's the only knock so far. It's a flush, actually. Tally him up. E36 now down to 3. It's a lot less hectic off the bat. They're all spread out. E36 stuck in that bottom floor, waiting for QC to make a mistake. Oh my... Wait, what? That was through the window. That was through that tiny window, I'm pretty sure. That's an insane shot. If that gives the opener to 𝐸36, I am going to cry. That was unreal if I think that played out how I imagine it to. That's crazy. Molotov to delay, though. That staircase, you can't push that anymore. They're going to have to choose an alternate route or just wait. If that's the opener, then that's unreal.
Absolutely unreal. So unfortunate at the very same time. They were just gearing up to look for a certain push where, you know, playing on the top has its own advantage where you could just parkour around the rooftops and eventually look for multiple entries all over onto the ground floor instead. Now, upper hand for the side of QC. We got that one pointer out there, but they have yet to make firm advancements as they are still trying to navigate their way across, cutting down towards that case, and it's really down to your 𝐏𝐿 that will perhaps look for that opening. But at least 𝐸36, they seem to be pretty calm and composed despite losing that one member. It's all about holding down to this long stretch of the corridor once again, perhaps.
You could also argue they're being too passive, but you then also can't blame them. Maybe it's QC that should be the ones to make a more aggressive move here. I like what Opons has done. Put himself across the way and obviously be able to see into the bottom floor. Gives yourself a much better chance to open things up. They also can't afford to give up the top floor. 𝐏𝐿𝐻 gets on the roof. And so if any of the 𝐸36 members want to leave Hacienda, if they want to back out, if they want to go towards that long building, 𝐏𝐿𝐻's going to deny all of that. And 𝐸36 remain just stuck. I mean, what can you do? You know, you've lost the opening pick. You were in that bottom floor to begin with. And so 𝐿𝐻 have no other option but to hunt you down. And hopefully they do it and time it correctly, because 𝐸36 will certainly take advantage of any mistimed peaks. That one, perfectly timed. 𝐿𝐻ia down, flashed out by the grenade. Now there's only two members of 𝐸36 up. They are both sat in these rooms onto the side. I think one's in the bathroom, one's in this little cupboard here. Guy, you have to open it up, my friend. He just can't. QC clean it up incredibly quickly and incredibly cleanly. They do not lose a single member. And I think if you're 𝐸36, you have to seriously consider after tonight whether this hot job is worth it.
Yeah, they really have to do. If I were them, I would just consider elsewhere, because this does not look good at all. Where we also have that long shot coming in from what, Unicorn Cyber?
I want to see that, but I wouldn't expect anyone to be watching that player. But if that happened the way I think it did, then that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was just absolutely mad. And it's almost poetic that it's the same spot that QC has been able to triumph for 2 times in a row. There's only so many space that 𝐸36 to work with, to be fair. They don't want to clutter up all bunched up in a room where one grenade could just easily take them all out, so they have to just eventually work with what they've got. But as it stands, QC just king of the trades.
Yeah.
While we take a look at SGD that's left, Picado now moves into a deeper spot of Jamasera. The circle, I can't confirm. Did it move towards the south side the last we check? Because seemingly enough, they are coming in very early, and we also do have Lock You Up already planted up the hill side.
I suppose so. I'd love to see it as soon as we can, but yeah, for the moment we just have to deduce by the players' locations. Lock You Up have not had a fantastic start to the tournament, but they're in a decent spot to not only gatekeep some teams, but potentially catch people out. FW rotating on that western side, so yeah, I think you're right. It is more of a southern circle than anything. Oh, I mean, look, from what we've seen this game already, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these bolt shots hit.
Yeah. Director's probably looking for moments to clip. And if that connects, wow. Definitely it'll be a one for the books as well. And who knows if the guy will be able to get the MVP and get a couple $100 out of the long trades. Now that I recall, we did actually get a short glimpse of the map in the early stage of the game. And I believe it wraps all the way down to Valdemar, which is why you're looking at FW going all the way south into prison, perhaps. And is there any form of chance that we're getting that prison ending? Because I have not seen that in such a long time.
It would be... It'd be crazy. I'd love to see it too.
Will. Partona will be good too. I'll take what's given.
I'm down for it. I'm like you. I haven't seen it in quite some time either. That Valdem. Oh, okay. Of course we miss it. That's.
Yeah.
I mean,
he
lands it.
Though.
He did land it. He was. The player was tempting fate the entire time, and Mings was fully ready for him to stop moving or whatever it was. Either way, SGD trying to get that flush, but I think the defenses from Lock You Up are too much for Pain to consider going for it. So they'll back off. They'll take that knock. Know that they put fear and Lock You Up, but oh, never mind. Panksy's given one up. He ran in to maybe try to get a cheeky knock on SGD approaching to get that flush, but he's been caught out in the open. Mal Rush, I don't think he's a known factor, but he's throwing utility, so he'll certainly be known soon enough. SGD on that breach. They're looking for this trade now. They want Mal Rush dead. He'll sit in that warehouse, decide to move around a bit. As a solo in this kind of situation, you are hoping that you find some sort of god angle. Luckily for him, he has teammates up on the hill that he can rely on as these flashes come in. They'll clear out this open garage, but this cover from the top hill has to be perfect. It's a sick flash to stop him from getting knocked immediately, but it's just impossible to avoid getting knocked other than that. MML combine, they get 3? He gets 3 of those? That's insane. MML.
It's crazy.
Dragunov, top of the hill. Heads peeking over. Perfect situation for that kind of gun. And he delivers on all fronts.
That's a fight that you don't see every other day. Like, a long tap coming in from those bolt action rifles. And now we continue on with FW that has been rallying through a storm. Well, I say that, but it's actually E-Arena just getting absolutely pinched. And they're out early once more.
Yeah.
It's just a bad day one for E-Arena throughout the course. This is not looking like themselves at all. So definitely the coach has got a whole lot to say by the end of this run. It might even start now, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it might. Yeah, look, it's... obviously, I'm not super worried for them. 12 games left. I'm sure they'll hit that drawing board, come back, and have a solid game plan going into tomorrow. Sometimes just bad day ones happen, you know? You kind of need them, bit of a kick in the teeth, just to sort out all the mistakes and make sure the game plan is as solid as it can be. And again, you're coming into a lobby that hasn't existed in the past and won't exist ever again, most likely. So you have to be able to be super confident going into the unknown, and sometimes it just doesn't pan out the way you want it to. But obviously E-Arena put on some fantastic international performances, so they should be able to come into tomorrow with a fresh face and a good attitude. No reason not to. As that circle shrinks a little bit more, we go towards Valdemar, but not too heavily. A lot of water involved in this zone, but still, we should end up on the mainland.
Yeah, most likely across the valleys where SGD Unicorn Cyber is holding out for them. Or if it does hard shift, maybe a little bit towards the south side could be pretty much playable for certain teams who are already inbound. Unicorn Cyber treading very lightly. They do claim themselves a compound to at least hold out for a very long time. What a spot to actually claim Unicorn Cyber. Also gets a good vision onto the city of Valdemar at the same time. Could also wrap around some of the valley side if they were to journey the way across. So smart maneuvers coming from the Vietnamese team, whereas BRU, they're entering very late into the scene. I wonder if there's going to be any lurkers hiding around. It seems like ED's having a rough drive across the fields here. But looking at the current situation, it seems like Phase 2, there's still at least a decent amount of room for them to at least claim for their own. Game locked into the compounds. Probably not going to be peeking out as well. BRU, where could they realistically go from here?
Well, hopefully towards the zone, because right now they're pretty far away from it. They're going to leapfrog forests. Maybe take some shots from Scappy as he tries to get one on the drive-by. He does start shooting, so that's going to give info across to the other members of Buram coming in. Actually, there were a couple more members of Forest here that I didn't see as they didn't render in, but Buram almost had disaster on their hands. Both 𝐾𝐿 and 𝐸𝐷 put down low. They need to stop at the apartments to heal up and then continue on. Do Forest make that push? Probably not. It would be a bit too much of a commitment, in my opinion, to make that push.
Yeah, quite the drive that they had as well.
𝐶𝐿 doing it? Oh, yeah, you're right. Nah, 𝐶𝐿's just pulling up. Okay, so smartly, I think Forest don't commit to that. Forest have kind of similar priorities to Buram. Just get into the zone. Don't really end up stuck on the edge just yet.
True enough. And at the meantime, teams that have been able to book a spot very early on to the riverbanks of where it seemed to be corners of Valdemar seems to be safe for now. It's always going to be tough to actually find any form of takedowns from the angles. A wide field of view for Forest Natural Gaming, but unfortunately this is not part of the playing area. We'll have to move deeper, but they've been occupied with BRU driving across as the pot shots continue.
Oh, 𝐾𝐿.
Oh, there we go. He gets traded instead. 1 for 1. I don't know if it's going on out there. Baron absolutely connecting those beautiful trades. And now eager to take on 𝐸𝐷 as well. 𝐸𝐷 did manage to confirm Camp 99, so at least they don't walk away without ending at all. So they will just probably drive off to a separate area play from here on out. Forest scattered across, but it's going to be SGD who's also holding it back across to the kills of Kibasera. This is not looking to be that good. Look at his health bar. It's slowly being chipped away by Jervis. Oh, there you have it. Perfect moment for our directors out there. And as we do get the update, it will favor BCE smack dab in the center where they will have those warehouse by the top end of the hill. Yeah, they've got the high ground power position for sure. It's a spot you could lose, but very difficult. SGD maybe the team that could put the hurt on them, but I don't think so. I think SGD are probably going to take alternative routes. Unicorn Cyber grouping up. TMP making their way in from the north. They're going to go for a south wrap. Reluctant Squad taking shots as they drive past, going for the tires, but can't do it. So TMP, well, they get past the initial assault of Reluctant Squad. There's a couple other members, but they're not close enough to deal any real damage. And so TMP will take nothing but liberties here. They will avoid disaster in the form of Reluctant Squad, who themselves have a very easy entrance to this next zone. Lots of terrain that they can play. A straggling member in Latte. Oh, my, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. We've seen too many insane shots this game for my heart to take. That would be something else. Latte should get out of there scot-free, but I mean, as soon as that first shot hits you and you're Latte, you're thinking, well, surely there's more to follow up. I'm dead here. You just can't. You just can't help it. The moment that you land that beautiful shot, that tracing will definitely be on. And here comes Leo. TMP. Not off the hook just yet. Mohang with that AUG. Just taking some shots, but over on above, it's 𝐾𝐿 here sending some bullets his way, so he will have to find cover. UpChen now will be the one to eventually take 𝐸𝐷 out of the field. Last game being the MVP at this time. Just fortunate to be stuck on wheels.
Alright. Banana 1 trying to save his car. 𝐸𝐷 confirmed with a very nice split. Controlling that northern side. TMP have found their compound. They found their home. In on the edge. But it's certainly playable. Might have to fight their way up the hill later on, but for now that's not a worry. And Reluctant Squad will move all 4 members inside of the zone. I think they've more than cleared their edge. They should know that there's no threats behind them, and so they can start focusing on what's in front of them. One of those things that are in front of them is PMA in that low ground warehouse. Like you said, PMA probably not going to be extending out too far, and you're pretty much dead on. It's difficult to do that from that low ground warehouse. You just get shot from all sorts of angles, so maybe PMA's future is going to be difficult. There's a mortar in that compound that I don't think we've heard go off just yet. Maybe waiting for the perfect moment. This should shift all the way to the land. DCE, they weren't dead center last zone, but they may as well be this zone. High ground to their name as well. They control basically what is the center of the zone, even if they don't reside on top of it. SGD could be a problem for them later on, but right now they are vibing in that compound.
Yeah, they're absolutely vibing, and for Forest Natural Gaming, they're happy enough to oblige, give them that space over the top end of the hill while they take the lower ground instead, or should I say the middle of the hill. Excuse me. While Latte trying its luck with some shots up above against Reluctant Squad. Seems like the entire time TMP is just looking for a spot to be. Jervis now dropping a big nade onto Olympus, so I thought that Forest would have actually had some certain safe space to play. Now that SGD is also pushing towards that direction, and hoping to take claim from that spot, and eventually SGD, if they do win out that fight, they're probably eager to also go up for a challenge against all the members that were hiding inside that firehouse. So for now, TMP getting very close into the circle, but now getting shot by the entire squad of Reluctant Squad. And everybody else is also involved. They're just seeing that to be food for the picking, while TMP finally had a safe refuge, only by a tiny little shack, but that can only hold out for so long.
Reluctant Squad arrive on the edge that they've owned for majority of the time. Yoink a kill. Look towards TMP. Low ground for TMP, inside shacks, behind rocks. They are at the mercy of whoever's on that high ground, and Buriram arrive on the coast. Interesting to see how they'll end up playing the rest of this game. But as you can see, TMP, I mean, they can survive, you know. There's no reason you should die if you're in that shack, no reason to be peeking. That blue's got 2 of RTL out of nowhere. He might even get a 3rd here. If Jiatan pushes through that doorway, but he thinks the better of it. But that blue peeks out. It's an easy 3k for him. Incredibly clean. Didn't even look like he took any damage. And RTL fall like that.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible how he's been able to just push right through, going unpunished at that. Pulling back perhaps wasn't the safest plan coming from fallen members out there, but it is what it is. Reluctant Squad now getting hustled from the top. FW Esports now popping those grenades towards his direction. Van Nuys pulls all the way back to the spine of the hill. Megaloss, though, now finds himself a little bit of that space, but eventually they will be sandwiched in between RS as well as Sixac has already gotten the higher ground as well, so not exactly the best position, but it could still be a decent defensive cover for the meantime, as TMP is still within the reach of the circle. Yep. These Aks get that direct passage, and FW somehow might actually stand a good chance in this matchup if it does pull over south side in the upcoming phases.
SGD is the team I'm looking at right here. They are outside the zone with no realistic spot to play without taking a fight, I don't think. So interesting to see what kind of option they opt for, but Reluctant Squad, their job right now is just to take out TMP. It's 2 members versus 4 of Reluctant Squad. It shouldn't be too difficult for them, but we've seen Megaloss and J-Dive cause troubles for other teams in the lobby tonight, so not going to count them out of it. It's just the position that they have is so much worse than the push that Reluctant Squad can make, and it's just J-Dive remaining in that shack as well. FW arrived from the side. This turned into maybe a fight that Reluctant Squad weren't expecting to take. They probably thought they were just going to clear out that shack and then move in like they were the new tenants of that area, but FW have other ideas causing stress for them. They might have to take an entirely new fight.
Yeah, they really have to do so. Well, Unicorn Cyber wrapping them out on the edges here. XS has been camping out from all these cheeky angles. It could be a good chance here, but of course, it's going to be all the attention being drawn towards that blue, but there is going to be members from the bottom that will catch them all off guard through that trace right from the point blank angle. And how much more can he do? Apparently a whole lot as it goes for Leo. Savior saves the day as they crash out the entirety of Unicorn Cyber. Oh boy.
What an attempt. That was so clean from a couple members of Unicorn Cyber there. If LongX didn't knock himself on that entry, maybe we're talking about DZX losing out, but good defense from DZX no matter what. They do lose one as one runs up the hill, but still fantastically played. Unicorn Cyber doing what they've done most of tonight, which is hop in a vehicle and just drive at a team. That's maybe the first time it hasn't actually worked out for them. And unluckily for DZX, they don't get Metal D either. He dies to the zone. But still, DZX, they've got a decent chunk of the zone. It is low ground, but ridges to work with, fights that they can take, and a potential good game in their future.
Yeah, here we go. The Malaysian affair now happening over in this corner map where PMA is looking to draw for a push, but the nades are flying through. Does chip out a chunk of health from 21. Forced to hold back for only a slight bit. SGD is in a really interesting spot. The further they push, they also have to deal with the rest of DCEs holding on for the top side. They heard all those noises, so they're definitely looking to do the same to lob a couple of all these nades down towards the rest of SGD, but it's going to be tough angles to land. But over on the south side, we might actually see RS forcing a push onto FW later on. That room that DZX had, now they will need to really figure out a safer way to approach this corner, because QC needing to enter the zone might see both of these teams bump against each other.
I mean, from this point of view, it doesn't look like SGD is loving life. They can certainly fight their way out of that low ground, though. FW, all they really have to do is sit pretty. Wait for the teams to come to them, wait for the zone to do its thing. Reluctant Squad will have the sliver of the edge that they currently own. They don't have to move, but they probably want to get something done. They probably want to be active. We've seen Reluctant Squad be active so often tonight, but I think just sitting on the edge is maybe going to be a little bit too difficult for them. A nice headshot landed by Van Nye. If that was any closer, maybe that's an instant knock with the dragging of, but it's a bit too far away. Turns his attention towards a different member of DCE. But this is the fight that is going to determine quite a lot. PMA up against SGD. This is the Malaysian battle that is going to rage for the entirety of this lobby. And SGD have been so on fire tonight. You have to put it in their hands. And with that opening grenade, I don't see this going any other way. Dashushu fighting back, but it's a quick trade from Pain. They lose MML in the process, but this is SGD destroying their Malaysian competition.
Yeah, it just looks so straightforward where they're barely having any form of cover, hiding through the smoke somehow. Shots are being fired back from the side of NI, where he's been working magic with that Dragunov. He was looking to trade against DCE, but of course, seeing that battle, he can't help but to also contribute into that Malaysian affair. While DCE kind of stuck into the top end of the hill with nowhere to go so long as Reluctant Squad holds this position. So, interesting enough, in moments time, DCE has got to also find ways to not only deal with RS, whoever survived from that Malaysian trade, they will have to basically sort that out first and foremost. But how they do so when you don't really get those beautiful angles. So, unless if other teams could actually keep RS occupied,
look at this.
This is going to be tough. Oh, dude, are you going to take a leap of faith? That could be it.
I mean, he's on the far side of the hill. I thought he was above him right away, or above him close as well. Pain peeking over the smoke, well played. The smoke allows Van Nye not to peek, and SGD clean it up. DCE now with an incredible opportunity to just underarm a couple grenades onto SGD if they have that in their back pocket. I'm not sure that they do, though. Either that or the grenades are missing. In the meantime, FW, I said that all they had to do was let people come to them, and that's exactly what they've done. DZX, as they approach, they've been grenaded out of any chance of taking this fight. Blue zoned to stop them from making that push as well. DCE finally peeking over into SGD. Mings down, out completely. DCE controlling what space was always theirs, but SGD fight back regardless.
And they're also creating a little bit of that passage of space, running it up towards the northern end, where they will allow the rest of DCE to still take a little bit more of the far north as well as the western side, or should I say east, actually. FW Esports will have to be absolutely prepared for all these push claims from down under DZX. It's the time to show up. They will have to figure out how to take the on-site stack first, because he's currently holding through the broken walls. Nate not connecting into the windows. That will be chances for Rays to still hold out from the top end of the floor. Reluctant Squad, so much space, but what do they do with this?
They've got to move, probably push towards DCE, just get underneath. That's probably the safest option. Use your cars as cover, get some smokes down, just survive until the zone actually gives you an opportunity to take a fight. In the meantime, DZX have no other opportunity but to push towards FW, and FW can't move. If they peek out on that northern side, they're just going to be torn apart by every team looking this way, looking to get a third party, eager to steal some kills away from this fight. And as they push in, they are actually greeted by a completely separate team in the form of QC, who have arrived before anyone else could to take that third party. Raze, good defense with the FAMAS as well. Down goes Bohang. It's just one of DZX remaining. He does fight a little bit. There's a trade, but I don't think there's much more for Leo to get here. That FAMAS should be the end of him. It's a S12K? No, it's a pump-action shotgun that takes down Leo. FW successful on the defense. QC now look to potentially get that third party.
This is Helter Skelter here for the end game, where we have seen SGD crash out in the hands of QC. And now Dongchi Esports overlooking the hillside, having a lot of bodies hiding inside the smoke. This could be a perfect opportunity. And speaking of which, they managed to spot the juice. Or should I say, that's 𝐏𝐿 over on the bottom side. This could be DCE's game to play out for, as they've been adamant on staying afloat at the top. Damn. And just take a look at these numbers stacking up. 9 points and probably more.
Yeah, I thought it might be a bit more of a struggle to take down Reluctant Squad, but as they arrive, they fall just as quickly. 𝐏𝐿𝐀𝐾 with a nice flush onto 6 sacks, and QC with, I mean, they're the only team in this endgame with 4 up. DCE have the high ground, yeah, but QC have played this game almost to perfection so far. 2 members of both FW and DCE to contend with, and DC don't have enough members to put anyone elsewhere. You could imagine that maybe they would have one on that low road to be able to peek over onto QC, but they've lost too many members over the course of this game. And so DC, no choice but to play the extremities, play kind of solo roles, and just try to get as much done as they can in this endgame.
Yeah, they were also hugging into the same corner right now instead of spreading out into a deeper area to challenge the rest of QC. It's a smart play, I would say, at least being able to trade if push comes to shove. Now that the chaos have settled down, FW's by the edge. I wonder if there's any form of a place that they could actually cut right through, because from the looks of it, on the other side of this boundary hill, any form of movements right across will be quickly responded with Q members taken down, and they still have Jihui overlooking the hillside. So they did actually have a lot of places that they could still play around for DCE. But climbing downwards, I guess it's just waiting for a fight to erupt, and they could just basically take good advantage from the angle.
Smokes up, bit of defense, so you can actually get some good peeks over this ridge. Interesting to see how QC decides to continue playing this, because right now they're being passive. Right now they're waiting for the game to come to them. And to be honest with you, looking at that circle, I don't blame them. Phase 9 pops and QC have the start. They have the center of the zone. There's no reason for them to overextend, lose any members. They are going to have everyone else in the zone move towards them. 𝐏𝐿𝐾 is ready for this western flank, and the other 3 members of QC are ready for DCE to fall straight off the top of that ridge. And so as long as Raze doesn't get this opening onto 𝐏𝐿𝐾, then I'm thinking this is QC's game. If Raze is able to open this up, then he has this ridge to work with. All of a sudden, QC are a little bit exposed, a little bit vulnerable. 𝐏𝐿𝐾 now in trouble. He needs to win this 1v2, essentially, otherwise the rest of his team is in danger.
Well, he does get that opening pick, though. Now down to Raze. No time to even go in for that pickup right now, as he's also being bombarded with all these flashbangs, stuns, being thrown right at him. But there's going to be responses coming in from DCE at the very same time. Both sides pretty much fully occupied, and there goes. 𝐏𝐿𝐾 now secures it. Oh, Raze had to give that spacing across. And right now, trading back against Titoy. And Jihui is the only one left. Can he climb right down from this hill? And now it's being met with resistance. Great shots, but that will be it. The chicken dinner has been confirmed by QC.
What a game. 12 kills to their name. It's the second winner chicken dinner over that 10 kill mark, and I think QC fully deserved it. Unfortunately, we didn't see much of them up until that end game, but then you look at them in that end game and there's no questions. They absolutely deserve that win. 12 kills, and what I consider to be an almost perfectly played end game. Maybe letting 𝐏𝐿𝐾 have to deal with 2 members is a bit too risky, but he played it very well. He caused FW to have to back off, got that opening pick, and that very much helped. helped QC get that dub. They remain one of the much better performing teams of the night.
Yes, they do. And like I said earlier on, it is all about the perfect placement as well as the timing for QC to eventually be rewarded by the end of the run. And finally, they have acquired their chicken dinner. When we go back into the drawing board where we start things off back in Hacienda for round 2 of the action between 𝐏𝐀𝐀 which we saw them once again hot dropping, not finding those forms of success. And that's how QC just kept ramping up with these form of momentum. But there's so many of all these tough places to play out from the south side where you saw teams were just being clipped mid-rotation and also having to force their way into entering certain compounds that were already taken prior to that. So still exciting stuff happened all throughout the span around where we even saw this very moment where DZX were battling tooth and nail and comes up a hit against UNC.
I love this fight between SGD and PMA because I think both teams play it pretty well, but Van Nai is just an absolute menace and he basically stops this fight in its tracks. SGD and PMA are both forced to back off. I mean, excuse me, that shot was just disgusting. A moving shot with a Dragunov like that. I mean, yeah, Van Nai absolutely on point. Reluctant Squad, they did rock up, but too much high ground for them to deal with. Just not a single bit of an advantage to work with. And yeah, 𝐏𝐿 putting on an excellent show. If he doesn't get that 1v1 off, if he loses that fight, then I think it might be FW that puts the hurt onto QC, and then maybe it could fall apart for QC off the back of that, because that ridge looked very, very, very powerful. Maybe DCE could peek from above and make it difficult for FW to peek over into QC, but I think they would have been happy to let that happen, because obviously QC being the strongest team in the lobby, you want to weaken them if you want any chance at getting the win.
Yeah, DCE, they really held on for such a long time, despite that pressure being put through from Reluctant Squad, and eventually finding the right responses once Reluctant Squad really had to reposition, and they just slowly withered teams one after another, but climbing downwards to challenge against QC members, there was just enough spacing through these ridges for them to have such a defensive hold, to the point that even we saw FW trying to pry it out from the bottom end of the hill, they were unsuccessful, and they were just 2v1ing onto that corner against 𝐏𝐿, which he played it pretty perfectly. So yeah. QC absolutely deserve all these points that they have been able to acquire, and I think on the average record, QC has had at the very least 8 to 9 points for every single round. I could be very wrong, but now you top this off with a chicken dinner. I feel like they can absolutely take that #1 spot by the end of the run. So yeah. SGD is definitely in the mix, so I still see them to be up there to be able to put up a challenge. But from what it seems to be, like, RS so far has been the team that have surprised me the most throughout the entire course of the day.
Yeah, I feel like we know the names, right? So we know the players on Reluctant Squad. We know how good they are. What surprised me is the way that they've been consistent, right? They have been like 9 points a game every single game for the entire night, and they've had good games, and they have fought for really good moments in these games, and they have survived. They've shown great tenacity, and so I've been loving watching them play. You know, even if they don't have that win under their belt, I still have been very, very impressed, to say the least, at how Reluctant Squad have been playing. Same is said about QC and SGD. I believe those are going to be your top 3 teams as we end the night here. And I think it's going to be top 3 with a gap as well. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to break what was a 10-point gap to those top 3. So those 3 teams have been absolutely excellent tonight. Didn't expect SGD to come out swinging as they did. They're a team that when I look at them, I go, okay, yeah, I mean, they can win basically any 4v4 you put them in, and they can absolutely have a fantastic game. But they've also been incredibly consistent. They've been playing stellar the entire night. And then 𝐶 come out here after picking up Nuadra, and then look at them. You know, they seem to be. Something seems to be working, right? You can't say the same for Buriram, and maybe that's a narrative we can look at. But whatever Nuadra is doing for 𝐶, it's valuable enough to have them very firmly in that top 3.
Yeah, and he's had so much of his experience working with, Buriram United back in the past, and now still bringing that form of knowledge and just basically solidifying this squad into a very different level of performance where I could dare say that if you were to put them tomorrow for an international lobby, they could still absolutely crush it with what they are currently offering right now. But of course, when it comes down to the play-in stages, we haven't also seen the other 8 spots that will get in the final. So once we do match up, maybe we'll see them struggling a little bit more. I mean, I'm not trying to take credit away from these guys, but they just have this exceptional work rate that has been able to really see these big results where it wasn't a problem that they don't even walk away with those past couple of rounds with a chicken dinner, because it's big numbers that they churn out round after round after round, just like how SGD did. But though I could say SGD can actually make small little macro decisions a little bit better for them to maybe reap more out of the rewards. Else, from what they're currently putting out, they're still top 5. So so long as they're safe from being eliminated here in the play-ins, I'm happy enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Maybe when we do head into that next lobby and you combine with T5 and Cerberus and Bliss and, you know, the names that are the top dogs in the region, it is going to be more difficult, undoubtedly, and the leaderboard might end up being even closer than it currently is. But still, it's good to see that a lot of the teams that we maybe had question marks about, or maybe were looking forward to showing up, have actually shown up. We're still looking for Buriram. We're still looking for United. E-Arena. We're still looking for E-Arena. We're also still looking for a couple teams that are on that very bottom of the leaderboard to show us what they're truly made of. I am still in the camp, as positive as it is, I am still in the camp that lock you up, DZX. They haven't truly shown us what they're made of just yet. The game hasn't given them that golden opportunity to show us their true potential just yet. And so they've got 12 more games to do just that. But I'm very happy with what I saw tonight. You know, it seemed like most of the teams in the lobby, if not everyone, was completely competent and capable of competing with the top dogs in this lobby.
Yeah, I do believe that even without a win, certain teams definitely have gotten themselves some limelight action throughout the course of the evening, where QC, not only the team to beat in this final matchup of the evening, sees them rack up a total of 22 points, 15 following closely is DCE. Saw them really put a whole lot of damage, getting the bird's eye view from the top of the hill. Meanwhile, FW has squeezed by with 13 point, 11 for SGD. You can see it's just so close, but it wasn't exactly an easy circle for any other team to just play out, because every corner of these valley, there's bound to be a team. And you saw even big names like E-Arena, Forest, and the list goes on. TMP, the past winner, they didn't manage to get much points out of this. In fact, none at all.
Well, there you go. That's the leaderboard after night 1. SGD in the lead, but only by 4 points. QC looking to contest with them for that #1 spot. But I think what's important to say here is that you just need to be top 8. #1, #2, #3. It's bragging rights. It looks good. It provides a bunch of confidence. You're obviously going to have a bunch of momentum going into the next lobby, but the important thing is top 8. And that, I mean, it's almost devastating to see E36 drop out of the top 8 after 2 Miramar hot drops that didn't go their way. Imagine if they hadn't committed to those hot drops, where they might still be on that leaderboard. But that was the final leaderboard. These are all of the matches that we went through. Wait, no, sorry. These are tomorrow's matches. I take that back. We start with Miramar. We end on Erangel, which is fine by me. I'm always happy to end on Erangel. It means that on the final day we end on Miramar, but at least we have one day where we end on one of the best map in the game.
That's right, and of course, at least they had just quickly looked back into these Miramar rounds, if things have worked well, what exactly happened, and of course, if it's otherwise, there's definitely a lot of adjustments to be made here. So, glad that we're kicking off in Miramar, as we will have the pace of the match to be faster and faster heading through the late hours of tomorrow night. So, make sure you guys hit those subscribe, like, or follow button wherever you guys are watching from, because tomorrow we will have all the action-packed PUBG matches to be once again aired right here. So that's all that we do have for now. Extreme, what a wonderful day it has been of all these great names now reappearing, and it is definitely great that they have finally found certain form for all these teams that we did not really expect to surprise us and wow us. And now definitely pressure is on to even big names like eArena. So
Yeah,
tomorrow there's a lot for them to do.
That's the craziest part to me, right? Is that going into today, I thought eArena would have a hot start. I understand that Buriram in the past at least have been slow starters, but I thought that in a lobby like this, that's weaker on paper than that next lobby, that we'd have Buriram and eUnited. You keep calling it eUnited. I'm too NA brained, but eArena. I thought they'd come out quite hot, but they haven't, and that's okay. Game one or day one in the books. It doesn't, you know, it's not a big deal. eArena, Buriram, they can absolutely have fantastic games tomorrow, and if they still don't have a good day tomorrow, then they can still have a good day going into that final day. Because again, it's top 8, right? Top 8 isn't going to run away from you like a top 4 is, or like a top 3 is. It's not going to sprint away too quickly. You're still going to have plenty of opportunities even by the time we get to that final day.
That's right, and I believe that's enough yapping from me and maybe from Extreme as well, because we've had a long night, so it's about time we actually get ourselves some well-deserved rest. Good job, buddy, and of course, thank all of you guys who have been spending time with us here, as we will find out who will be the big victors of the APAC region, as this is the APAC Qualifiers Phase 2 in the play-in run. We'll see you for Day 2.